I was summoned to another world, but I don't want to fight monsters, I just want to travel. Volume 3, Across the Azure Sea. Kai has finally reached the western coast. Behind him are kingdoms, forests, mountains, strange villages, countless meals, and the roads that carried him farther than he ever imagined when he was first summoned into this world. Ahead of him is something completely different. The sea. Kai has no interest in conquering it. He doesn't want to hunt sea monsters, become a famous adventurer, or discover some legendary weapon hidden beneath the waves. He simply wants to know what's on the other side. Together with his companions, the elegant but increasingly food-motivated Moon Fox Lumi, the curious baby Earth Dragon Terra, and the endlessly troublesome slime Flan, Kai boards a coastal vessel and begins the first true sea journey of his travels. The ocean introduces an entirely new way of living. Floating markets, fishing settlements built on reefs, sailors from distant races, migrating magical beasts, seafood Kai has never seen before, storms powerful enough to remind him how small travelers really are, and eventually, a kingdom unlike any place he has visited. Beneath towering coral arches and across islands connected by enormous bridges lies the maritime realm of Thalassia, commonly called the Ocean Kingdom. Humans, riverkin, merfolk, beastfolk, tide elves, shellfolk, and countless other races live throughout its ports and islands. But Kai isn't interested in its palace. He wants its markets, its fishing villages, its strange boats, its underwater restaurants, its festivals, its recipes, and, naturally, its food. Along the way, Kai encounters a wounded young magical sea beast separated from its migrating family. Helping the creature reunite with its herd becomes one of Kai's most personal journeys yet, not because someone gives him a quest, but simply because leaving it behind doesn't feel right. Volume 3 expands Kai's journey beyond familiar roads and onto an entirely new horizon. There is no prophecy waiting for him. No demon king. No heroic destiny. Just another part of the world he hasn't seen yet. And that's more than enough reason to go. Chapter 41, The Village at the Edge of the Sea. Kai woke to the sound of the ocean. Not a river. Not rain. Not the gentle water of Crystal Lake. The ocean. Whoosh. A wave crashed somewhere far below the cliff. Then another. Whoosh. Kai remained beneath his blanket for several seconds, staring at the pale morning sky. So it wasn't a dream. Yesterday, they had reached the Western Sea. The place where his old food map had become useless. The place where the road had finally run out. Kai sat up. Cold wind immediately hit his face. Definitely not a dream. Lumi was already awake. The Moon Fox sat near the edge of their campsite, her silver-white fur blowing dramatically in the sea breeze. The little gifts collected during their travels decorated her neck. Kai smiled. You look like you're posing for a painting. Lumi glanced over. Q. Don't let it go to your head. Her tail lifted slightly higher. Kai sighed. Too late. Terra was still sleeping. The baby Earth Dragon had somehow dug itself halfway into the ground during the night. Only its head and front paws remained visible. RRRR. Kai stared. Comfortable. No response. Flan. Kai looked around. Flan. Cooking pot. Empty. Backpack. Safe. Food bag. Miraculously untouched. Kai became worried. Flan. A tiny sound came from behind him. Poo. Kai turned. Flan was bouncing toward the cliff. Kai's eyes widened. No. Bounce. Flan. Bounce. Flan. Poo. Kai sprinted. There is an entire ocean down there. He caught Flan several meters from the edge. Kai collapsed into the grass, clutching the slime. Against his chest. Flan bounced happily. Poo. Kai breathed heavily. You don't even know if you can swim. Flan became still. Kai narrowed his eyes. Do you? Poo. That wasn't convincing. Lumi approached. She stared down at Kai. Q. Kai pointed accusingly at Flan. It tried to become seafood. Flan bounced. Lumi sighed. Kai nodded. Exactly. After breakfast, Kai packed their campsite. He looked south along the coastline. Yesterday, he had noticed a thin column of smoke rising somewhere beyond the cliffs. It could mean a village, a house, travelers, or someone had simply burned breakfast. Either way, Kai wanted to know. South. Lumi stood. Q. Terra finally crawled from its hole. RRR. Flan bounced onto Kai's shoulder. Poo. Kai adjusted his backpack. South. There wasn't really a road. Only a narrow trail following the grassy ridge. The ocean remained on their right. Kai kept looking at it. Again, and again, and again. After the 7th time, Lumi stopped. Kai nearly walked into her. What? Lumi looked toward the sea. Then at Kai. Q. Kai smiled sheepishly. I'm staring again. Q. I can't help it. He looked toward the horizon. Blue stretched farther than anything he had ever seen. It's really big. Lumi stared at him. Kai sighed. Yes, I know, that's exactly what I wrote on the map. Terra approached the cliff. Kai immediately caught the dragon by its ribbons. No. RRR. No. Terra looked toward the water. Then back at Kai. RRR. You cannot fight the ocean. Terra tilted its head. It's water. Another head tilt. Kai stared. I don't know how to explain an ocean to a dragon. Flan bounced. You stay out of this. The coastline gradually changed as they traveled. Tall cliffs became gentler slopes. Seabirds circled overhead. Small pools formed between rocks far below. Kai noticed strange plants growing near the coast. Thick green leaves. Tiny purple flowers. Long grasses that bent almost flat beneath the wind. Everything felt unfamiliar. He loved it. Around mid-morning, Lumi suddenly stopped. Her ears lifted. Sniff. Q. Kai stopped too. What? Lumi sniffed again. Terra raised its head. Flan stretched upward. Then Kai smelled it. Smoke. Salt. And fish. Lumi's tail immediately began moving. Kai laughed. Definitely a village. They climbed the next hill. And there it was. A sheltered bay curved into the coastline below. Small gray stone houses clustered around the shore. Colorful fishing nets hung between wooden poles. Dozens of boats rested in a natural harbor. Long docks stretched into the water. Smoke rose from several large sheds near the beach. People moved everywhere. Kai smiled. Found it. The trail descended toward a weathered sign. Welcome to Tidehaven. Underneath, someone had carved. If you can smell fish, you're close. If you can't, the wind is wrong. Kai laughed. I like this place already. The moment they entered Tidehaven, Kai nearly got hit by a fish. Whomp! A silver fish landed on the ground directly in front of him. Kai stopped. The fish flopped. Lumi's eyes widened. Q. No. Lumi stared. Someone owns that. A voice shouted from nearby. My fish. A young fisherman came running. Sorry. He grabbed the fish. It escaped. Kai looked at the fish. Then at him. Escaped. The fisherman nodded seriously. They're clever. Kai wasn't sure whether he believed that. Tidehaven was busy. Very busy. Fishermen unloaded baskets. People repaired nets. Children carried buckets between stalls. Riverken worked waist deep in the shallows. A dwarf hammered against the hull of an overturned boat. Birdfolk flew between docks carrying ropes. Several cat-beast folk surrounded a basket of fish while pretending they weren't interested. Kai smiled. Definitely a fishing village. Then, FWUMP. A net fell over Terra. The dragon froze. RRR. Kai stared. Terra's head poked through one of the holes. A boy stood nearby holding the other end. He looked approximately 10. His face went pale. That's not a fish. Kai covered his mouth. No. The boy stared. Dragon. Yes. Baby dragon. Yes. Does it breathe fire? No. Terra growled. RRR. Kai glanced down. Don't lie. The boy's shout attracted attention. Dragon. Kai closed his eyes. Here we go. Within minutes, Terra was surrounded by children. Can I touch it? Carefully. Can I ride it? No. Does it eat people? No. Does it eat fish? Kai looked at Terra. Terra looked at a nearby fish basket. Probably. Can it swim? Kai froze. Terra's eyes brightened. No. RRR. We are not discovering that today. Lumi attracted her own group. A little girl touched her fur. So soft. Another child whispered. Is she a spirit? Kai smiled. Moon Fox. The children gasped. Lumi lifted her head proudly. Kai narrowed his eyes. Don't start acting important. Q. Too late. Flan attracted everyone else. A tiny sailor hat suddenly appeared on its head. Kai stared. Where did you get that? Flan bounced. Pooh. A child raised his hand. I gave it to him. Kai looked at Flan. You've been here 5 minutes. Flan bounced proudly. A laugh came from behind Kai. Interesting crew. Kai turned. A tall woman stood carrying an enormous basket of fish. Her dark hair was tightly braided. Her skin was weathered by years beneath sun and wind. A heavy waterproof coat hung from her shoulders. She looked at Kai, then Lumi, then Terra, then Sailor Hat Flan. Traveling circus. Kai laughed. Unfortunately, no. She set down the basket. Miravel. Kai. Mira shook his hand. First time at the western coast. Is it obvious? You've looked at the sea 4 times since we started talking. Kai glanced toward the ocean. 5. Mira laughed. She pointed toward the harbor. I'm captain of the Laughing Gull. Kai followed her finger. A blue and white fishing vessel sat near the end of the dock. It was larger than most boats in the harbor but still small enough that Kai could imagine a close-knit crew working aboard. A gull sat on its mast. Then another gull swooped down and stole bread from someone's basket. Thief. A fisherman sprinted after it. Kai looked at Mira. The name. No, I didn't ask. You were going to. Kai smiled. I absolutely was. Mira looked at his enormous backpack. Need lodging? Yes. Traveler's cottage. Eastern dock. Kai blinked. Traveler's cottage. Village keeps one for people passing through. How much? Nothing. Kai stared. Really? Leave it cleaner than you found it. Kai smiled. I can do that. The cottage stood near the water. Small. Simple. Perfect. One main room. Several narrow beds. A fireplace. A cooking area. A table. Shelves. And a window overlooking the sea. Kai put down his backpack. This is wonderful. Lumi immediately claimed the bed nearest the window. Terra crawled beneath another. Flan bounced onto the table. Kai pointed. No pantry crimes. Pooh. I know you understand me. A board beside the fireplace contained messages from previous travelers. Thank you for the firewood. The left window sticks when it rains. The fisherman named Pip cheats at cards. Then, do not feed the gull with the black wingtip. Kai slowly turned toward the window. A gull with one black wingtip sat outside. Watching him, Kai narrowed his eyes. No. The gull tilted its head. Kai closed the curtain. They spent the afternoon exploring. Kai had expected fish. He had underestimated exactly how much fish. Fish fresh from the boats. Salted fish. Dried fish. Grilled fish. Fish soup. Fish cakes. Fish dumplings. Fish sandwiches. Fish. Preserved in oil. Fish wrapped in seaweed. Fish he recognized. Fish he absolutely did not. Kai stared at one long purple fish. Is that supposed to have 3 eyes? The vendor nodded. Deepwater blinkfish. Does it taste good? Excellent. Kai looked at its 3 eyes. The fish looked back. Maybe later. His first discovery was smoked fish. A halfling stood inside one of the smokehouses. His name was Pip Tidapot. Kai remembered the message at the cottage. Do you cheat at cards? Pip froze. Who told you? The wall. Pip sighed. Travelers. Rows of fish hung inside the smokehouse. Fragrant wood burned slowly beneath them. Pip sliced a piece. Try. Kai tasted it. He stopped. Salty. Rich. Smoky. The flavor lingered. Kai immediately looked toward the hanging fish. Teach me. Pip laughed. Didn't even finish chewing. Teach me. Tomorrow. Kai smiled. Deal. Next came seaweed crackers. Kai stared at the dark green sheet. The riverken vendor crossed her arms. Don't make that face. What face? The inland face. Kai looked at the cracker. What's an inland face? Is seaweed actually food? Kai became quiet. The woman pointed. Exactly. Kai laughed. Fine. Crunch. He blinked. Salty. Crisp. Slightly sweet. Oh. The vendor smiled smugly. Inland face number 2. What's that? Oh. Kai bought 2 packets. Lumi ate 1. Her eyes widened. Q. Kai laughed. Apparently approved. Terra received a piece. Crunch. The dragon stopped. Slowly. Very slowly. Terra spat the cracker into Kai's hand. Kai stared. Thank you for being polite. RRR. Progress. Flan absorbed 1. Kai waited. Nothing. He relaxed. Then, ploop. A bubble emerged. Kai stared. No. The bubble floated toward him. No. Lumi watched. Terra watched. The vendor watched. Kai sighed and touched it. Pop. The smell of an entire fish market exploded around his face. Kai coughed. The vendor burst out laughing. Flan bounced happily. Pooh. Kai wiped his eyes. I hate your magic. Lunch introduced Kai to shellfish. He had seen crabs before. He had never seen a crab nearly the size of Terra. The creature sat inside a wooden enclosure. Its claws clicked. Clack. Terra stopped. The crab turned. Clack. Terra slowly backed away. Kai stared, then smiled. Scared. RRR. The crab lifted its claws. Terra immediately hid behind Kai. Kai laughed so hard he had to hold the stall. The great Earth Dragon. RRR. They ate grilled crab afterward. Terra was much braver once it was cooked. Then Kai found salt bread. Simple rolls. Butter. Sea salt. Warm from the oven. Kai took one bite. He stopped. Bought 6. Walked 20 steps. Turned around. Bought 6 more. Lumi stared. Kai hugged the bag. There for later. Lumi looked at the half-eaten roll in Kai's hand. Mostly. By evening, the harbor changed. Fishing boats returned. Lanterns were lit. Tables appeared on the beach. Kai watched villagers carry food toward several large fires. Mira approached him. Communal dinner. Kai looked toward the beach. Everyone. Anyone hungry? Kai's eyes brightened. What do I bring? Mira smiled. Whatever you've got. Kai returned to the cottage. Opened his backpack. And paused. Ingredients from everywhere. Brehaven cheese. Bluebrook vegetables. Cedar pepper from Button's mushroom folk. Sunseed from the Sundancer clan. A little Hearthwick apple butter. Dried herbs. Spices. His travels had filled the bag. Nana Elsbeth's words returned to him. One pie. Many roads. Kai smiled. Let's make something. He cleaned several fresh Tidehaven fish. Seasoned them with sunseed and cedar pepper. Grilled onions from Bluebrook. Prepared a light sauce with Brehaven cheese. Then, Kai stared at the apple butter. This is either brilliant or terrible. Lumi watched. Kai added a tiny spoonful. Mixed. Tasted. Silence. He tasted again. Brilliant. The beach was alive when they arrived. Fishermen. Families. Travelers. Children. Riverkin. Dwarves. Beastfolk. Everyone brought something. Pip brought smoked fish. The seaweed vendor brought crackers. Someone prepared clam soup. Another person grilled prawns. A dwarf roasted potatoes directly in hot sand. Music began somewhere nearby. A fiddle. A drum. Laughter. Kai placed his fish on the table. Mira tried the first piece. She chewed. Stopped. Kai became nervous. Bad. Strange. Kai's shoulders dropped. Mira took another bite. Very strange. I see. Then another. Good. Kai blinked. Good. Good strange. Kai smiled. All except that. Soon, the entire platter disappeared. Kai made another. Then another. Someone brought him more fish. Someone else asked what the sauce contained. When Kai explained the ingredients came from several different places, an elderly fisherman laughed. Travelers cooking. Kai paused. What? Food that doesn't belong to one place anymore. Kai looked at the pan. Then smiled. I like that. Later, Kai sat near the fire. Lumi rested beside him. Someone had given Terra a necklace made from polished shells. Kai stared. Seriously. Terra proudly lifted its head. Orange ribbon. Blue ribbon. Shell necklace. RRR. You're going to need your own luggage soon. Flan still wore the tiny sailor hat. Kai had accepted it. Mira sat beside him with a cup. Where next? Kai looked toward the dark ocean. I don't know. Good answer. People keep telling me that. Usually means you're actually traveling. Kai smiled. Mira pointed north. There's a major port up the coast. Kai turned. How major? Ships from all over the Western Sea. Kai's interest immediately increased. Markets. Many. Food. Mira laughed. Obviously. Kai leaned forward. How far? By land. Yes. 6 days. Maybe 7 if you're slow. Kai nodded. And by sea. Mira looked toward the laughing gull. 2. Kai became very still. 2 days. Weather permitting. Kai looked toward the boat. Then toward the ocean. He had crossed a river on Antivessa's ferry. But that had been minutes. This. 2 days on open water. Mira studied him. Never traveled by sea. Not really. Then you should. Kai laughed softly. That's your sales pitch. Yes. Terrible. Still considering it. Kai looked toward the laughing gull again. Yes. Then it worked. Mira leaned back. We leave in 3 days. Fishing. Partly. We're delivering catch to the port. She took another drink. There's room aboard. Kai looked at Lumi. The Moon Fox stared toward the dark water. Her ears moved with the sound of the waves. Q. Terra immediately stood. RRR. Kai pointed. Boat does not mean swimming. Terra sat. Flan bounced. Poo. You too. Flan stopped. Mira laughed. I'll assume that's a yes. Kai smiled. Not yet. He looked toward the ocean. Then toward the distant lights along Tidehaven's harbor. But probably. They stayed. The next morning, Pip kept his promise. Kai learned to smoke fish. First came salting, then drying, then choosing wood. Applewood makes it sweeter, Pip explained. Oak, stronger. Cedar. Pip stared. No. Kai slowly put down the cedar. Important distinction. Kai wrote everything in his cooking journal. Pip looked over his shoulder. You always do that. Do what? Write everything. Kai nodded. I'll forget otherwise. Pip laughed. You're young. I forget what I ate yesterday. That's concerning. On the second day, Mira taught Kai knots. This went badly. Loop it through. Here. No. Here. No. Kai stared at the rope. How many wrong places are there? Apparently every place you choose. 10 minutes later, Kai had somehow tied the rope around his own wrist. Mira stared. Kai stared back. I think I've invented a knot. You've invented a problem. Lumi walked along the docks effortlessly. Kai followed much more carefully. Slow down. Lumi looked back. Q. You have 4 legs. She continued. Kai muttered. Show off. Terra spent most of the second day watching the waves. It approached the water. Then looked at Kai. Kai raised one eyebrow. Terra stopped. Kai smiled. Good. Terra picked up a stone. Splash. Kai stared. Terra wagged its tail. RRR. Kai considered. Acceptable. Flan disappeared after lunch. Naturally. Kai searched the cottage, the docks, the market, the smokehouse. Flan. Poo. Kai turned. The sound came from a fisherman's bucket. He looked inside. Flan sat among several tiny silver fish. The fish swam around it. Kai stared. Are those friends? Flan bounced. Poo. Or lunch? Flan became very still. Kai lifted it from the bucket. I don't want the answer. On their third evening, Kai sat outside the traveler cottage. His belongings were packed. The western sky glowed orange. The laughing gull rocked gently in the harbor. Tomorrow morning, it would leave. Myra's offer remained open. Kai opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 41. I reached Tidehaven today. He paused, then crossed out today. 3 days ago. Kai laughed. I was only going to look around. Then I found smoked fish, and seaweed crackers, and salt bread, and a giant crab that terrified Terra. Terra lifted its head. RRR. Kai smiled. That part was important. He continued. Tidehaven isn't a famous city. It isn't on my old food map. There isn't a palace. There isn't anything I'm supposed to accomplish here. People fish, repair boats, cook together, argue with seabirds. It might be one of my favorite places so far. Kai looked toward the harbor. Mira stood aboard the Laughing Gull, checking ropes. Captain Mira says there's a great port north of here. 6 days walking, 2 days sailing. Kai paused. I've never crossed the open sea. He could walk. Walking was familiar. Safe. Well, safer. He understood roads, campsites, forests, rivers, mountains, ships. Not at all. Kai looked at the ocean. A wave rolled gently into the bay. Then another. Lumi sat beside him. Terra approached. Flan bounced onto his lap. Kai looked at the 3 of them. You want to go, don't you? Q. RRR. Poo. Kai sighed. Of course. The next morning, Captain Mira stood aboard the Laughing Gull. The crew prepared the final cargo. Fish packed in ice, crates, barrels, nets. Kai approached the dock carrying his backpack. Mira looked down. Change your mind. Kai smiled. No. He held up several loaves of Tidehaven salt bread. I brought provisions. Mira grinned. Then welcome aboard. Kai stepped onto the ship. The deck shifted beneath his feet. He froze. Oh. Mira raised an eyebrow. What? The ground moved. It's a boat. Kai looked down. The deck moved again. I may have made a terrible mistake. Lumi jumped aboard gracefully. Terra followed enthusiastically. Flan bounced onto a barrel, still wearing the sailor hat. Kai stared at his companions. None of you are concerned. Q. RRR. Poo. Wonderful. The ropes were released. The sails rose. Slowly. The Laughing Gull moved away from Tidehaven. Kai stood near the railing. The village became smaller. The traveler cottage disappeared between houses. Pip waved from the dock. Children shouted goodbye. Someone held up the giant crab. Terra hid behind Kai. Kai laughed. Captain Mira called from behind him. Ready for your first sea voyage. Kai looked ahead. The sheltered bay opened. Beyond it waited the enormous blue sea. No road, no trail, no footprints, only water. Kai smiled. Absolutely. The ship crossed beyond Tidehaven's harbor. A stronger wave lifted the hull. Then dropped it. Kai's smile disappeared. His face became pale. Maybe. Another wave. Kai grabbed the railing. Ask me again later. Mira burst out laughing. And with Tidehaven shrinking behind them, Kai's first true voyage across the sea began. Chapter 42, Our First Sea Voyage. Kai had made a terrible mistake. He knew this because the ocean was moving. Not just the waves. The entire ocean. Up, down, up, down, up. Kai tightened his grip on the railing. Stop. The ocean did not stop. Down. Kai closed his eyes. Please. The ocean remained unreasonable. The Laughing Gull had left Tidehaven less than an hour ago. Kai had imagined his first real sea voyage very differently. He had pictured himself standing proudly at the bow. Wind blowing through his hair. Lumi beside him. An endless blue horizon ahead. Perhaps he'd drink tea while watching seabirds. Maybe he'd write something poetic in his journal. Instead, Kai was leaning over the side of the ship, questioning every decision that had brought him here. Captain Mirabelle walked past. Beautiful morning. Kai didn't move. Cruel woman. Mira laughed. I warned you the deck moves. You didn't warn me my stomach would stay behind in Tidehaven. First voyage. You know it is. Then you'll adjust. Kai slowly looked at her. When? Mira shrugged. Maybe today. Kai waited. Maybe tomorrow. Kai's expression worsened. Maybe never. I hate sailors. Something soft brushed against Kai's leg. He looked down. Lumi sat beside him. Perfectly fine. Not merely fine. Elegant. Her silver-white fur blew beautifully in the wind as the Moon Fox stared across the sea. Q. Kai narrowed his eyes. Don't. Lumi tilted her head. You don't get to look majestic while I'm dying. Q. I'm not jealous. He absolutely was. Splash. Kai immediately turned. Terra. The baby Earth Dragon stood with its front paws against the opposite railing. Its tail wagged wildly. RRR. Kai hurried across the deck. The ship tilted. Kai stumbled. Whoa. He grabbed a rope. Terra looked back. RRR. Kai breathed heavily. You. He pointed. Stay. Terra looked toward the water. Stay. RRR. The ocean is not a giant puddle. Terra tilted its head. Kai sighed. We're still working on that. Flan was doing surprisingly well. Too well. The slime still wore the tiny sailor hat it had received in Tidehaven. It bounced happily across the deck. Pooh. Kai watched it. How are you not sick? Flan bounced. The ship rose. Flan flattened slightly. The ship dropped. Boing. Flan launched into the air. Puuu. Kai's eyes widened. Flan. A sailor caught the slime. Got it. Flan bounced happily in his hands. Kai grabbed his chest. I'm going to age 20 years on this voyage. The sailor handed Flan back. Kai hugged the slime firmly. No more using waves as a trampoline. Pooh. That wasn't a suggestion. The Laughing Gull was larger than Auntie Vess's river ferry but much smaller than the enormous vessels Kai had imagined when thinking of ocean travel. It had one main mast. A broad working deck. A small cabin near the stern. Storage compartments below. Fishing equipment hung along the sides. Barrels and crates had been secured with rope. Most of the cargo consisted of Tidehaven's catch packed in ice. Captain Mira commanded a crew of 7. Kai had met most of them during his stay. There was Bram, a broad dwarf who handled the sails. Tessa, a young rivercan navigator. Old Jory, who insisted he wasn't old despite everyone calling him that. Twin human brothers Pel and Pelin, who Kai still couldn't distinguish. A quiet bird folk sailor named Sorrow. And Nim, a halfling who seemed to be responsible for everything nobody else wanted to do. Nim walked past Kai carrying a bucket. Still alive. Kai glared. Barely. Good. Why good? We don't refund passengers who die. Kai stared. Nim continued walking. Sailors are terrible people. Mira shouted from the stern. We can't hear you. Good. Despite his suffering, Kai tried to pay attention. This was new. Entirely new. He had walked through forests. Crossed mountains. Camped beside rivers. Traveled with caravans. But aboard a ship, everything worked differently. There was nowhere to simply stop. No tree to rest beneath. No roadside spring. No path beneath his feet. The ship itself was their road. Their campsite. Their shelter. Their transportation. Everything. Tessa stood near the stern studying a compass-like instrument. Kai approached carefully. What is that? She looked up. Current compass. Kai leaned closer. A glass disc held a thin silver needle floating above blue liquid. The needle wasn't pointing north. It slowly shifted. Not a normal compass. No. Tessa pointed toward the water. Shows the dominant mana current beneath us. Kai blinked. The ocean has mana currents. Everything does. Are they dangerous? Some. Kai stared at the endless water. Good to know after boarding. Tessa laughed. This route is safe. Mostly. She smiled. Kai sighed. Why does everyone on this ship smile like that? Tessa showed him their route. Tidehaven lay behind them. The great port of Selka waited north along the coast. They wouldn't sail directly offshore. Instead, the Laughing Gull would follow the coastline while avoiding reefs and shallow waters. 2 days if the wind stays favorable, Tessa explained. And if it doesn't? 3. And if something goes wrong? Tessa looked at him. Kai raised one hand. Actually, never mind. By mid-morning, Kai's stomach had improved. Slightly. He could stand without gripping something. Mostly. Captain Mira noticed. Ready to work. Kai blinked. I'm a passenger. You wanted to learn. Kai remembered asking her about sailing. I did. Mira tossed him a rope. Kai caught it. Then immediately regretted everything. Show me the knot I taught you. Kai stared at the rope. The rope stared back. At least emotionally. Which knot? The only one you successfully learned. Kai thought. Oh. He began looping the rope. Mira watched. Kai looped again. Twisted. Pulled. The result resembled a small angry nest. Mira stared. Kai stared. That's not it. No. Could it still be useful? For what? Kai considered. Decorative rope. Mira took it from him. Again. After 11 attempts. Kai succeeded. He held up the knot. Mira inspected it. Acceptable. Kai smiled. I've conquered the sea. A wave rocked the ship. Kai grabbed the railing. Temporarily. Terra watched. Kai handed the dragon a short piece of spare rope. Want to try? Terra bit it. Kai stared. Different skill. Lumi had discovered the bow. She stood there with the wind blowing through her fur. Several sailors had already started calling her Lady Lumi. Kai objected. Nobody listened. Lady Lumi. Pell, or possibly Pellin, walked toward her carrying a piece of dried fish. Lumi accepted it graciously. Kai pointed. Stop bribing her. The sailor laughed. She deserves proper treatment. She already gets proper treatment. Lumi looked at Kai. Q. Kai stared. Traitor. Flan had become popular too. Mostly because the sailors discovered something. Flan could clean. Not intentionally. But if placed on a sticky patch of deck. Slorp. The slime absorbed everything. Nim stared. Again. Kai grabbed Flan. No. But. Flan is not cleaning equipment. Poo. Nim held up a copper coin. Flan immediately bounced toward him. Kai caught it. Do not hire my slime behind my back. Around noon. Kai realized something. Terrible. Lunch aboard a ship had to be cooked aboard a ship. He stared at the tiny galley. Then at the moving walls. Then at the stove. People cook in here. Old Jory looked offended. Of course. The floor moves. It's a ship. Fire plus moving floor feels like a bad combination. That's why the stove is fixed. Kai examined it. The iron stove had raised edges. Pots could be secured using metal brackets. Shelves had lips to prevent dishes from sliding. Knives fit into locked wooden slots. Everything had been designed around movement. Kai's fear slowly became fascination. Oh, old Jory smiled. Different from cooking on land. Kai immediately took out his notebook. Lunch was simple. Fish broth, hard bread, pickled vegetables. Kai watched old Jory work. Why not cook something more complicated? Could. But, long voyages teach you not to waste fresh ingredients. Kai nodded. Storage mattered more at sea. Fresh vegetables spoiled. Fresh meat spoiled. Water had to be managed. Firewood took space. Everything consumed cargo capacity. Kai started understanding why sailors relied heavily on dried fish, salted meat, hard bread, pickles, grains, beans, and preserved fruit. He tasted the broth. Simple. Salty. Warm. Exactly what his recovering stomach needed. Kai smiled. This is good. Old Jory shrugged. Food doesn't have to impress you. Kai paused. Old Jory continued eating. Sometimes it just needs to keep you standing. Kai wrote that down. Unfortunately, Terra hated the hard bread. The dragon bit one piece. Crack. Terra froze. Kai stared. Did the bread win? RRR. Kai soaked it in broth. Try now. Terra ate it. Its eyes widened. RRR. Kai smiled. Cooking. Flan absorbed a piece without soaking it. Kai watched. How? Poo. Right. After lunch, the coastline drifted past. Kai sat near the railing. Green cliffs. Small beaches. Rock formations. Occasional waterfalls falling directly into the sea. The land looked completely different from this angle. Places he'd probably never reach by road appeared briefly and disappeared behind them. A pod of creatures surfaced nearby. Peef. Kai jumped. What was that? Several smooth gray backs broke the water. Long fins followed. They leapt. Splash. Kai's eyes widened. Dolphins. Tessa looked over. Windrunners. The creatures resembled dolphins, but translucent fins extended from their sides. One leapt again. For half a second. It didn't fall. It glided. Kai stood. They fly. Glide. That is flying with technical excuses. Lumi watched intently. Terra practically vibrated. RRR. No. Kai didn't even look at Terra. RRR. You cannot chase them. Terra stared at the windrunners. Kai grabbed the dragon's ribbon. Absolutely not. Flan bounced toward the railing. Kai grabbed it with his other hand. I need more arms. The windrunners followed the ship for nearly 20 minutes. Kai forgot his seasickness entirely. He watched them leap beside the laughing gull. Sunlight shone through their fins. One young windrunner approached especially close. Lumi leaned over. Q. The creature chirped. Lumi chirped back. Kai stared. Do you understand it? Lumi looked at him. Q. That answered nothing. Eventually, the pod disappeared. Kai watched the final ripple fade. He smiled. No guidebook had prepared him for that. The afternoon brought another lesson. Fishing. Kai had fished at Crystal Lake. He felt confident. For approximately 6 minutes, sea fishing was different. The line was heavier. The hook larger. The bait smelled terrible. Kai lowered it. Waited. Then, yank. Kai nearly went overboard. Whoa. Bram grabbed the back of his coat. Got something. I noticed. Kai pulled. Whatever was below pulled harder. Lumi watched. Terra jumped excitedly. Flan bounced. Help. Bram laughed. It's your fish. I don't want it anymore. After several minutes, Kai pulled something from the water. Splash. A long silver fish landed on the deck. It had wings. Actual wings. Kai stared. The fish flapped. Why does everything here want to fly? Tessa laughed. Skyskipper. Kai looked at it. The skyskipper looked at Kai. Then slapped him with its tail. Whop. Kai fell backward. The entire crew laughed. Dinner was skyskipper. Kai considered it revenge. He insisted on cooking. Old Jory surrendered the galley reluctantly. Kai secured the pan, braced himself against the counter. The ship moved. He moved with it, not gracefully, but enough. He seasoned the fish with cedar pepper from Button's mushroom folk. Added a little Bluebrook garlic. Then made a sauce from preserved herbs and Tidehaven seaweed. The result smelled wonderful. Old Jory tasted it first. He chewed. Kai waited. Too fancy. Kai's shoulders fell. Jory took another bite. Make more. Kai smiled. Soon the crew gathered around. Pell and Pellin argued over the largest piece. Nim stole seaweed from the preparation board. Mira demanded seconds. Tessa asked what cedar pepper was. Kai explained the mushroom folk. Nobody believed him. An ankle-high mushroom man named Button. Mira stared. Kai nodded. Ancient and powerful name. Mira burst out laughing. Kai pointed his spoon. That's exactly what I did. He didn't appreciate it. Dinner became noisy. Comfortable. Kai realized he had spent less than a day aboard the Laughing Gull. Yet already the ship felt less strange. Not familiar. But less impossible. Then night came. And everything changed. The wind weakened. The sails relaxed. The ocean became almost perfectly calm. Captain Mira ordered the ship to continue slowly beneath the gentle breeze. Kai stepped onto the deck after cleaning the galley. He stopped. Stars. Thousands. More than thousands. The sky was filled with them. But that wasn't what stopped him. The sea reflected everything. Stars above. Stars below. The Laughing Gull seemed to float through an endless night sky. Kai forgot to breathe. Wow. Lumi walked beside him. Her silver fur seemed almost blue beneath the moonlight. Terra sat quietly. Even Flan stopped bouncing. Kai moved toward the bow. No village lights. No campfires. No road. No mountains blocking the horizon. Only stars. Sea. Wind. Captain Mira approached quietly. Still hate sailing. Kai didn't answer immediately. A faint trail of light appeared in the water beside the ship. Kai leaned closer. Tiny blue sparks glowed beneath the surface. What's that? Starplankton. The ship disturbed them as it moved. Suddenly, the laughing gull left a glowing blue trail behind it. Kai stared. That's unfair. Mira raised an eyebrow. What? Nobody told me the ocean does this. Mira smiled. Wouldn't have been as good if we did. Kai sat near the bow. He opened his journal. Writing was difficult because the deck still moved. His handwriting became terrible. He didn't care. Traveler's Journal, Day 42. Today I learned that the ocean hates me. Kai paused. The ship gently rocked. He added, or my stomach. I was seasick. Mira laughed. Lumi became royalty. Terra tried to challenge the ocean. Flan discovered wave-assisted bouncing. I caught a flying fish that assaulted me. He rubbed his cheek. I ate it. Justice. Kai smiled and continued. But I also learned how sailors live. Their road moves beneath them. Their kitchen moves. Their beds move. Everything they need has to travel with them. You can't just stop beside a river when you're already surrounded by water. He looked toward the crew. Bram checked a rope. Tessa studied the stars. Old Jory drank something warm near the cabin. Pell and Pellin were arguing quietly. Nim had fallen asleep against a barrel. Mira stood at the helm. It's strange, but they're comfortable here. The ship isn't something carrying them away from home. For some of them, it is home. Kai looked toward the horizon. The stars had erased the line between sea and sky. This morning I wondered why anyone would choose this. Now I think I understand. He stopped writing. A windrunner surfaced far away. Splash. Then disappeared into the darkness. Kai smiled. There are things you can't see from a road. He closed the journal. The crew eventually began sleeping in shifts. Kai was shown his bunk below deck. Small. Very small. He stared. This is a cupboard. Nim climbed into the bunk above him. It's a bed. My backpack is almost larger. Sleep standing, then. Kai sighed. Sailors. Lumi curled near Kai's feet. Terra somehow squeezed beneath the bunk. Flan occupied Kai's pillow. Kai picked it up. No. Poo. My pillow. Flan bounced. Kai stared. Then placed the slime beside him. Half. The ship rocked. Kai expected the movement to bother him. Instead, after several minutes, it became rhythmic. Gentle. Up. Down. Up. Down. Kai's eyes slowly closed. Morning arrived with shouting. Landside net. Coming. Rope clear. Kai woke abruptly. Flan was on his face. Poo. Kai lifted it. Why? He climbed onto deck. Sunrise spread gold across the sea. The coastline remained visible in the distance. The wind had strengthened. The laughing gull moved quickly. Kai inhaled. His stomach remained calm. He blinked. I'm not sick. Mira passed. Congratulations. Kai smiled. I adapted. The ship suddenly dropped over a larger wave. Kai froze. His face went pale. Mira waited. Kai swallowed. Mostly. Breakfast was bread, smoked fish, and dried fruit. Kai ate cautiously. Everything stayed where it belonged. Success. Later that morning, Mira called him toward the stern. Come here. Kai approached. What? She stepped away from the wheel. Kai stared. No. Take it. No. You wanted to learn. I wanted to learn knots. You complained about knots. Exactly. Let's return to them. Mira grabbed his hands and placed them on the wheel. Kai froze. The laughing gull continued forward. Kai stared at the sea. What do I do? Keep her heading. How? See that point on the coastline? Kai looked. A tall white cliff stood far ahead. Yes. Keep it slightly left of the mast. That's it. That's it. Kai relaxed. Then the ship turned slightly. Kai panicked. It's moving. Ships do that. Why does everyone keep saying that? Mira corrected his grip. Don't fight every movement. Kai frowned. What? Sea moves. Ship moves. You move with both. She nodded toward the wheel. Correct when you need to. Not every second. Kai tried. The ship shifted. He resisted the urge to overcorrect. Waited. Adjusted slightly. The laughing gull returned to course. Kai's eyes widened. Oh. Mira smiled. Exactly. For nearly 20 minutes. Kai steered. Badly at first, then less badly. Lumi sat beside him. Terra watched. Flan bounced near the wheel. Kai smiled. Look, I'm sailing. Lumi's tail moved. Q. Terra growled proudly. Quote dot. RRR. Flan bounced. Hoo. Kai laughed. By afternoon, something appeared on the horizon. At first, Kai thought it was another ship. Then another appeared. Then another. Dozens. Kai narrowed his eyes. What is that? Tessa looked through a brass viewing tube. Her expression brightened. Interesting. Kai immediately became suspicious. What? Floating market. Kai blinked. Floating what? Captain Mira joined them. Didn't expect one this far north. Kai stared toward the horizon. As they approached, shapes became clearer. Boats. Many boats. Large ships. Small boats. Flat. Barges. Sailboats. Fishing vessels. All gathered together. Colorful flags stretched between them. Lanterns hung from ropes. Temporary wooden bridges connected some vessels. Smoke rose from cooking fires. Kai's mouth slowly opened. It looked like a town on the ocean. Even from a distance, Kai could hear faint music. Voices. Bells. Someone shouting prices. Lumi's ears lifted. Terra stood on its hind legs. Flan bounced wildly. Hoo. Kai looked at Captain Mira. Are we stopping? Mira smiled. We need supplies. Kai's eyes brightened. Are we stopping? Mira laughed. Yes. Kai immediately grabbed his backpack. Mira stared. We're still half an hour away. Kai slowly put it down. Preparation. The laughing gull changed course. Ahead, the floating market grew larger. Boats from unfamiliar places crowded together. Bright sails. Strange flags. People of races Kai had never seen moved between decks. And the smells. Even from here, Kai could smell cooking. Spices. Grilled seafood. Something sweet. Something smoky. His seasickness vanished completely. Mira noticed. Miraculous recovery. Kai pointed toward the floating market. Food. Of course. Kai stood at the bow. Wind pulled at his coat. Lumi beside him. Terra nearly climbing over his boots. Flan wearing its tiny sailor hat. The laughing gull sailed toward the impossible town floating upon the sea. Kai smiled. Yesterday, the ocean had seemed like empty space between destinations. Now he understood. There were places out here too. Places without roads. Places that moved. Places that might be gone tomorrow. And Kai wanted to see every one of them. Chapter 43, The Floating Market. Kai had seen markets before. Large markets. Crowded markets. Night markets. Festival markets. Markets filled with humans, dwarves, beast folk, elves, magical ingredients, questionable potions, and foods he couldn't pronounce. He thought he understood markets. Then the laughing gull sailed toward a town that had apparently decided land was optional. Kai stood at the bow. That's ridiculous. Captain Miravel stood behind him. First floating market. Is that a serious question? Mira laughed. What had looked like a cluster of ships from a distance had grown into something enormous. Dozens upon dozens of vessels floated together. Maybe more than 100. Fishing boats. Merchant ships. Flat-bottomed barges. Tiny skiffs. Large cargo vessels. Boats with colorful roofs built directly over their decks. Some were connected by broad wooden bridges. Others were tied together with thick ropes. Bright banners fluttered everywhere. Red, yellow, blue, green, purple. Lanterns hung between masts. Cooking smoke curled upward. Music drifted over the water. And people. So many people. Kai could see merchants calling from their decks. Travelers crossing temporary bridges. Sailors carrying crates. Children jumping between boats as casually as Kai might cross a street. A painted sign hung between two large barges. The Drifting Bazaar. Underneath, smaller letters read, "Open wherever we happen to be." Kai laughed. That's a good business model. Mira shrugged. Hard to complain about the location when the location moves. Lumi stood beside Kai. Her ears pointed forward. Her nose twitched. Q. Kai glanced down. What do you smell? Lumi sniffed again, then stared toward the market with absolute concentration. Kai smelled the air. Salt. Smoke. Spices. Grilled seafood. Sweet fruit. Something fried. Something buttery. Something unfamiliar. His stomach growled. Mira heard it. Looks like Lumi isn't the only one. Kai ignored her. Terra had placed both front paws on the railing. RRR. Kai grabbed one of the dragon's ribbons. No jumping. Terra looked at the market. RRR. We are approaching by ship like civilized travelers. Terra looked disappointed. Flan still wore its tiny sailor hat. The slime bounced on a barrel. Poo. Kai pointed. And you stay where I can see you. Flan stopped. Poo. Kai narrowed his eyes. That sounded suspicious. The laughing gull slowed. Two small boats approached. People aboard them carried long hooked poles. Kai watched curiously. What are they doing? Market guides, Tessa explained. They help arriving ships find open moorings. There's organization. Tessa looked offended. Of course. Kai gestured toward the chaotic mass of vessels. That doesn't look organized. That's because you don't understand it. Fair. One guide called out. Vessel. Mira shouted back. Laughing gull. Tidehaven. Trade or visit. Supplies and passengers. The guide looked toward Kai. Then Lumi. Then Terra. Then Flan. He paused. How many passengers? Mira looked at Kai. Kai looked at his companions. 1. Terra growled. RRR. 4. Flan bounced. Mira shouted. 4. The guide nodded as if this were completely normal. Berth 17. The laughing gull moved between the outer boats. Kai's head turned constantly. Every vessel was different. One boat sold nothing but flowers. Another had cages filled with brightly colored birds. A wide barge held stacks of fruit. A dwarf stood beside a forge somehow operating on a ship. Kai stared. Fire. Yes, Mira said. Wooden boat. Yes. Forge. Yes. Kai waited. Mira shrugged. He's been doing it 20 years. Kai decided that was apparently sufficient. Another vessel contained an entire bakery. Kai smelled bread. His head snapped toward it. Mira laughed. I saw that. I didn't do anything. You nearly turned your whole body. Professional interest. They finally reached berth 17. The laughing gull was secured beside a broad cargo barge. A wooden walkway connected them. Kai stared down. Water moved between the boats. The walkway moved slightly. Kai swallowed. Lumi crossed immediately. Wait, she didn't. Q. 4 legs. Terra followed. The walkway dipped beneath its weight. Terra froze. Kai froze. Terra. The dragon looked down at the water. RRR. Slowly. Terra took another step. The board moved. Terra crouched. Kai reached forward. You're fine. Another step. Then another. Terra reached the other side. Its chest puffed proudly. Kai smiled. Good. Flan bounced. Kai caught it. No. Poo. You are being carried. Flan sagged dramatically. After yesterday. Absolutely. Kai crossed last. Very carefully. When his boots reached the barge. He exhaled. Mira called behind him. Going to be difficult exploring a floating market if every bridge scares you. Kai turned. I'll improve. Try not to fall in. Excellent advice. The moment Kai entered the market proper. He forgot about the water. Fresh moonfish. 3 pearls for 2. Spice from the southern islands. Charms. Real charms. Mostly real. Coconut cakes. Sea silk. Maps of the western current. Fried starclams. Who took my bucket. Kai stood completely still. Where do I start? Lumi pulled gently at his coat. Q. Kai followed her gaze. Smoke rose from a nearby food boat. A woman was grilling long silver fish over charcoal. Their scales shimmered faintly blue. Lumi stared. Kai smiled. Apparently there. The sign read, grilled moonfish, with salt lime sauce. Kai ordered one. The fish was split open and grilled until the skin became crisp. The vendor brushed it with a sauce made from citrus, sea salt, herbs, and something sweet. Kai took a bite. His eyes widened. Oh. Lumi stared. Kai gave her some. Kyuu. The moon fox's tail began moving so quickly it nearly struck Terra. Kai laughed. You really like it? Lumi immediately looked back at the grill. No. Q. We just bought one. Q. Kai lasted 6 seconds. One more. The vendor smiled. Moon Fox. Kai nodded. She has expensive taste. The vendor laughed. They usually do. Lumi looked proud. Kai stared. Don't encourage her. Terra received a piece. The dragon chewed. Its eyes widened. RRR. Kai smiled. Approved. Terra swallowed and immediately opened its mouth. Kai sighed. Everyone is becoming spoiled. Flan absorbed a tiny piece. Kai waited nervously. A bubble emerged. He stepped back. The vendor looked confused. What? Pop. The smell of grilled moonfish spread around them. The vendor froze. Kai covered his face. Long story. The woman leaned closer to Flan. Can it do that with anything? Kai immediately picked up the slime. No business proposals. Pooh. They continued. The floating market had no streets. Instead, it had routes. Some were wooden walkways. Others required tiny ferry boats that carried people between sections. Colored flags showed what each area sold. Red flags marked food. Blue marked maritime goods. Green marked plants and medicine. Gold marked luxury goods. White marked travelers' services. Purple. Kai pointed. What does purple mean? A passing sailor answered. Things nobody knows how to categorize. Kai's eyes brightened. Mira, who had caught up with them, immediately said. No. Kai stared. You don't control me. True. Kai turned toward the purple flags. Mira sighed. I should have said nothing. The purple district contained exactly what Kai expected. Absolute nonsense. A merchant sold bottled clouds. Another sold rocks that sang when placed in water. One boat contained hundreds of mismatched keys. What did they open? Kai asked. The merchant shrugged. If I knew, they'd cost more. Kai nodded. Fair. A shellfolk merchant sold tiny shells that repeated the last sound they heard. Kai picked one up. Hello. The shell replied. Hello. Kai's eyes widened. Flan bounced. Pooh. The shell replied. Pooh. Flan froze. Pooh. Pooh. Flan bounced violently. Kai laughed. Okay, that's coming with us. He bought one. This proved to be a mistake. For the next 10 minutes. Pooh. 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 Kai put the shell inside his backpack. Silence. Then muffled. Pooh. Kai sighed. They returned to the food section. Naturally. Kai discovered fruit he'd never seen before. A bright orange fruit shaped like a star. Purple berries that tasted slightly fizzy. A huge green melon filled with pale blue flesh. Tiny yellow fruits that were eaten skin and all. One merchant held up a red fruit covered in spikes. Sweetheart thorn fruit. Kai stared. It looks hostile. Very sweet. Why does it have spikes? Protection. From what? The merchant looked at Terra. Things like that. Terra looked offended. Kai bought one. Opening it required gloves. Inside. Soft white flesh. Kai tasted it. Sweet. Creamy. Slightly floral. His eyes widened. Oh. Lumi received some. Then Terra. Then Flan. Everyone approved. Kai immediately bought 3 more. How long do these keep? 2 weeks. Kai smiled. Perfect. Next came spices. This stopped Kai completely. An enormous flat barge held hundreds of jars. Powders. Seeds. Leaves. Dried roots. Peppercorns. Salt in colors Kai didn't know salt could be. Black. Pink. Blue. Green. Even faintly glowing silver. Kai stared. I live here now. Lumi sat. Q. No, seriously. The spice merchant was an elderly tide elf named Ravel. His skin carried a faint sea blue tint. Long ears swept backward. Silver tattoos curved across his hands. He watched Kai smell jar after jar. Cook. Kai nodded. Traveler. Ravel smiled. Same thing sometimes. Kai liked him immediately. Ravel showed Kai sunpepper, warm but not painfully spicy. Wave salt, harvested from magical tidal pools. Coral cumin, earthy and slightly sweet. Stormseed, which tingled on the tongue. Kai tasted one stormseed. His hair stood slightly. He froze. Ravel laughed. Mana charge. Kai touched his hair. Useful warning. Kai purchased small amounts. Not too much. He had learned. Mostly. Terra discovered a bowl of polished shells. Kai noticed the dragon staring. No. Terra looked at him. RRR. Those aren't food. Terra looked back at the shells. Decorations. Terra already wore ribbons and a shell necklace. Kai crossed his arms. You have enough. Terra lowered its head. RRR. Kai lasted approximately 8 seconds. 1. Terra immediately chose the largest. Kai sighed. Of course. The shell was pale green and spiraled beautifully. Kai bought it. Terra carried it proudly in its mouth. Flan disappeared. Kai realized this while paying. He turned. Flan. Nothing. Kai froze. No. Lumi's ears lifted. Terra looked around. Kai's heart sank. Flan. They searched. Food boat. No. Spice barge. No. Purple district. Thankfully no. Kai asked merchants. Green slime. Tiny sailor hat. One pointed east. Another pointed west. A third said. It bought something. Kai stopped. Bought. Had a copper. Kai slowly checked his coin pouch. Then remembered Nim had offered Flan a copper yesterday. His eye twitched. That slime has money. Lumi suddenly sniffed the air. Q. She ran. Kai followed. Found something. They crossed 2 bridges. Turned past a fruit boat. Then stopped beside a large merchant vessel. A crowd had gathered. Kai heard. Poo. His shoulders dropped. Of course. He pushed through. Flan sat in the middle of a pile of colorful fabric. Still wearing the sailor hat. A merchant stood nearby. He refuses to leave. Kai stared. Flan. The slime bounced. Poo. You disappeared. Bounce. You crossed boats alone. Bounce. You bought something without asking. The merchant raised one hand. Actually, it hasn't paid. Kai slowly looked at Flan. The slime became still. Poo. Kai closed his eyes. Of course. What does it want? The merchant held up a tiny red scarf. Kai stared. Flan bounced wildly. Poo. Kai looked at the sailor hat. Then the scarf. Then at Flan. No. Flan sagged. Kai sighed. How much? 5 minutes later. Flan wore a sailor hat and a tiny red scarf. Kai stared. You look ridiculous. Poo. The crowd applauded. Flan bounced proudly. Kai muttered. I've lost control of this journey. They continued exploring. One boat sold enchanted fishing equipment. Another offered waterproof journals. Kai stopped. Waterproof. The merchant demonstrated by pouring water over a page. The writing remained. Kai immediately purchased one. His current journal wasn't full yet. But traveling by sea had introduced a terrifying possibility. Water. Everywhere. Another boat sold maps. Kai nearly walked past. Then stopped. Maps. The shop occupied the deck of an old narrow vessel. Rolled parchments filled wooden racks. Charts hung from ropes. Compasses covered a table. A sign read. Maris Maps. If we haven't drawn it, you probably shouldn't sail there. Kai smiled. Confident. The cartographer was a middle-aged human woman named Maris. She wore spectacles with 3 adjustable lenses. Looking for something, Kai took out his old food map. This got me to the coast. Maris examined it. Land travel. Mostly food. She looked closer. Good annotations. Kai smiled. I trusted them. Who made it? Cat Beast Folk Traveler. Maris nodded. Explains the fish symbols. Kai hadn't noticed. He looked. There were, in fact, many fish symbols. Maris spread a large maritime chart across the table. Kai leaned over. Then became silent. The Western Sea was enormous. Tidehaven sat along one tiny stretch of coastline. Selka appeared farther north. Beyond that, islands, archipelagos, shipping routes, ocean currents, reefs, ports, kingdoms. Some places had names, others only symbols. Farther south, an entire maritime realm stretched across dozens of islands. Thalassia. Kai's eyes remained there. What's this? The Ocean Kingdom. Kai looked up. Ocean Kingdom. Maris nodded. Thalassia. Largest maritime realm in this part of the Western Sea. Kai looked back at the map. Dozens of islands. Sea routes. Coral markings. He smiled slightly. Interesting. But there were more. Much more. Farther west, the map became less detailed. Island chains disappeared toward the edge. Some routes were marked with warnings. Others had question marks. One section simply said, Seasonal Whale Road. Kai stared. Whales have roads. Maris smiled. In a manner of speaking. Kai touched the edge of the map. For the first time, he understood how small his old journey looked. He had traveled far. Very far. Yet compared with this, he had barely begun. How much? Maris named the price. Kai winced. That's. Good maps aren't cheap. Kai looked at the chart again. Then at his coin pouch. Then at the chart. He sighed. Fine. He purchased it. Kai carefully rolled the maritime map and stored it inside a waterproof case. Lumi watched. Q. Kai smiled. We have directions again. Then he paused. No. He looked around at the moving market. Not directions. Options. The market shifted while they explored. Literally. Several boats detached. Others arrived. Bridges were moved. Routes changed. Kai returned toward what he thought was berth 17. It wasn't there. He stared. Where's the ship? Lumi looked around. Terra tilted its head. Kai's face paled. Where is the laughing gull? A nearby vendor laughed. Berths shifted. Kai stared. They can do that. Floating market. Kai closed his eyes. Of course. Fortunately, colored marker flags showed where ships had moved. Eventually, they found the laughing gull. Mira was already aboard. She looked at Kai's bags. Then at Terra's shell. Then at Flan's new scarf. Then at the waterproof map case. You went shopping. Kai nodded. Moderately. Mira looked at the 3 thorn fruits. Moderately. Yes. They loaded everything aboard. The laughing gull wouldn't leave until evening. Kai used the remaining time for one final thing. Food. He returned to a cooking barge where several merchants shared an open eating area. Instead of choosing one stall, Kai bought small dishes from many. Grilled moonfish, spiced prawns, coconut rice, fried star clams, pickled sea vegetables, sweet fruit cakes, seaweed noodles, a cold dish made from thinly sliced shellfish and citrus. He spread everything across a table. Lumi sat beside him. Terra sat opposite. Flan occupied a bowl despite Kai telling it not to. Kai looked at the meal. Foods from different islands, different races, different traditions, all somehow gathered in one place. A place that didn't even have permanent ground. Kai smiled. This might be my favorite kind of market. A group of sailors shared the neighboring table. One was human, one riverkin, one had feathers across both arms. Another had small horns. They spoke with different accents. They traded food casually. Nobody seemed to care where anything came from. Only whether it tasted good. Kai tried the coconut rice. Soft, fragrant, slightly sweet. Then spiced prawns. Hot, very hot. Kai's eyes watered. Lumi stared. I'm fine. He drank water. Completely fine. Flan absorbed one prawn. Kai's eyes widened. Wait. A red bubble emerged. Kai moved away. Pop. The air became spicy. Everyone at the table coughed. Kai grabbed Flan. No more spicy bubbles. Poo. By sunset, the floating market began glowing. Hundreds of lanterns lit across the boats. Their reflections moved across the water. Music grew louder. Some boats prepared to leave. Others arrived for the night. The entire place seemed alive. But never fixed. The laughing gull prepared to depart. Kai stood at the railing. The drifting bazaar slowly receded behind them. He watched bridges being lifted. Sails unfolding. Boats changing positions. Tomorrow, the market might be somewhere else. Kai opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 43. Today I visited a town that doesn't have land. He considered. Apparently that's normal here. I ate moonfish. Lumi would like me to record that moonfish is excellent. Lumi looked over. Kai added. Very excellent. Lumi seemed satisfied. Terra bought a shell. Terra proudly displayed it. Flan committed attempted shoplifting. Then acquired a scarf. Kai continued. I bought a map. His expression softened. He took the maritime chart from its case. Unrolled part of it. Even now, it seemed impossibly large. Selka. Island chains. Currents. Reefs. Thalassia. Places he'd never heard of. When I first started traveling, maps made the world feel manageable. A road here. A town there. Walk long enough and eventually you arrive somewhere. He looked toward the floating market. But today I visited a place that moves. Tomorrow someone else will find it somewhere different. Kai smiled. Maybe maps aren't promises. Maybe they're invitations. He closed the journal. Night settled over the sea. The following morning, Kai woke before sunrise. His seasickness had almost completely disappeared. He stepped onto the deck. The horizon slowly brightened. Tessa stood near the bow with her viewing tube. Kai approached. Morning. Anything interesting? Tessa looked through the tube. Ships. Kai laughed. We're on the ocean. Many ships. Kai paused. How many? She handed him the viewing tube. Kai looked. At first, blurred blue. He adjusted it. Then, oh, ships. Dozens. Large ones. Far larger than the vessels in the floating market. They moved along the coastline. Merchant vessels. Fishing ships. Passenger ships. Some with enormous sails. Others pulled by strange magical creatures in the water. Then Kai saw buildings. Warehouses. Towers. Docks. More docks. Even more docks. The coastline ahead seemed covered by them. His eyes widened. As that, Captain Mira approached. Selka. Kai lowered the viewing tube. The great port city stretched across the horizon. After the wandering drifting bazaar, they were about to enter one of the busiest permanent ports of the Western Sea. Mira smiled. Welcome to civilization again. Kai looked at the enormous harbor. Then at his new maritime map. Then at Lumi, Terra, and Flan. His stomach growled. Mira stared. Kai shrugged. Exploration requires breakfast. The Laughing Gull sailed onward. And the great port of Selka waited ahead. Chapter 44, The Great Port of Selka. Kai had thought the floating market was crowded. He had been wrong. Very wrong. The great port of Selka appeared across the horizon like someone had taken an entire city and pushed it directly into the sea. Docks stretched outward in every direction. Warehouses lined the waterfront. Hundreds of sails filled the harbor. Small fishing boats slipped between enormous merchant vessels. Passenger ships entered and departed through marked channels. Cargo cranes swung overhead. Bright flags fluttered from towers. And beyond the harbor, the city climbed gradually up a series of hills. White stone buildings, blue and terracotta roofs, tall towers, markets beneath colorful awnings. Kai stood at the bow of the Laughing Gull with his mouth slightly open. That's a lot of boats. Captain Miravel laughed behind him. Very observant. Kai ignored her. How many? In the harbor? Yes. Depends on the season. Kai waited. Mira shrugged. Several hundred. Kai turned. Several hundred. Selka connects most of the western coast with the island routes. Kai looked back toward the harbor. Another huge ship passed them. Its hull was painted deep red. 3 masts towered above the Laughing Gull. Kai slowly leaned backward to see the top. That ship has a ship on it. A smaller lifeboat hung from its side. Mira nodded. Yes. Kai looked at the Laughing Gull. Then the enormous vessel. Then Mira. Do you ever feel inadequate? Mira crossed her arms. No. Good. That ship can't enter Tidehaven. Kai paused. Then nodded. Excellent point. Lumi sat beside him. The Moon Fox watched the city with alert silver eyes. Her nose twitched. Once. Twice. Then rapidly. Q. Kai smiled. You smell food already. Q. We haven't even docked. Terra stood with its front paws against the railing. The baby Earth Dragon stared at the forest of masts. Its orange and blue ribbons fluttered in the wind, along with the polished shell necklace it had received in Tidehaven. The pale green spiral shell from the floating market remained clutched proudly in its mouth. RRR. Kai looked down. That's a city. Terra stared. RRR. A very large city. Flan bounced nearby. Tiny sailor hat. Tiny red scarf. Maximum confidence. Poo. Kai pointed. Before we enter, we need rules. Flan stopped. Lumi looked over. Terra tilted its head. Kai held up one finger. Nobody disappears. Flan sagged. Especially you. Poo. Second. Kai held up another finger. Nobody eats anything from a stall unless I pay for it. Terra slowly looked away. Kai narrowed his eyes. That includes rocks. RRR. Third. He looked at Lumi. No manipulating me into buying 12 servings of the same food. Lumi's ears lowered. Q. 2 servings. Lumi stared. 3. Her tail moved. Kai sighed. I negotiated against myself. The Laughing Gull entered the harbor. Immediately. Noise surrounded them. Barge coming through. Portside clear. Berth 62. Rope. Warehouse 3. Whose crate is this? Not mine. A bell rang from a nearby tower. Then another. Kai looked everywhere at once. A Rivercan harbor worker stood atop a floating platform holding colored flags. Tessa watched carefully. Green means proceed. Kai nodded. Red. Stop. Yellow. Prepare to change lane. Kai blinked. They have traffic rules. Mira laughed. You sound surprised. I'm from Rhodes. So are half the people here. They passed a ship crewed almost entirely by dwarves. Another carried birdfolk with bright tropical feathers. A long elegant vessel sailed past with pale blue tide elves standing silently along its deck. Kai spotted merfolk swimming directly through the harbor. Some carried waterproof parcels. Others guided boats around shallow areas. One surfaced beside the Laughing Gull. Kai nearly jumped. The merfolk man raised one hand. Morning. Kai waved awkwardly. Morning. Then the man dove beneath the water. Kai stared. I'm going to need time to get used to that. Farther inside. The smells arrived. Fish. Salt. Tar. Wood. Smoke. Spices. Bread. Roasted meat. Coffee. Or something very similar. Citrus. Kai inhaled. Then again. Mira watched him. You're doing the Lumi thing. Kai glanced at the Moon Fox. Lumi was also sniffing the air. We're travelers. You're hungry. Both can be true. The Laughing Gull finally approached a smaller dock reserved for coastal vessels. Ropes were thrown. The ship slowed, then stopped. Kai waited. The deck still moved slightly. He frowned. Mira walked past. Something wrong. Kai stepped onto the dock. The dock remained mostly still. He froze. The ground feels strange. Mira stared. Land. It isn't moving. That's generally considered a feature. Kai took another step. His body expected the floor to sway. It didn't. Kai wobbled anyway. Mira burst out laughing. Oh, that's cruel. Kai pointed at her. You caused this. The ocean caused this. You introduced us. Lumi stepped onto the dock gracefully. Of course. Terra stomped experimentally. RRR. Kai nodded. See. Terra understands. Flan bounced from the ship. Kai caught it midair. No solo exploration. Poo. The crew began unloading Tidehaven's cargo. Kai helped carry several smaller crates. Captain Mira disappeared briefly into the harbor office. When she returned, she handed Kai a small wooden token. What is this? Visitor token. Kai examined it. A stylized wave had been carved into one side. Needed. Some districts require it for people arriving by sea. Kai slipped it into his pouch. Good to know. Mira looked toward the city. You're staying. Kai nodded. For a while. Thought so. Kai smiled. That obvious. You bought a maritime map yesterday and stared at Selka for half the morning. Fair. The crew gathered. Kai suddenly realized. This was goodbye. Not forever, perhaps. But the Laughing Gull would eventually return to Tidehaven. Kai wouldn't. Not yet. Old Jory handed him a cloth packet. For the road. Kai opened it. Hard bread. Kai stared. Jory smiled. Kai laughed. Thanks. You're supposed to soak it. I learned. Tessa gave Kai a small handwritten page. Common maritime symbols. Kai looked. Current markings. Reef warnings. Safe anchorage symbols. Storm indicators. His expression softened. This is useful. That's why I gave it to you. Kai smiled. Thank you. Nim held out his hand. Kai shook it. Nim leaned closer. How much for the slime? Kai immediately pulled Flan behind him. No. Poo. Had to try. Pell and Pellin both waved. Kai still didn't know which was which. He had given up. Bram slapped Kai's shoulder hard enough to move him 2 steps. Your knots are terrible. Kai nodded. I know. Keep practicing. I will. Finally. Mira stood in front of him. So. Still hate sailors. Kai considered. Less. Mira nodded. High praise. Kai looked toward the Laughing Gull. Thanks for taking us. You paid. I also cooked. Exactly. Kai laughed. Mira pointed toward the city. If you're looking for food, go uphill from the fish auction. Kai's eyes brightened. Why? 100 Shores Market. Kai froze. What is that? Mira smiled. Tomorrow. Kai stared. Why tomorrow? Because if you go there today, you'll never see the rest of Selka. Kai narrowed his eyes. That sounds like a challenge. It's advice. Kai looked toward Lumi. Lumi looked toward him. Q. Kai sighed. Fine. Mira laughed. Explore the city first. The Laughing Gull would remain docked until evening. Kai promised to return before it departed. Then, he turned toward Selka. The first obstacle was the harbor itself. It was enormous. Kai had assumed a dock was a dock. Selka disagreed. There were entire districts built around different cargo. Fish docks, grain docks, timber docks, passenger piers, shipyards, foreign trade berths, military piers in the distance. Small craft harbors. They reached the morning fish auction. Kai stopped. Hundreds of baskets covered a vast stone courtyard. Fish of every possible size lay packed in ice. Silver, blue, red, striped, spotted. Some glowed. Some had fins like wings. One had teeth Kai found deeply unnecessary. Auctioneers shouted. 40, 45, 50, 52. Hands rose. Tokens flashed. Workers immediately moved purchased baskets toward waiting carts. Kai stared. I don't understand anything. A cat beast folk woman beside him laughed. First auction. Is it that obvious? You've been standing in the delivery lane for 30 seconds. Kai looked down. A cart was approaching. Oh. He jumped aside. Lumi stared at the fish. Kai caught her gently around the shoulders. No. Q. Those are wholesale quantities. Lumi looked at an enormous tuna-like fish. Kai imagined carrying it. No. Terra discovered the shellfish section. Kai immediately remembered the giant crab. Terra did too. A crab moved. Clack. Terra backed away. Kai smiled. I saw that. RRR. Beyond the auction stood the shipyards. Kai had never seen ships being built. He stopped again. Huge wooden skeletons rose beneath open-sided workshops. Workers shaped planks. Dwarves hammered metal fittings. Carpenters climbed scaffolding. Magic users treated timber with glowing runes. A partially completed ship towered over them. Kai stared upward. People build these by hand. A dwarf nearby snorted. How else? Kai looked at the massive hull. Very carefully. The dwarf laughed. Good answer. His name was Doran Keel. He worked as a shipwright. Kai watched him shape a curved wooden beam. How long does it take? Depends. Small fishing boat. Couple months. He pointed toward the huge vessel. That 1.5 years. Kai whistled. Doran explained how different woods were chosen. Some resisted salt. Others bent easily. Certain magical trees produced timber that naturally repelled sea creatures. Kai took notes. Doran stared. You building a ship? No. Then why write it down? Kai paused. Because I didn't know it yesterday. Doran considered. Then nodded. Fair. They continued uphill. The harbor slowly transitioned into city streets. Stone buildings replaced warehouses. Shops appeared. Taverns. Inns. Tailors. Rope sellers. Map shops. Tea houses. Import stores. Kai heard languages he didn't understand. People wore clothing from places he'd never seen. A dwarf in desert robes walked beside a merfolk woman using an enchanted floating water chair. 3 beastfolk merchants argued over spices. Tide elves carried crates beside humans. A group of shellfolk children ran past with polished shells covering their backs. Kai turned to watch. This place is incredible. Selka didn't feel like one culture. It felt like dozens colliding constantly. But not badly. Messily. Loudly. Deliciously. They reached a broad plaza overlooking the harbor. A huge fountain stood in the center. Its sculpture depicted several ships sailing outward in different directions. Words were carved around the base. Kai approached. No shore is distant to those willing to sail. He read it twice. Lumi sat beside him. Q. Kai smiled. I like that. A food cart interrupted his philosophical moment. Fried squid. Kai's head turned immediately. Lumi's did too. Kai sighed. We tried. The squid was cut into rings. Lightly battered. Fried until crisp. Then dusted with salt and powdered sea herbs. Kai bit one. Crunch. He stopped walking. That's dangerous. The vendor smiled. Another. Kai bought 2 portions. Lumi received 1 ring. Terra received another. Flan. Kai hesitated. Flan stared. Poo. No bubbles. Poo. Promise. Poo. Kai gave it a tiny piece. Flan absorbed it. Nothing happened. Kai relaxed. 5 seconds later, a bubble appeared. Kai closed his eyes. Of course. Pop. The smell of fried squid filled the plaza. 3 strangers turned. One asked, where's that coming from? Kai picked up Flan. We're leaving. They visited the sailors' quarter next. Taverns stood almost door to door. Every sign had a ridiculous name. The drunken anchor. The broken compass. The sober sailor. Someone had crossed out sober and written suspicious. Kai laughed. One tavern displayed hundreds of objects hanging from its ceiling. Foreign coins. Broken compasses. Small. Flags. Old ropes. Carved figures. Kai entered. The owner was a huge walrus-like beastfolk man named Brugo. Kai stared at his tusks. Brugo stared back. First time seeing a tuskfolk. Kai immediately looked embarrassed. Sorry. Brugo laughed. Better than pretending. The tavern was quiet during the afternoon. Kai ordered tea. Brugo stared. Tea. Kai nodded. It's afternoon. You're in a sailor's tavern. Tea. Brugo shrugged. Tea. Kai asked about the objects overhead. Travelers leave them, Brugo explained. Why? Proof. Of what? That they came back. Kai looked up. 1,000 small souvenirs. Some expensive. Most ordinary. A carved shell. A broken spoon. A tiny boot. A feather. A cracked mug. Brugo pointed toward a faded red scarf. Sailor brought that from the southern desert coast 40 years ago. Another object. That belt came from the northern whale roads. Another. Wooden mask from the Mist Islands. Kai's eyes moved from object to object. Each one represented somewhere, a journey, a person. Did they tell you the stories? Brugo smiled. Usually. Kai looked at the objects. And you remember? Some. Not all. Brugo polished a cup. That's why people tell stories again. Kai liked that answer. He told Brugo about some of his own travels. Not everything. Aerolus. Crystal Lake. The Sunflower Valley. The Mushroom Folk. Brugo laughed at Button. Kai defended the ancient and powerful name. Eventually Brugo asked, "Where are you going?" Kai took out his new maritime map. "I don't know yet." Brugo nodded. "Good sea answer." Kai laughed. "Why does everyone say that?" Brugo pointed south on the map. Thalassia. Kai looked. "The Ocean Kingdom. I heard about it yesterday. Worth seeing. Have you been?" "Twice." Kai leaned forward. "What's it like?" Brugo smiled. "Wet." Kai stared. Brugo laughed so loudly the cups rattled. "Go see it yourself." Kai sighed. Everyone is terrible at giving useful descriptions. Useful descriptions ruin surprises. Kai couldn't completely disagree. They left the tavern. By late afternoon, Kai had seen only a tiny part of Selka. And he was exhausted. Lumi was not. Terra was not. Flan definitely was not. Kai stared at them. Why am I the weak one? RRR. Poo. Rude. They headed back toward the harbor. But Kai stopped at one final place. A spice warehouse. Not because he intended to buy anything. Just to look. This was a lie he told himself. Crates from different regions filled the building. The scents were overwhelming. Cinnamon-like bark, pepper, dried citrus, herbs, smoked chilies, seeds, roots. Kai walked slowly between them. Labels showed origins. Southern Archipelago. Thalassan Isles. Eastern Highlands. Northern Coast. Saffron Desert. Kai paused. Every crate had traveled farther than he had. Food moved across the world. People carried it, shared it, changed it. The warehouse owner approached, looking for something. Kai smiled. Everything. The owner laughed. Expensive answer. Kai sighed. I know. He restrained himself. Mostly. He purchased only 2 small packets. When they returned to the Laughing Gull, the sun was beginning to set. Mira stood on the dock. Well, Kai dropped his backpack beside her. Selka is too big. Mira nodded. Correct. I saw the fish auction. Good. Shipyards. Good. Sailor's quarter. Good. Spice warehouse. Mira looked at the backpack. How much? 2 packets. Mira stared. Kai lifted his chin proudly. Self-control. The crew finished loading supplies. Soon, the Laughing Gull would return south to Tidehaven. Kai stood with them one final time. Mira held out her hand. Kai shook it. Next time you're in Tidehaven, I'll visit. Bring something strange to cook. Kai smiled. Almost guaranteed. Lumi approached. Mira. The captain crouched and scratched behind her ears. Keep him out of trouble. Kai objected. Why Lumi? Mira looked at Terra. The dragon was trying to chew a dock post. Then Flan. The slime was attempting to climb into a barrel. Mira looked back at Kai. Who else? Kai considered. Fair. The Laughing Gull departed at sunset. Kai stood on the dock. He waved. The crew waved back. Mira shouted. Learn your knots. Kai cupped his hands. I know one. Bram shouted. Badly. Kai laughed. The Laughing Gull became smaller. Then disappeared among the ships. For the first time since reaching the sea, Kai was no longer traveling with sailors. It was just them again. Kai, Lumi, Terra, Flan, and an enormous new city. They found an inexpensive inn uphill from the harbor. The Wandering Sail. The room had 2 beds. Terra immediately chose the floor. Lumi chose the window. Flan chose Kai's pillow. Kai stared. Again. Poo. He moved Flan. The slime bounced back. Kai moved it again. Flan returned. Kai sighed. Fine. Dinner was simple. Rice. Grilled fish. Vegetables. A bowl of citrus soup. Kai ate quietly. His mind remained on everything he'd seen. Back in the room, he opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 44. Selka is enormous. Kai paused. That is my professional assessment. There are more ships here than I knew existed. People from places I've never heard of walk through the same streets. I heard at least 6 languages today. Probably more. He continued. I thought oceans separated countries. Maybe they do. But ports seem to do the opposite. Kai remembered the fish auction. The shipyards. Brugo's tavern. The spice warehouse. Tide elves, riverkin, tuskfolk, humans, dwarves, beastfolk, merfolk swimming beneath the docks. Everything arrives here. Fish, spices, ships, stories, people. Then everything leaves again. He looked at his maritime map. Selka was only one dot. One port, one place among countless others. Maybe the sea isn't empty space between places. Maybe it's what connects them. Kai smiled, then remembered something. His expression changed. Mira. Lumi looked over. Q. Kai slowly turned toward her. 100 Shores Market. Lumi's ears rose. Terra's head lifted. Flan bounced. Mira had told him not to go today. Because otherwise, he wouldn't see anything else. Kai stared toward the window. The city outside had become dark. Lanterns filled the streets. Somewhere uphill, a market apparently contained food from across the Western Sea. Kai looked at his companions. We're going tomorrow. Kyuu. RRR. Poo. Kai laughed. All right, all right. He checked the coins remaining in his pouch. Then checked again. We need a budget. Lumi looked away. Terra suddenly became interested in the floor. Flan hid behind the pillow. Kai narrowed his eyes. I'm serious. No response. Kai sighed. We're doomed. Outside, Selka's harbor bells rang. Ships continued arriving even beneath the night sky. Somewhere beyond the city, roads led inland. Beyond the docks, sea routes stretched toward distant islands. And tomorrow, Kai would visit a place called the 100 Shores Market. A market where cooks from across the Western Sea gathered in one place. Kai lay down. Flan immediately bounced onto his chest. Poo. Kai stared at the ceiling. I am absolutely going to spend too much money tomorrow. Lumi's tail moved. Terra rumbled softly. Kai sighed. Worth it. Chapter 45, Food from 100 Shores. Kai had made a budget. It was a good budget. A responsible budget. A carefully considered budget designed specifically to prevent him from spending an unreasonable amount of money at Selka's famous 100 Shores Market. He had written it down. Counted his coins twice. Separated what he could spend from what he absolutely could not spend. Then Lumi smelled something from 3 streets away. Q. Kai looked at the Moon Fox. No. Lumi's ears pointed toward the uphill road. Q. We haven't even reached the market. Her tail began moving. Kai tightened his grip on his coin pouch. I have a system. Terra trotted beside them. RRR. Flan bounced happily in its sailor hat and tiny red scarf. Poo. Kai looked at all 3. You are going to respect the budget. Silence. Kai sighed. I don't know why I bother. They had left the wandering sail shortly after sunrise. Selka was already awake. Porters pushed carts downhill toward the harbor. Bakers opened shutters. Sailors searched for breakfast. Merchants arranged goods beneath awnings. The morning air carried smells from dozens of kitchens. Kai had deliberately skipped breakfast. This was strategy. Lumi disagreed. Repeatedly. Save space, Kai explained. Q. We're visiting a food market. Q. Exactly. That's why we don't eat beforehand. Lumi stared at him as if he'd committed a crime against nature. Kai frowned. Stop judging me. They followed Captain Myra's directions. Up from the fish auction. Past the fountain. Across a broad avenue lined with imported goods shops. Then through a stone archway. Kai stopped. Oh. The market stretched across an enormous terraced plaza overlooking the sea. Colorful awnings covered hundreds of stalls. Some were permanent stone kitchens. Others were carts. Others were tents. Several were literally pieces of ships converted into restaurants. Flags from distant regions hung overhead. And beneath them, food. Everywhere. Smoke curled from grills. Steam rose from enormous pots. Bread baked in clay ovens. Seafood sizzled over charcoal. Spices filled the air. Fruit was stacked into colorful towers. People ate while walking. People ate while sitting. People ate while waiting for more food. A huge wooden sign stood over the entrance. The 100 Shores Market. Beneath it, 1C. 100 tables. Kai became completely still. Lumi sat beside him. Q. Terra stared. RRR. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai slowly reached into his coat. He took out the paper containing his budget. Looked at it. Looked at the market. Then folded the paper. Very carefully. And put it away. We'll be flexible. Lumi's tail began wagging. The first section was labeled. Northern Coast. Kai immediately noticed familiar foods. Smoked fish. salt bread, seaweed crackers, pickled vegetables, Tidehaven-style shellfish soup. He smiled. Home territory. Well, not home, but familiar now. A stall sold Tidehaven salt bread. Kai bought one. He bit into it, paused. Not as good. The vendor stared. Kai froze. I mean, the elderly woman crossed her arms. Not as good as where? Kai swallowed. Tidehaven. Silence. The woman narrowed her eyes. Whose? Kai became increasingly nervous. Mara's bakery. The woman's expression changed. That old thief. Kai blinked. You know her. My sister. Kai stared. Oh. The woman handed him another roll. Try this batch. Kai did. Better. He nodded seriously. Closer. She grinned. Good. Lumi received half. Terra received half of Kai's second roll. Flan. Kai looked at the slime. No. Poo. You don't even chew. Flan sagged. Kai gave it a tiny piece. Poo. Manipulation. They continued. The market was divided geographically. Northern coast. Western islands. Southern archipelago. Deepwater communities. Foreign shores. Kai stopped beneath the directory. Where do we start? Lumi turned toward the western islands. Terra turned toward the southern archipelago. Flan bounced toward foreign shores. Kai stared. Wonderful. He pointed. Clockwise. Nobody objected. Mostly because nobody understood clocks. Kai realized this. We'll go left. The western islands. The first unfamiliar dish came from a tiny island called Manhwa. A woman grilled large prawns over charcoal. The shells had been split and brushed with a thick orange sauce. Kai ordered one. The vendor squeezed fresh citrus over it. SSSSSS's. The aroma hit him immediately. Kai's eyes widened. What is that sauce? Firefruit butter. Kai took a bite. Sweet. Buttery. Smoky. Then, heat. Kai froze. His eyes watered. Oh. The vendor smiled. Good. Kai swallowed. Violent. She laughed. Lumi sniffed. Kai moved the prawn away. No. Q. Too spicy. Lumi stared. Kai sighed. One tiny piece. Lumi ate it. Paused. Her ears shot upward. She sneezed. QCHH. Kai burst out laughing. Lumi glared. I'm sorry. He wasn't. Terra ate a piece. No reaction. Kai stared. You can handle that. RRR. Kai looked offended. I'm being outperformed by a baby dragon. Flan stretched toward it. Kai immediately grabbed the slime. Absolutely not. He remembered the spicy bubble from the floating market. Poo. Society isn't ready. Kai wrote down the sauce ingredients. Firefruit. Butter. Citrus. Garlic. Sea salt. Simple. Effective. Painful. He loved it. Next came sea grape salad. Tiny green spheres clustered on delicate stems. Kai lifted one. They look like miniature grapes. The Tide Elf vendor nodded. That's why landfolk call them sea grapes. What do you call them? Vesely. Kai repeated carefully. Vesely. The vendor smiled. Better. Kai bit one. Pop. His eyebrows rose. Salty. Fresh. Crisp. Almost like the ocean had become a vegetable. Lumi tried one. Then another. Then attempted to take the entire bowl. Kai pulled it away. 3 servings. Lumi froze. Kai pointed. We negotiated. Q. Don't pretend you forgot. The next stall served charcoal grilled squid. Whole squid. Tentacles and all. Kai watched the cook brush it with a dark glaze. What's in that? Fermented shell sauce. Kai blinked. Shell. Shellfish. Oh. Much less alarming. The squid was smoky, slightly sweet, and tender. Kai immediately started thinking. Cedar pepper. The cook looked over. What? Kai shook his head. Nothing. His cooking brain had activated. They moved deeper into the market. Kai tried small portions. That was the plan. Small portions meant more dishes. Unfortunately, Terra had not agreed to this plan. The dragon stopped in front of a stall selling enormous skewers. Chunks of grilled fish alternated with vegetables. Terra stared. RRR. Kai kept walking. RRR. Kai continued. RRRRR. Kai stopped. You're getting very good at that. Terra's tail wagged. Kai bought one skewer. 5 minutes later, Terra carried it proudly. Kai looked at the dragon's accessories. Ribbons. Shell necklace. Green spiral shell tied to the side of its travel pouch. Now a skewer almost as long as its body. Kai sighed. You look like a tiny festival merchant. The southern archipelago. Everything became brighter. The awnings, the clothing, the fruit, even the food. Kai saw ingredients he had purchased at the floating market. Thorn fruit, star-shaped citrus, blue melons. But here, they were cooked. One stall served coconut rice wrapped inside large green leaves. Kai opened one. Steam escaped. The rice had been cooked with coconut milk, herbs, and tiny pieces of fish. Kai tasted it. Soft, fragrant, comforting, not flashy, just good. He immediately took another bite. A voice beside him said, "Needs lime." Kai turned. A young woman stood behind the neighboring stall. Long sea-green hair had been tied into a loose braid. Her pointed ears identified her as a tide elf. A pale apron covered blue travel clothes. Kai looked at his rice. It already has citrus. Not enough. The woman handed him a lime wedge. Squeeze. Kai did. Taste it again. He paused. "You're right." She smiled smugly. Obviously. Kai looked at her stall. A wooden sign read, "Neris, Tideline Kitchen. Food from wherever I last stopped." Kai smiled. Traveler. Cook. Both. Neris considered. Usually. Kai laughed. Her stall didn't specialize in one region. Instead, dishes from several islands covered the counter. Cold noodles, grilled shellfish, spiced rice, fruit sauces, pickled sea vegetables. Kai's eyes moved rapidly. Neris noticed. "You cook." Kai blinked. "How do people keep knowing? You've been staring at ingredients instead of eating them." Kai looked down. He had, in fact, been examining the rice. "Fair." Neris held out her hand. "Neris." Kai. Her gaze shifted downward. And Kai introduced them. Lumi. Q. Terra. RRR. Flan. Puu. Neris stared at Flan's sailor hat and red scarf. "Of course." Kai nodded. "That's the correct response." She offered Kai a small bowl. "Try." Inside were pale noodles with green herbs and thin slices of something translucent. Kai sniffed. Citrus. Sesame-like oil. Salt. Something floral. He tasted. His eyes widened. "What are the noodles?" "Seaweed." Kai looked again. "That's seaweed. Ground, mixed with pearl flour, then pulled." Kai immediately took out his notebook. Neris laughed. "Seriously?" "Yes." She explained the process. Kai wrote rapidly. Neris leaned against the counter. "You really travel around collecting recipes?" Kai nodded. "Not just recipes." "Then what?" Kai thought. "Meals." Neris raised an eyebrow. "Difference." Kai looked around the market. "Recipes tell me how food is made." He glanced at the tables filled with travelers. "Meals tell me where I was when I ate it." Neris became quiet for a moment. Then smiled. "That's annoyingly sentimental." Kai laughed. "I've been told worse." She pointed toward the back of the stall. "Want to see the kitchen?" Kai's eyes brightened. "Yes." Immediate. No hesitation. Lumi attempted to follow. Kai stopped her. "No." Q. Kitchen. Lumi stared. Food preparation area. Her expression became even more determined. Neris laughed. "She can come." Kai sighed. "You've made a powerful enemy into a powerful ally." The kitchen was tiny. Everything had a place. Knives, pans, spices, fresh seafood packed in ice, fruit, herbs, several jars of fermented sauces. Kai stared at one. "What's that?" "Don't smell it." Kai smelled it. He recoiled. Neris laughed. "I told you." "Why is that food?" "Because it tastes better than it smells." "That feels like a dangerous philosophy." Neris showed him how she prepared her seaweed noodles. Kai showed her cedar pepper. She smelled it. Forest spice. Mushroom folk. She looked at him. Kai sighed. "Nobody believes me." He explained Button. Neris laughed. "Ancient and powerful name." "Yes." "Button." "Yes." She laughed harder. Kai pointed. He reacted exactly like that. They experimented. Neris sprinkled cedar pepper over grilled shellfish. Kai tasted. "Good." She nodded. "Very good." Then Kai added a tiny amount of wave salt he'd purchased from Ravel. Neris tasted. "Too salty." Kai nodded. "Too salty." They adjusted. Again. "Better." Lumi became official quality control. Every time they produced something. She appeared. Q. Kai stared. "You've eaten enough." Q. Neris handed her another piece. Kai looked betrayed. Neris. "Quality control. You met her 20 minutes ago. She's qualified." Lumi lifted her head proudly. Terra waited outside. When Kai returned, the skewer was gone. The wooden stick was gone too. Kai stared. Did you eat the stick? Terra looked away. RRR. Terra. Silence. Kai sighed. Fiber, I suppose. Flan had somehow acquired a small paper flag. Kai didn't ask. He was learning. Before Kai left, Neris tore a piece of paper from her recipe book. She wrote down several ingredients. These stalls. Kai looked. What are they? If you're trying foods from everywhere, don't waste stomach space on tourist versions. Kai gasped. You understand. Neris rolled her eyes. Go. Kai carefully folded the list. Will you be here tomorrow? For another week. Kai smiled. I might come back. Neris looked at his companions. I assumed. Foreign shores. Neris's list led them toward the far side of the market. Here, Kai stopped recognizing almost everything. One stall served flatbread from a desert coast. Another offered thick stew filled with unfamiliar beans. A dwarf sold roasted root vegetables covered in red spice. Birdfolk merchants served fruit stuffed with sweetened grains. Kai tried a small bowl of pearl pudding. White grains floated in creamy coconut milk. A violet syrup had been poured over the top. Kai tasted. His eyes softened. Sweet. Not overwhelmingly. Gentle. Cooling. After hours of salty seafood and spices. Perfect. Lumi stared. Kai moved the bowl away. No. Q. You've eaten enough. Lumi slowly placed one paw on Kai's knee. Kai stared. That's dirty. Her eyes widened innocently. Kai lasted 3 seconds. Fine. Terra got some. Flan got some. Kai looked at his nearly empty bowl. I bought this for me. Nobody cared. They ate roasted corn brushed with herb butter. Tiny fish fried whole until crisp. Cold fruit soup. Sea grape dumplings. A strange bread filled with minced shellfish. Kai sampled sauces, spices, pickles. Eventually, he stopped. Not because there was nothing left to try. That was impossible. He stopped because he physically could not continue. Kai sat at a communal table. His backpack rested beside him. His notebook lay open. His stomach had surrendered. I made mistakes. Lumi lay beneath the table. Even she looked full. Terra had collapsed beside a bench. Flan was still bouncing. Kai stared. Where does it go? Pooh. I don't understand your biology. Kai took out the budget. He unfolded it, looked at the original number. Then checked his remaining coins. Silence. He folded the paper again. We don't discuss this. Lumi opened one eye. Q. Nobody. Around them. The market remained alive. Cooks shouted orders. Travelers shared tables. Sailors exchanged recommendations. A family of riverken ate food from the desert coast. 2 dwarves argued over Tide elf noodles. A human child tried sea grapes for the first time and made exactly the same surprised face Kai had. Kai smiled. The name suddenly made sense. 100 shores. It wasn't literally 100. Maybe there were more. Maybe fewer. That wasn't the point. Every stall represented somewhere else. A coastline. An island. A village. A family. A kitchen. Kai looked at his notebook. Pages of ingredients. Methods. Names. But something bothered him. He hadn't just learned recipes. He had learned why people used them. Coconut milk because coconuts grew everywhere on certain islands. Preserved fish because voyages lasted weeks. Strong citrus because it cut through rich seafood. Pickles because vegetables needed to survive travel. Food followed geography, climate, history, necessity. Kai smiled. Travelers cooking. He remembered the fishermen in Tidehaven. Food that doesn't belong to one place anymore. An idea formed. Kai looked at his ingredients. Cedar pepper, sunseed, wave salt, firefruit, sea grapes, citrus, blue brook garlic. He could. Kai stood, then immediately sat again. No. Lumi looked up. Q. I almost tried cooking. He held his stomach. Tomorrow. They remained until late afternoon. Kai returned briefly to Neris's stall. She was serving customers. When she saw him, she laughed. You look defeated. I was ambitious. First 100 shores visit. Yes. Everyone makes that mistake. Kai nodded solemnly. Neris handed him a small packet. What's this? Sea grape seeds. Kai blinked. Can these grow inland? Maybe. Very helpful. She shrugged. Traveler. Kai laughed. Thanks. Neris waved. Bring me something strange next time. Kai thought about his backpack. I can probably do that now. They left the market as the sun began descending. Kai looked back from the stone archway. The smells followed them. Smoke. Bread. Spices, seafood, fruit, 100 places mixed together. On the walk back to the inn, nobody spoke much, mostly because everyone was too full. Terra moved slowly. Lumi's tail dragged slightly. Flan remained inexplicably energetic. Kai pointed at it. Unnatural. Pooh. That evening, Kai didn't eat dinner. This might have been the first time since beginning his journey. He simply made tea, then sat beside the window. He opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 45. I went to the 100 Shores Market. He paused. I survived. Barely. Kai smiled. I tried food from places I've never visited. Some of it was familiar. Most wasn't. Some hurt. He underlined that. Fire fruit. I met a Tide elf cook named Neris. She says food needs more lime. Kai considered. She is usually right. He looked at the recipes he'd collected. Then continued. I used to think learning a recipe meant learning ingredients and instructions. Today I realized that's only part of it. Why is the fish smoked? Why is the vegetable pickled? Why does one island use coconut while another uses butter? Why do sailors eat bread that could be used as construction material? Kai smiled. Old Jory would object. Food remembers where it came from. He stopped, looked through the window. Far below, Selka's harbor glowed beneath hundreds of lights. Ships from distant shores rested side by side. Maybe that's why I like eating when I travel. It's another way of listening. Kai closed the journal. Lumi slept near the window. Terra was already snoring. Flan sat on Kai's pillow. Again, Kai didn't bother arguing. He looked at Neris's handwritten list one more time. At the bottom, she'd added something Kai hadn't noticed earlier. If you want really strange seafood, check the tidal pools east of Selka at low tide. Kai stared. Strange seafood. Lumi's eyes opened. Kai looked over. You were asleep. Q. Kai checked his maritime map. The eastern coast outside Selka was marked with rocky shallows. Tidal pools. He smiled. Tomorrow. Lumi stood. Terra woke. RRR. Flan bounced. Pooh. Kai laughed. I said tomorrow. The following morning, they left Selka through the eastern gate. The city slowly disappeared behind them. A narrow coastal trail descended toward a wide stretch of rocky shoreline. The tide had withdrawn. Hundreds of shallow pools glittered beneath the morning sun. Kai stepped carefully between the rocks. Let's see what Neris considers strange. Lumi sniffed. Terra inspected a shell. Flan bounced beside a pool. Then Lumi stopped. Her ears rose. Q. Kai turned. What? Lumi wasn't looking at the water near them. She was staring farther down the shore. Between two dark rocks, something moved. Weakly. Kai's smile disappeared. Lumi. The Moon Fox ran. Kai followed. They rounded the rocks and stopped. A small creature lay partially inside a tidal pool. Blue scales covered its back. Soft gray-white fur covered its belly. Tiny translucent fins rested against its sides. Its body resembled a strange mixture of a seal, an otter, and something almost draconic. One fin was injured. A thin line of blood colored the water. The creature lifted its head. Large blue eyes stared at Kai. It made a tiny sound. Roo. Kai immediately crouched. Oh. Lumi approached carefully. The creature tried to move. Failed. Kai set down his backpack. Easy. The little sea beast watched him fearfully. Kai reached slowly for his medicine pouch. We're not here to hurt you. The creature trembled. Lumi lay down several steps away, making herself smaller. Q. The sea beast looked at her. Then at Kai. Kai examined the injured fin from a distance. Whatever plans he'd had for strange seafood disappeared completely. He sighed softly. Well. Terra sat beside him. Flan stopped bouncing. Kai opened his first aid supplies. Looks like we're staying a little longer. Far beyond the tidal pools, waves rolled toward the western horizon. And beside Kai, the strange little sea creature closed its eyes from exhaustion. Chapter 46, The Little Sea Beast. Kai had gone to the tidal pools looking for strange seafood. Instead, he found something that needed help. The little creature lay half submerged between two dark rocks, its body trembling whenever a wave washed gently into the pool. Blue scales covered its back. Soft gray-white fur ran along its belly and neck. Two small translucent fins rested against its sides, while another pair near its tail shimmered faintly whenever sunlight touched them. Its face reminded Kai slightly of an otter. Its body reminded him of a seal. And the tiny curved ridges above its eyes reminded him. Kai glanced at Terra. A little bit of a dragon. Terra stared at the creature. RRR. Kai pointed. I said a little. Terra puffed out its chest. The sea beast lifted its head weakly. Rue. Kai's attention immediately returned to it. Easy. He crouched beside the tidal pool. The creature tried to retreat. Its injured fin moved. It flinched. A thin cloud of red spread through the water. Kai's expression tightened. Don't move. Of course, the creature didn't understand him. Probably. Lumi approached slowly. Unlike Kai, she didn't enter the pool. She simply lay down on a nearby rock. Her body relaxed. Tail still. Head lowered. Q. The little sea beast stared at her. Lumi blinked. Q. The creature's trembling slowly eased. Kai smiled. You're better at this than I am. Lumi glanced at him. Q. Don't get smug. Kai opened his first aid pouch. He'd collected and replaced supplies many times throughout his journey. Bandages. Clean cloth. Herbal salve. Disinfecting tincture. Needle and thread. Several basic potions. He had treated scratches. Burns. Cuts. Blisters. One extremely embarrassing cooking accident involving a knife and an onion. But, a magical sea creature. New. Kai examined the injured fin without touching it. A jagged cut ran along its base. Not deep enough to sever anything. But definitely painful. Something had also become tangled around the fin. A thin transparent cord. Kai frowned. Fishing line. He leaned closer. Not exactly. It looked like some kind of translucent sea fiber. Perhaps rope. Perhaps netting. Whatever it was, it had tightened around the creature's fin. Kai looked toward Lumi. I need to get closer. Lumi lifted her head. Q. I know. Kai removed his boots. Then stepped into the tidal pool. Cold water reached his ankles. Then calves. Cold. Terra approached the edge. RRR. Kai immediately pointed. Stay. Terra sat. Surprisingly. Progress. Flan bounced onto a rock. Its sailor hat remained somehow perfectly balanced on top of its body. The tiny red scarf fluttered in the sea breeze. Pooh. Kai stared. You also stay. Flan bounced once. Then stopped. More progress. Kai became suspicious. He moved slowly. The creature watched. Its large blue eyes never left him. Kai kept both hands visible. I'm going to help. One step. The creature tensed. Kai stopped. Okay. He waited. A small wave entered the pool. Water moved around them. Kai remained still. Lumi made another quiet sound. Q. The creature looked toward her. Kai took another step. Then another. Eventually, he was close enough. Kai slowly extended one hand. The sea beast sniffed. Its tiny nose moved. Kai waited. The creature sniffed again. Then, very cautiously, it touched its nose to his fingers. Kai smiled. Hello. Terra immediately growled. RRR. Kai looked over. Jealous. Terra looked away. Kai smiled wider. Definitely jealous. RRR. The sea creature flinched again. Kai stopped teasing Terra. Right. He carefully touched the transparent cord. The beast jerked. Rue. Sorry. Kai pulled his hand back. Sorry. The cord had cut into the fin. Removing it carelessly would make the wound worse. Kai looked toward his bag. Lumi. The Moon Fox stood. Kai pointed toward the small cutting knife. Can you bring that? Lumi walked to the pack. Sniffed. Then carefully took the leather sheath between her teeth. She brought it to him. Kai smiled. Thank you. Q. He removed the knife. Small blade. Sharp. Perfect. Kai slowly reached toward the cord. The creature began trembling again. Easy. Lumi moved closer. Not into the water. Just to the edge. Their noses nearly touched. Q. The little sea beast stared at her. Kai slid the blade beneath the cord. Carefully. Very carefully. One mistake could cut the fin. His hands remained steady. Snip. The first strand broke. The creature jerked. Kai stopped. Good. Another. Snip. Then another. The cord loosened. Kai gently pulled it away. A long tangled piece emerged from beneath the fin. He stared. How did you even get into this? The creature made a weak sound. Rue. Kai sighed. Right. Difficult question. Once the cord was removed, Kai could see the wound properly. It looked painful, but not catastrophic. He cleaned it with fresh water from his travel flask rather than seawater. The creature squirmed. I know. Then disinfecting tincture. The creature made a louder noise. You. Kai winced. Yes. That part is terrible. Terra growled at the bottle. Kai laughed softly. It's medicine. Terra continued glaring at it. Kai applied salve, then stared at the bandage. Bandaging a fin while the creature needed to swim presented an obvious problem. A voice behind him said. Don't wrap it. Kai turned sharply. A man stood on the rocks. He was elderly, with deep blue-gray skin and long white hair tied behind his head. His lower legs were covered in fine scales. Riverkin. No. Kai noticed small fin-like ridges behind his ears. The man carried a woven basket filled with shellfish. Kai remained cautious. Why? Needs movement. The man crouched. If you bind a tide glider's fin too tightly, healing tissue stiffens. Kai looked at the creature. Tide glider. The old man nodded. Young one. Kai looked at the bandage. Then put it away. Good timing. The man smiled. Would have shouted sooner, but you were doing well. Kai stared. You watched me struggle. Learning experience. Kai sighed. Everyone near the ocean is like this. The old man introduced himself as Oris. He lived in a small fishing settlement east of Selka and collected shellfish from the tidal pools. Kai gestured toward the injured creature. You know what it is. Tide glider. Oris stepped closer. The little creature watched him nervously. They live offshore. Magical beast. Technically. Are they dangerous? Oris laughed. Only to fish. Kai relaxed. Oris crouched near the water. See the side fins. Kai nodded. They use them underwater. And those? Kai pointed toward the translucent fins farther along its back. For gliding. Kai blinked. Gliding. Oris nodded. When they're moving fast enough, they'll leap from the water and ride the wind. Kai stared at the small creature. Everything in this ocean wants to fly. Oris chuckled. They travel in pods. Kai's expression changed. Pods. Families. Sometimes 20. Sometimes 50. Kai looked around. Empty tidal pools. Rocky coast. Open sea. No other tide gliders. Where's this one's family? Oris became quieter. Good question. The tide glider lowered its head. Kai looked at the wound. Could it have washed ashore? Possible. Storm. Could be. There wasn't one last night. Not here. Oris pointed west. Seas larger than what you can see from shore. Kai knew that. His maritime map had made that painfully clear. Still, he looked at the tiny creature. Alone. Injured. How old? Oris shrugged. Young. Very useful. You're welcome. Kai smiled despite himself. What does it eat? Fish. Lumi's ears rose. Kai looked at her. No. Q. Different situation. Oris pointed toward the tide glider's mouth. Small fish. Shellfish. Sometimes sea grapes. Kai looked toward the creature. Convenient. His backpack contained sea grapes. Kai took out a small cluster. The tide glider sniffed. Its eyes followed the food. Kai held one closer. Want it? The creature hesitated. Then gently took it. Pop. Its eyes widened. Kai smiled. Good. Rue. Lumi immediately moved closer. Kai stared. Those are for the patient. Lumi sat. Q. Do not steal food from an injured animal. Her ears lowered. Kai offered another. The tide glider ate. Then another. Soon it lifted its head more eagerly. Kai laughed softly. Okay. Oris watched. Seems to like you. Kai shook his head. It likes sea grapes. Same difference sometimes. Terra approached. Slowly. Kai watched carefully. The tide glider noticed. Its body tensed. Terra stopped. RRR. The little creature made a nervous sound. Rue. Terra sat. For once. The dragon didn't charge forward. Didn't sniff aggressively. Didn't attempt to climb into the pool. It simply sat. Several seconds passed. Terra lowered its head. RRR. The tide glider stared. Then. Rue. Kai smiled. Look at that. Terra immediately puffed its chest. Kai laughed. And ruined it. Flan bounced closer. Kai turned. Slowly. Flan stopped. Then made the tiniest bounce Kai had ever seen. Pup. Kai covered his mouth. That might be worse. The tide glider stared at Flan. Flan stared back. Poo. Rue. Poo. Rue. Kai looked at Oris. Are they talking? Oris shrugged. I don't speak slime. Neither do I. Flan extended a tiny pseudopod. The tide glider sniffed it. Then licked it. Flan froze. Kai froze. Terra froze. Lumi's ears lifted. Poo. The tide glider licked Flan again. Flan bounced wildly. Puuu. Kai laughed. Apparently friends. The tide glider tried to stand. Its injured fin gave way. Kai caught it. Whoa. The creature landed against his chest. For a moment, it panicked, then stopped. Kai held it carefully. It was heavier than it looked. Warm too, despite living in cold water. Oris inspected the wound. Needs rest. How long? Couple days before I'd let it swim far. Kai looked toward Selka. Can it stay here? Oris frowned. Tide rises. Kai looked around. Right. The pool would eventually disappear beneath the ocean. And predators. Oris nodded. That too. Kai sighed. So it needs somewhere safe. Oris stood. There's a sheltered cove farther east. Far. Half hour. People. Small fisher camp. Kai looked at the tide glider. It rested against him. Rue. Kai sighed. Of course. He put his boots back on. Then carefully wrapped the tide glider in one of his spare blankets. Not tightly. Just enough to keep it comfortable. Kai lifted it. The creature's head emerged. Large blue eyes looked around. Terra stared. Kai stared back. No. RRR. You cannot ride on top. Terra looked deeply offended. The walk to the cove took longer than half an hour. Mostly because Kai was carrying a sea beast. A surprisingly heavy sea beast. After 15 minutes, Kai's arms hurt. How? Step. Are you? Step. This heavy. The tide glider slept. Kai stared. Rude. Lumi walked beside him. Terra carried Kai's medicine pouch. Flan rode on top of the backpack. Kai looked at Flan. You could walk. Pooh. Of course not. The fisher camp appeared around a sheltered inlet. Only 6 cottages. Several small boats. Drying racks. A stone pier. Children immediately noticed them. One pointed. Is that a tideglider? Kai sighed. I know this pattern. Within minutes, everyone knew. A middle-aged fisherwoman named Mela offered them an unused storage hut beside the water. It smelled faintly of rope and salt. Kai didn't care. It was dry, safe, and free. We'll clean it, Kai promised. Mela waved. Just don't let that dragon eat the walls. Kai slowly looked at Terra. Terra was chewing a wooden bucket. We'll try. The villagers helped prepare a shallow water basin connected to the cove through a narrow channel. Enough water for the tide glider to rest. Not enough current to pull it away. Kai lowered the creature carefully. It floated, then immediately rested its head on the edge nearest Kai. He stared. You could use the entire pool. Rue. Kai smiled. Fine. Oris showed Kai how to apply a local healing paste made from crushed sea herbs. It won't close the wound instantly. Good. Oris raised an eyebrow. Kai shrugged. I don't trust medicine that fixes everything instantly. Smart. It usually has side effects. Smarter. Kai mixed the paste. Sea herbs. A little salt. Oil from a coastal plant. The smell was sharp but clean. He applied it. The tide glider complained. Loudly. RUUU. I know. RUU. You complained less about the disinfectant. RUUU. Yes, yes. Lumi watched. Terra watched. Flan watched. Kai looked at them. Nobody is helping. Lumi looked away. Terra suddenly inspected the wall. Flan bounced backward. Kai sighed. Wonderful companions. By afternoon, the tide glider was sleeping. Kai finally sat outside the hut. His shoulders hurt. His trousers were wet. He smelled like fish, sea herbs, and whatever Flan smelled like after being licked by a magical sea beast. He leaned against the wall. Strange seafood. Lumi sat beside him. Q. Neris sent us looking for strange seafood. Kai laughed. Instead we found a patient. He looked toward the basin. The tide glider slept peacefully. Terra had positioned itself nearby. Not close enough to disturb it, but close enough to watch. Kai smiled. Oris sat on an overturned bucket, planning to keep it. Kai immediately shook his head. No. Terra looked over. Lumi looked over. Flan stopped bouncing. Kai stared at all three. What? Oris laughed. Kai pointed toward the basin. It has a family. Probably. So when it's healthy, it goes back. Oris nodded. Reasonable. Kai crossed his arms. Thank you. The tide glider woke. It looked around, saw Kai, then made a happy sound. Rue. Kai became still. Oris smiled. Kai pointed at him. Don't. I said nothing. Your face said something. That evening, Kai cooked for the small fishing camp. It seemed only fair. They had given him shelter, helped with the basin, provided fish for the tide glider. So Kai made dinner. He used ingredients from the 100 Shores market. coconut rice, fresh local fish, sea grapes, citrus, a little cedar pepper. Neris's advice echoed in his head. Needs lime. Kai added more. Taste it. She's right again. The villagers gathered outside. Simple tables, lanterns, sea breeze. Children ran around Terra. Lumi received fish from at least 3 people despite Kai's objections. Flan performed bubble tricks. Kai became worried. Nothing spicy. Poo. The tide glider couldn't join the table. So Kai brought it a small bowl of chopped fish and sea grapes. He placed it near the water. Here. The creature sniffed. Ate one piece. Then another. Then looked at Kai. Rue. Kai smiled. You're welcome. Mela watched from nearby. Needs a name. Kai froze. No. The children immediately gathered. Yes. No. What about Blue? No. Finny. No. Wave. No. Fish Dragon. Terra growled. RRR. Kai nodded. Terra objects. One girl pointed. Ripple. Kai paused. The tide glider moved slightly. A small circle of water spread around it. Ripple. Kai looked at the creature. That's not bad. The children cheered. Kai raised both hands. Temporary. Nobody listened. Kai crouched. Ripple. The tide glider looked at him. Rue. Kai sighed. Of course. That night, Kai prepared a bed inside the storage hut. Lumi curled near the door. Terra slept beside the basin. Flan occupied Kai's pillow. Again, Kai didn't even bother. He opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 46. Today I found strange seafood. Kai stared at the sentence. Then crossed out seafood. Today I found a strange sea creature. Better. Oris says it's called a tide glider. Apparently they swim, glide through the air, and travel in family groups. Kai looked toward the basin. Ripple slept. Its injured fin rested carefully against its side. This one is alone. He paused. Then continued. Its injury isn't terrible. A few days of rest should help. Then I'll release it. Kai underlined. Release it. Lumi opened one eye. Kai noticed. Yes. Q. It has a family. Lumi closed her eye. Kai narrowed his. Why does everyone act like I've already adopted it? Terra rumbled softly in its sleep. Ripple responded. Rue. Terra's tail moved. Kai smiled despite himself. The children named it Ripple. Temporarily. He underlined that too. Kai closed the journal. Outside, waves moved gently into the sheltered cove. The fishing village became quiet. Lanterns slowly went dark. Kai lay down. Several hours later, something wet touched his hand. Kai woke. What? He looked down. Ripple had somehow left the basin. The tide glider lay beside his bed. Its head rested on Kai's hand. Kai stared. How did you? Ripple's eyes were closed. Rue. Kai looked toward the basin. Then the narrow wet trail across the floor. Then back at Ripple. You have an injured fin. No response. Kai carefully lifted it, carried it back, placed it in the water. Stay. Ripple blinked. Rue. Kai returned to bed. 10 minutes later. Slap. Drag. Slap. Kai opened his eyes. Ripple was halfway across the floor. Kai stared. Ripple froze. Rue. No. He returned it again. Water. Ripple stared. Sleep. Rue. Kai pointed. Stay. Kai lay down. 5 minutes. 10. Silence. He smiled. Success. Then something landed beside him. Flop. Kai opened his eyes. Ripple. He stared at the ceiling. Why? Ripple rested against him. Rue. Lumi lifted her head. Kai looked at her. Don't. Lumi placed her head back down. Kai could practically feel the smugness. He looked at Terra. The dragon was awake. RRR. Don't you start. Flan bounced once on the pillow. Poo. Nobody asked you. Kai sighed, then pulled part of his blanket over Ripple. One night, the tide glider immediately relaxed. Kai pointed at it. Tomorrow, you sleep in the water. Rue. That's an agreement. Ripple closed its eyes. Morning came. Kai woke. Ripple was still beside him. Lumi slept against Ripple. Terra slept against Lumi. Flan rested on Kai's head. Kai stared at the ceiling. This is getting out of control. After breakfast, Kai checked Ripple's wound. Better. Not healed, but cleaner. Less swollen. Good. Ripple wagged its translucent tail fin. Rue. Kai smiled. Another couple days. He carried Ripple to the cove. The tide glider entered the shallow water. Swam carefully. Turned. Then returned immediately. Kai stared. Go. Ripple stayed. Explore. Ripple climbed partly onto the shore. Kai crossed his arms. No. Ru. Kai walked 10 steps away. Ripple followed through the shallows. Kai walked back. Ripple followed. Kai moved left. Ripple followed. Right. Followed. Kai stopped. Ripple stopped. Mela laughed from the pier. Looks like you've got a shadow. Kai looked at Ripple. No. Ru. Kai walked toward the village. Ripple swam along the shoreline beside him. He sped up. Ripple sped up. Kai stopped. The tide glider stopped. Lumi joined them. Terra joined them. Flan bounced behind. Kai looked at the increasingly ridiculous procession. No. Nobody listened. He pointed at Ripple. You are recovering. Ru. You are not joining us. Ru. You live in the ocean. Ripple splashed happily. Kai rubbed his forehead. This is going to be difficult. Far offshore, beyond the sheltered cove, something broke the surface. Once. Then disappeared. Kai didn't notice. But Ripple did. The little tide glider suddenly became still. Its ears, or what Kai assumed were ears, lifted. It stared toward the distant sea. Ru. Kai looked over. What? Ripple continued staring. For several seconds. Nothing happened. Then the tide glider lowered its head. Kai crouched beside it. Family. Ripple looked at him. He couldn't know if it understood. But somehow, the little creature seemed quieter. Kai gently touched its head. We'll find them. He paused. He hadn't meant to say that. Lumi looked at him. Terra looked at him. Flan bounced. Kai sighed. Don't look at me like that. He looked toward the endless western sea. Then back at Ripple. First you heal. Ripple nudged his hand. Ru. Kai smiled. Then we'll figure out where you belong. Chapter 47, Following the Tide Gliders. Ripple was supposed to rest. Kai had explained this clearly. Several times. You are injured. Ru. Rest. Ru. No swimming far. Ripple splashed water at him. Kai slowly wiped his face. Did you just argue with me? From the shore, Lumi made a suspiciously amused sound. Q. Kai pointed at her. Don't encourage him. Terra sat nearby with its tail curled around its paws. RRR. Flan bounced beside Terra, still wearing its tiny sailor hat and red scarf. Pooh. Kai looked at his companions. I have lost all authority. 2 days had passed since they found Ripple injured among the tidal pools east of Selka. The young tide glider's wound was healing well. The swelling around its fin had almost disappeared. The cut itself had begun closing. Oris had checked it that morning. Good progress. Kai had smiled. How much longer? Oris shrugged. Depends. Kai's smile vanished. Why does everyone here answer questions like that? Because living things don't read schedules. Fair. Ripple could swim comfortably now. Slowly. Carefully. But comfortably. The problem was convincing Ripple to remain in the sheltered cove. Every morning, it tried following Kai. Every afternoon, it tried following Kai. Every evening, it somehow escaped the water basin and slept beside Kai. The first night, Kai had returned it 3 times. The second night, he gave up immediately. That morning, Kai had woken with Ripple against his side, Lumi curled behind Ripple, Terra pressed against Lumi, and Flan sleeping directly on Kai's face. Again, Kai had stared at the ceiling. This room has an entire floor. Nobody moved. An entire floor. Nothing. Kai sighed. Wonderful. Now they stood at the edge of the cove. Ripple floated in the shallows. Kai crouched. Let me see. Ripple reluctantly extended its injured fin. Kai examined it. The healing paste had worked. Well, he gently moved the fin. Ripple didn't flinch. Does that hurt? Ru. Kai moved it slightly farther. Still nothing. Good. Oris approached from behind. Could probably swim normally today. Kai looked up. Normally. Not for hours. Right. But enough. Kai smiled. That's good. Ripple suddenly lifted its head. Its body became completely still. Kai noticed. What? Ripple stared toward the open sea. Ru. Lumi's ears rose. Terra turned. Even Flan stopped bouncing. Kai followed Ripple's gaze. Nothing. Only blue water. Waves. Distant gulls. A fishing boat far offshore. Then, a sound drifted across the sea. Very faint. Almost musical. Ru. You. Ripple froze. Kai's eyes widened. Another call answered farther away. Ru. You. Ripple exploded from the shallows. Ripple. Splash. The tide glider swam toward the mouth of the cove. Fast. much faster than Kai had seen before. Kai ran along the shoreline. Ripple. Lumi followed. Terra charged after them. Flan bounced frantically. Ripple reached deeper water. Then stopped. Its injured fin trembled. Kai's heart jumped. Don't push it. Ripple remained afloat, staring west. Then, Roo, it called. Loud. Desperate. Silence. Kai waited. Ripple waited. Then from beyond the rocky headland. Roo. Ripple's entire body shook. Its tail slapped the water. Roo. Roo. Kai stopped running. His expression softened. Family. Oris had followed more slowly. He stood beside Kai. Sounds like it. Kai looked toward him. They came back. Or they've been searching. Ripple started swimming again. Kai immediately moved. Wait. Ripple hesitated. Looked back. Then toward the distant call. Kai sighed. I know. He crouched at the water's edge. Go. Ripple stared. Roo. Your family. Kai pointed toward the sea. Go. Ripple didn't move. Kai smiled. It's okay. Ripple swam toward him. Kai blinked. No. The tide glider reached the shallows. Climbed halfway out. And pressed its head against Kai's chest. Kai froze. Ripple. The creature made a quiet sound. Roo. Kai gently scratched behind one of its small fin-like ears. You don't have to choose. Ripple looked up. Kai smiled. Go find them. Ripple turned. Swam outward. 10 meters. Stopped. Looked back. Kai waved. Go. Ripple swam another 10. Stopped again. Kai laughed. You're terrible at goodbyes. Finally. Ripple disappeared around the headland. Kai stood quietly. Terra sat beside him. RRR. Kai rubbed its head. It's fine. Lumi leaned against his leg. Flan bounced onto his boot. Kai looked at the empty water. It's good. He smiled. That's what we wanted. Oris raised an eyebrow. Kai noticed. What? Nothing. You have the same face as yesterday. What face? The one that says something. Oris laughed. Kai returned to the fishing camp. He packed his belongings. There was no reason to remain now. Ripple had healed. Its family had returned. Everything had worked out exactly as it should. Kai rolled his blanket, folded his clothes, checked his cooking supplies, packed the waterproof journal he'd purchased at the floating market. Then stopped. A small blue-gray tuft of fur rested on the blanket. Ripples. Kai picked it up, stared, then placed it carefully inside his journal. Lumi watched. Kai narrowed his eyes. Don't. Q. I didn't say anything sentimental. Q. Exactly. Mela prepared some dried fish for their journey. Back to Selka. Kai nodded. Probably. Probably. Kai looked toward the coast. We haven't decided. Mela laughed. Traveler answer. Kai sighed. Everyone keeps doing that. They ate an early lunch with the villagers. Fresh fish stew. Bread. Pickled sea vegetables. Simple. Warm. Kai had started appreciating simple meals more. After the 100 Shores market had nearly defeated him. Simple. Was excellent. A child looked toward the cove. Ripple's gone. Kai nodded. Found his family. Will he come back? Kai paused. Maybe. The child looked disappointed. Kai smiled. But that's okay. Why? Because some friends aren't supposed to stay with you forever. The child considered this. Then returned to eating. Kai stared at his bowl. When did I become the person saying things like that? Oris laughed from across the table. Travel does things to people. After lunch, Kai shouldered his backpack. Terra's ribbons fluttered. The dragon still wore its Tidehaven shell necklace and carried the pale green spiral shell from the floating market. Flan wore the sailor hat and scarf. Lumi simply looked elegant as usual. Kai looked at them. Selka. Q. RRR. Puu. Good. They followed the coastal trail west. Selka was several hours away. The weather was clear. The ocean calm. Kai walked slowly. No rush. He stopped occasionally. Collected shells. Inspected tide pools. Tasted a wild coastal herb. Immediately regretted it. Bitter. Lumi sniffed it. Then walked away. Kai stared. Helpful. They reached a high section of trail overlooking the sea. Kai stopped for lunch. Not because he was hungry. Because he liked the view. He made tea. Cut some fruit. Shared dried fish with Lumi and Terra. Flan absorbed a berry. Then produced a berry-scented bubble. Kai watched it float away. At least that one isn't dangerous. Pop. A sweet smell filled the air. Kai nodded. Acceptable. He took out his maritime map. Spread it over a flat rock. Selka. The western coastline. Islands. Thalassia farther south. Roots stretching everywhere. Kai traced one line. What next? Lumi placed a paw directly on the map. Kai stared. You're standing on the Ocean Kingdom. Q. Kai looked at Thalassia. Is that a vote? Lumi sat. Terra approached. Kai pointed. Don't step on it. Terra stepped directly onto the map. Terra. The dragon's paw landed farther west. On open ocean. Kai stared. Your destination is drowning. RRR. Rejected. Flan bounced onto the map. Not you too. It landed near a small island chain north of Thalassia. Kai lifted it. Democracy has failed. He carefully rolled the map again. We'll decide in Selka. They continued. By mid-afternoon, Lumi stopped. Kai nearly walked into her. What? Her ears pointed toward the ocean. Kai listened. Nothing. Then, Rue. Kai's eyes widened. No way. He ran toward the cliff edge. Far below, something moved through the water. One shape, then another, then 5, 10, more, tide gliders, an entire pod, their blue-gray bodies cut through the waves. Sunlight flashed across translucent fins. Kai stared. There are so many. The pod moved parallel to the coast. Several adults were enormous compared with Ripple. One nearly as long as a small boat. Young tide gliders swam between them. They leapt from the water. Splash. One spread its fins. For several seconds, it glided above the sea. Kai laughed. Oris wasn't exaggerating. Then, a small tide glider separated from the pod. Kai leaned forward. No. The creature accelerated toward shore. Blue-gray fur. Bright translucent fins. A familiar little shape. Ripple. Ripple leapt. Its fins opened. Wind caught them. The tide glider glided farther than Kai expected. Then landed with a splash. It continued toward the coast. Kai ran downhill. You're kidding. Lumi raced ahead. Terra followed. Flan bounced inside Kai's hood because apparently running was beneath it. They reached a small beach. Ripple was already there. You. Kai stopped. You. Ripple splashed. Rue. Kai pointed toward the sea. Your family is that way. Ripple climbed from the water. Its injured fin worked perfectly. Kai smiled despite himself. Good. Ripple charged. Kai barely had time to crouch. Whump. The tide glider slammed into him. Kai fell backward. Ow. Ripple climbed onto his chest. Rue. Kai laughed. You're heavy. Lumi approached. Ripple immediately pressed its nose against hers. Rue. Q. Terra arrived next. Ripple bumped heads with the baby dragon. Terra stumbled, then growled happily. RRR. Flan bounced onto Ripple's back. Poo. Ripple spun. Flan fell into the sand. Kai laughed harder. Then the larger tide gliders approached. Kai's laughter faded. Oh. Several adults remained offshore, watching. One moved closer. Much closer. Its body was sleek and powerful. Dark blue scales ran along its back. Long translucent fins shimmered silver. Kai slowly stood. That one is large. Lumi remained calm. Terra moved closer to Kai. Flan climbed onto his boot. The adult tide glider reached the shallows. Its head rose above the water. Deep blue eyes studied Kai. Kai didn't move. Ripple swam toward the adult. Rue. The adult lowered its head. Ripple rubbed against it. Kai smiled. Parent. Probably. The adult sniffed Ripple's healed fin. Then looked at Kai. Kai raised both hands. Hi. Excellent communication. The tide glider moved closer. Kai's heart beat faster. Not because it seemed aggressive. Because its head alone was almost as large as his torso. It stopped. Then lowered its head. Kai stared. What? Ripple made a sound. Rue. Kai slowly extended one hand. His fingers touched the adult's forehead. Warm, smooth scales. The adult closed its eyes. Kai's expression softened. You're welcome. It couldn't understand. Probably. But maybe it didn't need to. The adult returned to the water. Ripple followed. Kai waved. Bye. Ripple stopped. Again. Kai laughed. Go. Ripple swam toward the pod. Joined them. The tide gliders began moving away. Kai watched. This time, he felt better. He had seen Ripple's family. Ripple belonged there. Then the entire pod changed direction. Kai frowned. Instead of heading west, they began traveling south, parallel to the coastline. Oris had mentioned tide gliders migrated. Kai watched. Where are they going? No answer. Ripple suddenly leapt from the water. Glided. Landed. Then called. Rue. Kai smiled. Goodbye. The pod continued south. Kai watched until they became distant shapes. Then disappeared. He stood quietly. Lumi sat beside him. Terra sat on the other side. Flan bounced. Kai exhaled. Okay. He smiled. Now we're done. They resumed walking. 10 minutes later. Kai stopped. Slowly. Very slowly. He turned toward the ocean. Ripples swam beside the coastline. Following them. Kai stared. No. Ripple chirped. Your family. Farther offshore. The entire pod was still visible. Also traveling south. Kai looked between them. Then at Ripple. Then at the pod. Lumi looked at Kai. Kai pointed. Don't. Terra rumbled. RRR. No. Flan bounced. Poo. Absolutely not. Kai started walking. Ripple followed through the water. Kai walked faster. Ripple sped up. Kai stopped. Ripple stopped. Kai walked backward. Ripple reversed. Kai stared. This isn't funny. A distant adult tideglider called. Ripple answered. Then continued following Kai. Kai blinked. So. He looked offshore. Your family knows. Ripple splashed. Kai stared. Are they allowing this? Lumi's tail began moving. Kai covered his face. This is becoming complicated. For nearly an hour, the tideglider pod traveled offshore. Kai and his companions traveled along the coastal trail. Ripple moved between both, sometimes swimming with its family, sometimes returning to Kai. Eventually Kai stopped fighting it. He walked. Ripple swam. As Selka's towers appeared in the distance, the tideglider pod changed course. They began moving farther from shore. Ripple noticed. It stopped. Kai stopped too. Go. Ripple looked at him, then toward its family. Kai smiled. Really? Ripple swam toward them. This time, it didn't return. The pod disappeared toward the southern horizon. Kai watched until he couldn't see them anymore. Then he opened his journal. He didn't normally write while standing, but he wanted to record something before he forgot. Traveler's Journal, Day 47. Ripple found his family. He smiled, then apparently introduced us. I thought helping meant deciding what was best for him. Rest, medicine, food, return to the ocean. Kai looked toward the empty horizon. Some of those things were right. But belonging isn't something I get to decide for someone else. He paused. Ripple belongs with his family. And somehow, he also decided we're friends. Kai laughed quietly. Apparently both can be true. He closed the journal. Selka grew larger ahead. They returned to the city before sunset. Kai found a room again at the Wandering Sail. The innkeeper looked at him. Back already? Kai nodded. Long story. Find strange seafood. Kai paused. Technically. That evening, Kai returned to Neris's stall at the 100 Shores Market. She saw him approaching. You're back. Kai sat. You sent me to the tidal pools. Neris nodded. Find anything strange. Kai stared at her. A tideglider. Neris froze. Injured. Her expression changed. Oh, we treated it. Good. Then found its family. Good. Then it followed us. Neris slowly smiled. Kai pointed. No, I didn't say anything. Everyone keeps doing that. Neris placed a bowl of seaweed noodles in front of him. Kai stared. I didn't order. You look tired. Kai picked up the chopsticks. Fair. He told her the story. Not quickly. Neris listened. Sometimes laughed. Sometimes asked questions. When he finished, she leaned against the counter. Tidegliders migrate south this season. Kai paused. South. Yes. Where? Neris shrugged. Depends on the pod. Kai sighed. Of course. She pointed toward Kai's maritime map sticking from his pack. Usually along the island chains. Kai slowly pulled the map out. Opened it. Neris pointed. The route ran south, toward several islands, and eventually, Thalassia. Kai stared. The Ocean Kingdom. Neris nodded. Lumi placed her paw on the map. Exactly where she had earlier. Kai looked at her. You planned this. Terra placed a paw beside Lumi's. Kai quickly moved the map before it tore. Not again. Flan bounced toward it. No voting. Neris laughed. Kai looked at Thalassia. A kingdom spread across dozens of islands. Different foods. Different people. Different creatures. Sea routes. Coral cities. And somewhere along those routes, tidegliders migrating south. Kai leaned back. Neris smiled. Traveler thinking. Kai nodded. Unfortunately. He folded the map. How do I get to Thalassia? Neris's smile widened. Now that's a better question. Outside the market, Selka's harbor bells rang beneath the evening sky. Ships prepared for tomorrow's voyages. Southbound sails waited in the harbor. And somewhere beyond the horizon, a pod of tide gliders traveled toward warmer waters. Kai ate another bite of noodles. Then looked toward the distant sea. Perhaps it was time to choose his next road. Even if that road was made of water. Chapter 48, A Boat of Our Own. Kai discovered that buying a boat was a terrible idea. He discovered this approximately 12 minutes after deciding that he might need one. No. The ship broker crossed his arms. Kai stared at the small sailing boat beside the dock. What do you mean, no? I mean you're not buying that. I have money. Do you know how to sail? Kai hesitated. I steered the Laughing Gull. For how long? 20 minutes. The broker stared. Kai added quietly. Captain Mira was standing beside me. No. Kai sighed. Lumi sat beside him. Q. Don't look at me like that. Terra inspected a coil of rope. RRR. Don't eat that. Flan bounced on a wooden post, still wearing its sailor hat and tiny red scarf. Pooh. Kai looked at the slime. You're dressed more appropriately for this than I am. The morning had begun at the Hundred Shores Market. Kai had returned to Neris's stall shortly after sunrise. Mostly because she had told him she knew how to reach the Lassia. Partly because her seaweed noodles were excellent. Mostly the first reason. Probably. Neris placed breakfast in front of him. Grilled fish, rice, pickled sea vegetables. Kai stared. I didn't order. You were going to. Fair. He unfolded his maritime map. So. Neris leaned over the counter. So. The Lassia. She pointed south. The Lassia. Kai waited. Neris waited. Kai frowned. You're enjoying this. A little. She traced the coastline. Large passenger ships leave Selka for the Ocean Kingdom. Kai brightened. Good. Every 9 or 10 days. His expression fell. When's the next? 8 days. Kai stared. Neris smiled. Bad timing. Kai looked at the map. Other options. Merchant ships. Possible. If you find one willing to take passengers. Fishing vessels. Wrong routes. Kai nodded. Smaller boats. Neris raised an eyebrow. Do you know how to sail? Kai became quiet. 20 minutes. Neris stared. Kai sighed. Everyone reacts exactly the same. She pointed toward a chain of islands running south from Selka. You don't actually need to sail directly to Thalassia. Kai leaned closer. There are coastal villages and islands all along this route. Island hopping. Exactly. Kai's eyes brightened. That sounded better. Much better. Instead of spending days aboard a large passenger ship traveling directly to the Ocean Kingdom. They could stop, explore, eat, meet people, travel slowly. Exactly the way Kai preferred. How? Neris shrugged. Small boat. Kai looked at her. Neris looked back. I don't know how to sail. Learn. That feels dangerously casual. It's how sailors happen. Kai stared. I'm going to ask someone else. Neris laughed. Go to the Little Keel Yard. What's that? Small boat workshop near the Eastern Harbor. Why? Ask for Master Rook. Kai wrote the name. Boat builder. Unfortunately. Kai paused. Why unfortunately? You'll understand. He finished breakfast. Lumi received fish. Terra received fish. Flan absorbed a grain of rice. Then another. Then an entire spoonful when Kai looked away. Afterward, they headed toward the Eastern Harbor. Selka looked different in the morning. The fish auction was already ending. Cargo wagons crowded the streets. Sailors shouted from docks. Merfolk couriers moved through the harbor water. Gulls screamed overhead. One stole bread from Terra. Terra froze. Kai froze. The gull flew away. Terra slowly looked at Kai. RRR. Kai tried not to laugh. Don't. Terra growled. RRR. Flying after it is not an option. The Little Keel Yard was squeezed between two much larger shipyards. Kai almost missed it. A crooked wooden sign hung above the entrance. Little Keel Yard. Small boats, big opinions. Kai stopped. Neris knew exactly what she was doing. Several boats sat on. Wooden supports. Rowboats. Fishing skiffs. Tiny sailing boats. A long narrow vessel with a blue hull. Wood shavings covered the ground. Someone hammered inside the workshop. Bang, bang, bang. Kai called. Hello. The hammering stopped. A voice shouted. If you're selling rope, leave. Kai blinked. I'm not. If you're collecting taxes, drown. Kai stared. Lumi looked up. Q. Kai whispered. I think this is Master Rook. A small figure emerged. Kai had expected a dwarf. He was wrong. Master Rook was a shellfolk. Barely chest-high to Kai. A broad dark brown shell covered his back. Gray-green skin. Thick arms. A white beard somehow grew beneath his beak-like mouth. He wore a leather apron filled with tools. One eye was covered by a magnifying lens. He stared at Kai. You're not a sailor. Kai sighed. Is it written on my forehead? Your boots. Kai looked down. What about them? Land boots. Kai stared. There are sea boots. Rook turned away. Hopeless. Kai followed. Neris sent me. Rook stopped. That explains the hopelessness. Kai laughed despite himself. You know her. Unfortunately. Exactly the same answer. Kai smiled. I like you already. Don't. Rook listened while Kai explained. Traveling south. Following the island chain. Eventually reaching Thalassia. Small boat. Slow journey. Rook stared. No. Kai crossed his arms. That's the second person today. Smart people. I can learn. Eventually. Then teach me. No. Kai stared. Rook walked away. Kai followed. Why not? Busy. Kai looked around. There were no workers. No customers. One half-finished boat. Very busy. Rook stopped. Slowly turned. Do you want a boat or sarcasm lessons? Both seem useful. Rook's beard twitched. Kai suspected he was trying not to smile. Show me your hands. Kai held them out. Rook inspected them. Cook. Kai blinked. How? Knife marks. Small burns. Kai looked at his fingers. Everyone is disturbingly observant. Any sailing experience. 20 minutes. Rook closed his eyes. Kai quickly added. I learned one knot. Which? Kai demonstrated. Rook stared at the result. What is that? Kai looked down. It looked better yesterday. Rook sighed deeply. Lumi sat nearby. Terra wandered between boats. Flan bounced after Terra. Rook looked at them. Those coming. Kai nodded. Rook stared at Terra. Dragon sinks boat. He's small. Terra growled. RRR. Heavy. Kai couldn't argue. Rook walked toward the long blue-hulled vessel Kai had noticed earlier. That. Kai approached. The boat was perhaps 7 meters long. Single mast. Small covered cabin. Wide enough for several passengers. The hull was painted faded blue. A narrow golden line ran along its side. Kai's eyes brightened. Pretty. Rook looked offended. Boat isn't jewelry. Terra walked past wearing 2 ribbons, a shell necklace, and a spiral shell attached to its pouch. Rook stared. Kai followed his gaze. We have different standards. The vessel had a shallow keel and broad hull. Rook slapped the side. Coastal cutter. Kai nodded as if he understood. Rook noticed. You don't know what that means. No. Good. At least you're honest. Rook explained. Designed for coastal travel. Stable. Small enough for 1 or 2 people to handle. Enough storage for supplies. Tiny cabin for bad weather. Not suitable for crossing open ocean. Perfect for moving between coastal ports and nearby islands. Kai walked around it. How much? Rook named the price. Kai stopped breathing. I'm sorry. Rook repeated it. Kai checked his coin pouch instinctively. Then laughed. No. Rook shrugged. Boats cost money. I could stay at inns for a year. Then do that. Kai looked at the boat again. Beautiful. Practical. Impossible. Do you have anything cheaper? Rook pointed toward a rowboat. Kai stared. No. That's cheaper. Thalassia is very far. Start rowing. Kai sighed. Then Rook pointed toward the back of the yard. A smaller sailboat sat beneath a canvas cover. That one. Kai followed. Rook removed the cover. The boat was older. Much older. Approximately 5 meters long. A single short mast. Small sail. Tiny covered storage space at the bow. The hull had been repaired several times. Different shades of wood showed where planks had been replaced. Kai stared. It has character. It leaks. Kai looked at Rook. Rook nodded. Character. Can it be fixed? Already fixing it. How much when finished? Rook named another price. Kai winced. Still expensive. But possible. Barely. Very barely. Kai looked at his savings. Food. In rooms. Travel supplies. Emergencies. He could afford it. But then he'd have far less money. Lumi approached the boat. Sniffed. Then jumped inside. Kai stared. Lumi. Q. Terra immediately attempted to climb in. The boat tilted dangerously on its supports. Rook shouted. Dragon out. Kai grabbed Terra. Sorry. Flan bounced inside beside Lumi. Pooh. Kai looked at the sailor hat. Of course you approve. Rook crossed his arms. Doesn't matter. Kai turned. Why? Not selling it to you. Kai stared. We just discussed the price. Price doesn't matter if you drown tomorrow. Kai opened his mouth, closed it, then nodded. Fair. Rook blinked. Apparently he hadn't expected agreement. So teach me. No. I'll work. No. I cook. Rook paused. Kai noticed. Ah. Rook glared. Kai smiled. You paused. I did not. You absolutely did. Kai leaned forward. How long to teach me enough to safely handle that boat along the coast? Rook considered. Week. Kai blinked. That's it. Enough not to immediately die. Less reassuring. Month before I'd call you competent. Kai nodded. A week. Rook stared. Kai held out his hand. I work around the yard. No. I help repair the boat. No. I cook lunch. Rook stared. Kai smiled. Dinner too. Silence. Rook shook his hand. 1 week. Kai grinned. Training began immediately. Kai regretted everything within 15 minutes. Port. Left. Starboard. Right. Fore. Front. Aft. Back. Rook smacked the mast with a wooden pointer. Bow. Front of boat. Stern. Back. Boom. Kai looked around. What? Whack. The wooden boom swung and hit Kai's shoulder. He stumbled. Rook nodded. That. Kai glared. You did that intentionally. Educational. Lumi sat on the dock watching. Q. Stop laughing. They spent the morning learning terminology. Then knots. Kai hated knots. Rook hated Kai's knots. It was mutual. Again. Kai tied. No. Again. No. Again. Rook stared. How did you make it worse? I don't know. Impressive. By noon, Kai successfully learned 3. He held them proudly. Rook looked unimpressed. Children learn those. Children are talented. Then came lunch. Kai cooked. Rook became significantly less hostile afterward. Kai noticed. He said nothing. He made grilled fish with cedar pepper and citrus. Simple rice. Sea grape salad. Rook ate silently. Then pushed his plate forward. Kai smiled. More. Rook grunted. Kai served another portion. Victory. The afternoon was spent repairing the old sailboat. Rook showed Kai how to identify damaged planks. How salt affected wood. How seams were sealed. How hulls were inspected. Kai listened carefully. This was useful. Even if he didn't buy this boat. He wanted to understand the thing keeping him above the ocean. Terra helped. Technically. Rook gave the dragon a small sanding block. Terra stared. Rook demonstrated. Scrape. Scrape. Terra copied. Scrrrrrape. Too hard. Kai winced. Rook shouted. Gentle. Terra froze. RRR. Then tried again. Scrape. Scrape. Rook nodded. Better. Terra's tail wagged. Kai smiled. Look at you. Flan was given no tools. This was wise. Instead, it absorbed sawdust. Kai watched. That's probably fine. Rook stared. You don't know. I stopped knowing weeks ago. Lumi supervised. Naturally. At sunset, Kai's arms hurt. His hands hurt. His back hurt. He smelled like sawdust. Rook looked perfectly fine. Kai glared. You're enjoying this. No. You are. No. Rook tossed him a key. Kai caught it. What's this? Storage loft. Kai blinked. Why? Sleep there. Kai stared. You have lodging. Old sailcloth. Floor. Roof. That's not lodging. Free. Kai paused. Excellent lodging. The loft above the workshop was surprisingly comfortable. Once Kai cleaned it, he laid out blankets. Lumi chose a spot near the window. Terra collapsed immediately. Flan claimed Kai's pillow. Kai stared. You've maintained this tradition across land and sea. Pooh. Kai made tea. Then opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 48. Today I tried to buy a boat. He paused. I was told no. Repeatedly. Kai smiled. Apparently owning money does not qualify someone to own a boat. This is probably sensible. He wrote about Master Rook. The little keel yard. The old sailboat. His terrible knots. I thought travel meant learning about places. Recently I'm realizing it also means learning how to reach them. Kai looked through the loft window. The little sailboat sat below. Old. Patched. Still unfinished. Roads were easy. Walk. Follow signs. Try not to get eaten. The sea has different rules. Kai smiled. So I'll learn them. He closed the journal. The next 6 days were exhausting. Day 2. Rook taught him sails. Wind comes from there. Kai nodded. So sail points. No. Kai frowned. Rook adjusted it. Wind pushes here. Oh. No. What? You're thinking like a cart. Kai stared. I am from land. Unfortunately. Kai learned how to read wind direction using ribbons. Terra became useful. Its ribbons fluttered constantly. Rook pointed. See. Kai stared at Terra. The dragon proudly lifted its head. You've become navigation equipment. RRR. Day 3. They launched the repaired sailboat. Kai nearly fell into the harbor. Twice. Rook didn't laugh. Out loud. Kai learned steering. This went better. Captain Mira had already taught him the basics. Don't fight every movement, Kai muttered. Rook looked over. Who taught you that? Captain Mira Vel. Rook grunted. Good sailor. Kai smiled. I'll tell her you said that. Don't. Day 4. Docking. Disaster. Kai approached too fast. Rook shouted. Kai panicked. Turned wrong. The boat spun. Terra growled. Lumi jumped onto the dock before impact. Flan bounced happily. Thunk. Kai closed his eyes. Damage. Rook inspected. To my faith. Kai sighed. Second attempt. Better. Third. Better. Fourth. Kai docked smoothly. He looked at Rook. Rook nodded once. Kai raised both fists. Yes. The boat drifted away because he hadn't secured the rope. Rook stared. Kai slowly lowered his arms. Right. Day 5. Weather. Clouds. Wind changes. Currents. Tides. Kai's notebook filled quickly. Rook showed him how dangerous shallow reefs could be. Water looks calm. Doesn't mean safe. Kai nodded. Maps. Use them. Eyes. Use those more. Day 6. Emergency drills. Sailed tiers. Rope breaks. Someone falls overboard. Kai practiced throwing a rescue line. He missed the target. Again. Missed. Again. Missed. Terra picked up the rope. Threw its head. The rope landed perfectly. Kai stared. Rook stared. Terra wagged its tail. RRR. Kai sighed. I'm being outperformed by a baby dragon again. Day 7. Rook said nothing. He simply handed Kai the boat's tiller. Take us out. Kai blinked. Where? Rook pointed beyond the harbor. Coastal marker. And back, if you can. Kai stared. Encouraging. Kai checked everything. Ropes. Sail. Wind. Cargo balance. Weather. Map. Then they left. The small boat moved through Selka's harbor. Slowly. Kai's hands gripped the tiller. Lumi sat at the bow. Terra remained near the center where its weight was safest. Flan wore its sailor hat. Rook sat with his arms crossed. Kai navigated around fishing boats. Followed harbor signals. Adjusted the sail. Corrected course. They reached open coastal water. The wind strengthened. The sail filled. The boat accelerated. Kai's eyes widened. Not fear. Joy. The little vessel cut through the blue water. Sunlight glittered around them. Selka slowly became smaller behind. Kai laughed. We're sailing. Rook stared. We've been sailing 15 minutes. I know. Lumi stood at the bow. Q. Terra growled excitedly. RRR. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai smiled. They reached the coastal marker. Turned. Returned. Kai docked. Slowly. Carefully. He threw the rope. Secured it. Then looked at Rook. The shellfolk shipwright inspected the boat. The ropes. The sail. Finally Kai. You won't immediately die. Kai grinned. Highest praise you've given me. Don't get used to it. Rook handed him a folded document. Kai blinked. What's this? Boat registration. Kai stared. Then at the old sailboat. Then back at Rook. What? Paid. Kai's expression changed. I haven't. Not by you. Rook pointed toward the 100 Shores market. Neris. Kai froze. Neris bought me a boat. No. Then. She paid part. Kai stared. Why? Rook shrugged. Asked her. Kai immediately ran to the market. Neris was serving noodles. Kai arrived breathless. You paid for the boat. She looked up. Part. Why? Because Rook owed me money. Kai stopped. Oh. Neris shrugged. He wasn't going to pay. Rook, who had apparently followed much more slowly, shouted from behind. I was eventually. Neris shouted back. 3 years. Kai stared between them. Neris smiled. I transferred the debt. Kai blinked. To me. No. To the boat. Kai became even more confused. Rook grumbled. Old boat wasn't selling anyway. Neris nodded. You repaired half of it yourself. Kai looked at Rook. The shellfolk looked away. Kai slowly understood. The price had been reduced. A lot. Not free, but enough that Kai could afford it without destroying his travel savings. He became quiet. Neris waved a spoon. Don't make it emotional. Kai laughed. I wasn't. You were about to. Maybe. He paid Rook. Officially. The little sailboat belonged to him. That evening, Kai stood beside it. His boat. That was strange. Very strange. The hull was still faded blue. Patched. Old. Small. But sturdy. Kai ran his hand along the wood. We need a name. Lumi sat. Terra tilted its head. Flan bounced. Rook groaned. Don't name boats stupid things. Kai looked at him. What did you call it? Boat 17. Kai stared. You're banned from naming. Neris arrived carrying dinner. Name it after food. No. Why? Because then I'll get hungry every time I say it. Reasonable. Kai looked toward the horizon. South. Toward islands. Toward Thalassia. Toward places he hadn't seen. He thought about roads. Maps. Journeys. No destination in particular. Just movement. Then he smiled. Wayfarer. Rook considered. Neris nodded. Lumi's tail moved. Q. Terra growled. RRR. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai laughed. Wayfarer it is. The next morning, supplies were loaded. Water. Dried food. Fresh fruit. Cooking equipment. Emergency rope. Repair tools. Charts. Medicine. Life floats. Far more safety equipment than Kai had originally imagined. Rook insisted. Kai didn't argue. Neris handed him a small jar. Fermented shell sauce. Kai recoiled. The terrible smelling one. The delicious one. Those statements can coexist. Yes. Kai accepted it carefully. Rook handed Kai a final chart. Coastal route. Kai unrolled it. Small islands were marked. Safe coves. Freshwater points. Dangerous reefs. Kai smiled. Thank you. Rook grunted. Don't sink my boat. Kai looked at the registration. My boat. Rook glared. Kai smiled. Sorry. They pushed away from Selka. Kai raised the sail. Wind caught it. The Wayfarer moved. Selka's enormous harbor slowly receded behind them. Kai stood at the tiller. Lumi at the bow. Terra in the center. Flan proudly perched on a barrel like the world's smallest captain. Kai looked south. No large passenger ship. No fixed schedule. No captain deciding where they stopped. Just a small boat. A map. A chain of islands. And enough supplies to make questionable culinary decisions. Kai smiled. This feels dangerous. Lumi looked back. Q. But. He adjusted the tiller. The Wayfarer turned smoothly south. I think I like it. Far ahead, a tiny green island rose from the sea. Their first stop. And somewhere beyond it, Kai heard a distant sound carried across the water. Roo. His eyes widened. Terra lifted its head. Lumi's ears rose. Flan bounced. Kai looked toward the horizon. Tide gliders. Another call answered. Faint. Far away. South. Kai smiled. Looks like we're going the same direction. The Wayfarer's sail filled with wind. And for the first time, Kai wasn't merely riding aboard someone else's ship. He was choosing his own course across the sea. Chapter 49, The Island with No Inn. Kai had owned a boat for less than 3 hours. He had already discovered several problems with boat ownership. The first was that boats required constant attention. The second was that everything moved. The third, where am I supposed to sleep? Kai stood in the tiny covered space near the bow of the Wayfarer. Calling it a cabin was generous. Very generous. It was more like a storage compartment that had developed ambitions. There was enough room for supplies. A small shelf. Emergency equipment. A narrow dry space where perhaps one person could curl up if they didn't particularly value their spine. Kai stared. I didn't think this through. Behind him. Q. Kai turned. Lumi had already claimed the driest corner. Excuse me. The Moon Fox curled into a comfortable ball. Q. That's apparently my bed. Lumi closed her eyes. Kai sighed. Of course. Terra sat in the middle of the deck. Master Rook had been extremely specific about Terra's position. Keep the dragon near the center. Do not let the dragon suddenly run to one side. Do not let the dragon climb the mast. Do not let the dragon chew important ropes. Kai had written all of this down. Mostly because every warning sounded like something Terra might actually do. Terra. RRR. Center. Terra looked down. Then at the bow. Center. RRR. The baby Earth Dragon shuffled approximately 1 step sideways. Kai nodded. Good. Flan had appointed itself captain. There had been no election. The slime stood atop a small barrel near the mast. Sailor hat. Red scarf. The sea breeze made the scarf flutter dramatically. Poo. Kai stared. You contribute nothing. Poo. You don't steer. Poo. You don't manage the sail. Poo. You don't even understand maps. Flan bounced. Kai sighed. Captain Flan. The slime bounced higher. Poo. I regret everything. The Wayfarer moved steadily south. Selka had disappeared behind them. Ahead lay open blue water and the first small island marked on Master Rook's coastal chart. Kai checked the map again. Then the compass. Then the coastline. Then the sail. Then the ribbons tied to Terra. The ribbons fluttered southeast. Kai frowned. Wind shifted. He adjusted the sail. The Wayfarer leaned slightly. Kai immediately stiffened. Then remembered Rook's lessons. Don't fight every movement. Right. He relaxed his grip on the tiller. The boat corrected. Kai smiled. There. A wave struck. Splash. Kai was soaked. His smile disappeared. There. Lumi emerged from the tiny shelter. Completely dry. Kai stared. How? Q. No. Explain. Lumi shook her fur even though there wasn't a drop of water on it. Kai narrowed his eyes. Show off. The first few hours passed peacefully. Mostly. Kai checked the route every few minutes. Rook had told him repeatedly. A chart doesn't sail the boat for you. So Kai watched everything. Clouds. Waves. Wind. The color of the water. Other vessels. He didn't want to become overconfident simply because he'd survived 1 week of lessons. A fishing boat passed at a distance. The sailors waved. Kai waved back. One shouted something. Kai couldn't hear. What? The sailor shouted again. Kai cupped his ear. What? The sailor pointed ahead. Kai looked. Nothing. He waved uncertainly. Thank you. The fisherman stared. Then continued sailing. Kai frowned. I hope that wasn't important. It was important. 20 minutes later. Kai saw floating seaweed. A lot of floating seaweed. The Wayfarer sailed directly into it. Long green strands tangled around the hull. Kai stared. Oh. The boat slowed. Oh no. He lowered the sail partially. Checked the tiller. The seaweed wasn't dangerous. Just annoying. Very annoying. Kai leaned over the side. Green strands wrapped around a small portion of the rudder. Great. Terra looked over. RRR. No. Terra stepped closer. Center. Terra stopped. RRR. You are not helping with this. Kai reached down with a boat hook. He pulled. The seaweed resisted. Come on. He pulled harder. A large clump came free. Splash. Water hit his face. Kai closed his eyes. Wonderful. Flan bounced over. Poo. Don't. Flan extended a pseudopod. It grabbed a piece of seaweed. Kai blinked. Flan pulled. The seaweed came loose. Oh. Flan grabbed another. Pulled. Another. Kai stared. Captain Flan is contributing. Poo. Kai immediately regretted saying it. Lumi watched from the bow. Q. Yes, yes. Historic moment. Within several minutes, the rudder was clear. Kai stored some of the seaweed. Terra sniffed it. Kai smiled. Ingredient. Terra immediately opened its mouth. Not yet. RRR. By midday, the island was visible. Kai brightened. There. It was small. Much smaller than Kai expected. Green hills rose from the center. Rocky cliffs surrounded most of the coast. A narrow beach opened along the northern side. Several wooden docks extended into a protected bay. Beyond them stood a village. Whitewashed houses. Blue roofs. Fishing nets. Small gardens. Smoke rising from chimneys. Kai smiled. First island. Lumi stood at the bow. Her ears pointed forward. Terra's tail wagged. Flan bounced on its barrel. Kai looked toward them. Nobody jumps. 3 faces looked at him. Especially before we dock. Flan bounced. Kai pointed. I mean it. The harbor was tiny. Only 5 docks. Kai reduced sail. Approached slowly. His heart began pounding. Docking practice. Rook's voice echoed in his head. Slow is repairable. Fast is expensive. Kai aimed for an empty berth. Too far left. He corrected. Too much. Easy. Correct again. The Wayfarer drifted closer. Kai grabbed the rope. Ready. Nobody helped. Kai looked at Lumi. Lumi. She stared. Q. Right. No hands. He looked at Terra. No. Then Flan. Can you throw rope? Flan bounced. Kai reconsidered. Never mind. Kai threw it himself. The rope landed on the dock. Unfortunately, Kai remained on the boat. He stared. I need someone on the dock. A fisherman nearby burst out laughing. Kai closed his eyes. First time. The fisherman called. Is it obvious? Very. The man grabbed Kai's rope. Pulled the wayfarer closer. Kai secured the stern line. Then the bow. He checked both. Twice. Then stepped onto the dock. Solid ground. Kai exhaled. Success. The fisherman grinned. You didn't hit anything. Kai smiled. That's currently my standard. The man introduced himself as Paulo. He was a broad-shouldered human with deeply tanned skin and a straw hat patched in 3 places. Passing through. Kai nodded. Heading south. Where? Eventually Thalassia. Paulo whistled. Long way in that. Kai looked at the wayfarer. That's what everyone says. They're right. Kai sighed. Paulo looked at Terra. Then Lumi. Then Flan. Then back at Kai. Interesting crew. Kai nodded. That's one word. Kai looked toward the village. Is there an inn? Paulo's expression changed. No. Kai waited. Paulo waited. No. No. Kai looked toward the village again. Guest house. No. Tavern with rooms. No tavern. Kai stared. Anywhere travelers stay. Paulo thought. Usually they're boats. Kai slowly looked at the wayfarer. Then at its tiny storage shelter. Then at Lumi. Lumi had already returned to her corner. Kai sighed. Of course. The village was called Miloa. Population. Approximately 200. Main industry. Fishing. Secondary industry. Apparently knowing absolutely everyone else's business. Kai learned this within 15 minutes. As he walked through the village. People stared. Not rudely. Curiously. Especially at Terra. Children followed them. One whispered. Dragon. Another said. Small dragon. Terra puffed its chest. Kai looked down. Don't let it go to your head. RRR. Then the children noticed Flan. Sailor slime. Flan bounced. Poo. That was the end. Within seconds, Flan had an audience. Kai continued walking. Flan did not. Kai stopped. Flan. The slime performed a bounce. Children applauded. Poo. Flan. Another bounce. More applause. Kai sighed. Celebrity. Miloa had one general store. One bakery. A small shrine overlooking the sea. A fish smoking house. A communal hall. And no inn. Kai entered the general store. An elderly woman sat behind the counter. She looked at him. Traveler. Kai smiled. That obvious. She pointed at his backpack. Locals don't carry their kitchens. Kai looked down. Several utensils were attached to the outside. Fair. Her name was Grandmother Sella. Everyone called her that. Kai wasn't sure whether she was everyone's grandmother. He decided not to ask. He purchased fresh water. Some vegetables. Lamp oil. A spool of stronger fishing line. Then noticed several jars behind the counter. Dark green paste. What is that? Sella looked. Sea herb paste. Food. She stared at him. Why else would it be in a food shop? Kai had encountered enough magical substances to consider that a reasonable question. She opened a jar. Kai smelled it. Salty. Herbal. Slightly fermented. He tasted a tiny amount. His eyebrows rose. That's good. Sella nodded. Of course. What do you use it for? Fish. Anything else? Fish. Kai waited. Sella stared. Mostly fish. Kai bought one jar. Naturally. Outside. Lumi had discovered the bakery. Kai knew because she was sitting directly in front of it. Kai stared. You found that fast. Her tail moved. The bakery sold small round buns filled with sweet coconut paste. Kai bought 4. One for himself. One for Lumi. One for Terra. One. He looked at Flan. Flan was still surrounded by children. Kai sighed. One for the celebrity. They ate beside the village well. Kai bit into his bun. Soft bread. Warm coconut filling. Not complicated. Excellent. Terra swallowed its bun in 2 bites. Kai stared. You could experience food instead of inhaling it. RRR. Never mind. Flan absorbed its bun. A bubble emerged. Kai watched. Pop. Sweet coconut scent. Several children cheered. Kai sighed. I've created a performance act. A young boy approached Terra. Can I touch him? Kai looked at Terra. Ask him. The boy blinked. How? Kai shrugged. Politely. The boy crouched. Can I? Terra stared. RRR. The boy looked at Kai. What does that mean? Kai stared at Terra. I've known him longer than you and I'm still guessing. Terra lowered its head. The boy gently touched one horn. Terra's tail moved. Soon, several children were petting the dragon. Kai smiled. Lumi remained beside him. Kai scratched behind her ears. You're less interesting today. Lumi stared. I'm kidding. Her tail flicked him. Ow. Kai asked grandmother Sella about the island. Anything interesting to see, she thought. Cliffs. Good. Old lighthouse. Better. Tide caves. Kai's eyes brightened. Tide caves. Sella pointed toward the western side of the island. Only accessible at low tide. Kai smiled. Now we're talking. He checked the tide board near the harbor. Low tide was late afternoon. Perfect. Kai packed a small bag. Water, food, rope, lantern, medicine, then headed west. The path climbed gently. Miloa disappeared behind them. The island was greener inland. Wildflowers grew between rocks. Small birds darted through bushes. Kai recognized none of them. He stopped repeatedly. Wait. Lumi stopped. Terra stopped. Flan bounced into Terra. Poo. Kai crouched beside a purple flower. Interesting. He smelled it. Nothing. Touched the leaf. Nothing. Kai wrote a note. Lumi stared. What? She continued staring. Kai sighed. Fine. He didn't taste it. Growth. They reached the lighthouse first. It stood on a high cliff. Old white stone. Weathered. No longer used. A newer beacon tower had been built near the harbor years ago. Kai climbed the exterior stairs. Wind struck him immediately. Whoa. Lumi's fur rippled. Terra's ribbons flew violently. Flan's sailor hat. Whoosh. Poo. The hat flew away. Flan froze. Kai's eyes widened. Oh no. The tiny sailor hat spun through the air. Flan launched itself. Flan. The slime bounced off the stair railing. Then toward the hat. Kai lunged. Caught Flan. The hat continued. Terra moved. Fast. The dragon jumped. Snapped its mouth. Caught the hat. Landed. Kai stared. Terra proudly walked over. RRR. Kai took the hat. Good catch. Terra puffed its chest. Flan stretched desperately. Poo. Kai placed the hat back on the slime. Flan immediately calmed. Kai stared. Your priorities concern me. From the lighthouse top, Kai could see the entire island. Miloa to the north, green hills, rocky shoreline, the blue sea surrounding everything. And south, more islands, tiny shapes on the horizon. Kai took out Master Rook's chart. Compared. There. The next island. Then another. A trail across the sea. He smiled. For the first time, the ocean didn't feel endless. It felt like a road. A very wet road, but a road. They descended toward the western shore. Low tide had exposed a rocky path beneath the cliffs. Dark openings appeared along the cliff face. The tide caves. Kai lit his lantern. Nobody runs ahead. Terra looked away. Flan bounced. Kai narrowed his eyes. I mean it. The first cave was shallow. Nothing interesting. The second contained bright orange sea stars. The third. Kai stopped. Oh. The walls glowed. Not brightly. Soft blue-green light spread across the stone. Tiny plants, or perhaps algae, covered the damp surfaces. Water reflected the glow. The entire cave looked like a night sky underwater. Lumi stepped inside. Her white fur turned pale blue beneath the light. Terra stared upward. RRR. Flan bounced. Poo. Even Flan sounded quieter. Kai sat on a dry rock. For once, he didn't immediately take notes. He simply looked. Drops of water fell from the ceiling. Plip, plip. Waves echoed deeper inside. The glowing algae pulsed faintly whenever water touched it. Kai smiled. This is why. Lumi looked over. Kai leaned back. This is why I didn't take the passenger ship. A large ship could have taken them directly toward Thalassia. Faster, safer, easier. But then, they wouldn't have stopped here. They wouldn't have met Paulo. Grandmother Sella. The children. They wouldn't have eaten coconut buns. They wouldn't have climbed the lighthouse. They wouldn't be sitting inside a glowing cave on an island Kai hadn't even known existed yesterday. Kai laughed softly. Slow is better. Terra sat beside him. Flan climbed onto his knee. Lumi lay near his feet. They stayed until Kai noticed the water. It had risen. Only slightly. But enough. His eyes widened. Time. They left immediately. Rook's lessons echoed in his head. Tides. Always watch the tides. By the time they returned to the main path, water had begun covering the rocks behind them. Kai looked back. That changes fast. Lumi shook seawater from her paws. Yes. Lesson learned. They returned to Miloa at sunset. The smell of grilled fish filled the village. Kai's stomach growled. Paulo noticed. Cooking. Kai smiled. Actually. He looked toward the communal hall. Can I? Word spread. Again. Very quickly. Apparently the traveler wanted to cook. Within half an hour, someone brought fish. Someone else brought vegetables. Grandmother Sella provided sea herb paste. The baker brought leftover bread. Another family provided coconuts. Kai stared at the pile. I was going to make dinner for 4. Paulo laughed. Now you're cooking for 40. Kai sighed. Of course. Kai built several cooking fires outside the communal hall. He grilled fresh fish. Used Neris's fermented shell sauce sparingly. Very sparingly. Added citrus. Sea herb paste. Cedar pepper. He toasted bread. Made a simple vegetable stew. Prepared coconut rice. Villagers helped. Children carried plates. Paulo managed the grill beside Kai. Grandmother Sella criticized everyone. Especially Kai. Too much citrus. Neris says more lime. Who's Neris? Tide elf cook. She's wrong. Kai laughed. I'll tell her. Dinner became a small feast. Nobody had planned it. That's why Kai liked it. People sat on benches. On barrels. On the grass. Children fed Terra until Kai intervened. Stop. A child froze holding fish. He's had enough. Terra stared at Kai with betrayal. RRR. You ate dinner. RRR. 2 dinners. Lumi somehow convinced Grandmother Sella to give her more fish. Kai stared. How? Sella scratched Lumi's head. Good fox. Kai pointed. She is manipulating you. Sella glared. Kai lowered his hand. Understood. Flan performed scented bubbles. Coconut. Fish. Citrus. One mystery smell. Kai sniffed. Is that soap? Poo. Why? After dinner, someone brought out a small string instrument. Another person joined with a drum. Music spread through the village. Simple. Cheerful. Kai sat beside the harbor. Paulo joined him. Where are you sleeping? Kai looked toward the wayfarer. In theory. Paulo laughed. Kai sighed. No inn. No inn. Seems like an oversight. We don't get many travelers. Why? Paulo shrugged. Nothing here. Kai looked toward the lighthouse. The cliffs. The glowing tide caves. The village feast behind them. He frowned. That's not true. Paulo smiled. Travelers usually want famous things. Kai understood. Miloa wasn't famous. No enormous castle. No legendary dungeon. No sacred artifact. No great monster. No famous restaurant. Just a small island. Kai smiled. I like it. Paulo nodded. Good. Eventually, Grandmother Sella solved Kai's sleeping problem. You'll stay in the communal hall. Kai blinked. Can I? Floor's empty. Kai looked toward the wayfarer's tiny shelter. Then the hall. Yes. Immediate. They laid out blankets. Kai finally had room. Actual room. Lumi curled beside him. Terra took a corner. Flan. Kai stared at his pillow. Flan was already there. Poo. How? Before sleeping, Kai opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 49. Today I reached my first island on the Wayfarer. It has no inn. Kai underlined this. This is information that maps should include. He smiled. The island is called Miloa. About 200 people live here. They fish. They bake excellent coconut buns. They know everyone's business. And apparently visitors become communal property within several hours. Kai continued. There is an old lighthouse. There are glowing tide caves. There was an accidental village feast. He paused. Then wrote. Paulo said there is nothing here. Kai looked around the quiet hall. Outside, waves touched the docks. The wayfarer rested safely beneath moonlight. I think people sometimes mean, nothing famous. Those aren't the same thing. Kai remembered the glowing cave. The children laughing. Grandmother Sella arguing about citrus. Terra catching Flan's hat. If I had taken the fastest route, I would have missed all of it. He smiled. So maybe getting somewhere slowly isn't wasted time. Maybe that's where most of the journey happens. Kai closed the journal. The next morning, he returned to the Wayfarer. Fresh water loaded. Supplies secured. Sail checked. Ropes checked. Terra positioned at the center. Flan wearing its sailor hat. Lumi at the bow. Half the village had come to the dock. Kai stared. We were here one day. Paulo shrugged. Small island. Grandmother Sella handed Kai 2 jars of sea herb paste. I only bought one. Take them. Kai smiled. Thank you. Don't put too much citrus in it. Kai laughed. No promises. The children hugged Terra. Terra looked overwhelmed. Flan performed one final bounce. Applause. Lumi accepted fish from 3 separate people. Kai pretended not to notice. Then Kai stepped aboard, untied the lines, raised the sail. The wayfarers slowly moved away. Kai waved. Miloa waved back. The island grew smaller. Terra sat beside him. Lumi watched the horizon. Flan stood proudly on the barrel. Kai checked the chart. Next island. He traced the route south. The next stop was slightly larger. A symbol appeared beside it. Kai frowned. What's that? Rook's handwriting. He turned the chart. Read carefully. Warning. Monkeys. Kai stared. Monkeys. Lumi's ears rose. Terra tilted its head. Flan bounced. Kai looked toward the distant island. Why does a maritime chart need to warn me about monkeys? Nobody answered. Kai sighed. I suppose we're going to find out. The wayfarer sailed south beneath a clear blue sky. Toward their next island. And apparently, toward monkeys. Chapter 50, The Monkey Island. Master Rook had written exactly 2 words beside the next island. Warning. Monkeys. Kai had spent most of the morning trying to understand why. Maybe they're dangerous. Q. Or magical. RRR. Or enormous. Poo. Kai looked at Flan. You don't know either. The slime bounced proudly atop its barrel. Sailor hat. Red scarf. Absolutely no useful information. Poo. Kai sighed. The wayfarer sailed steadily south beneath a clear blue sky. Miloa Island had disappeared behind them more than an hour ago. Ahead, another island slowly grew on the horizon. Kai checked Master Rook's chart. Then the compass. Then the island. Then the chart again. No name. Lumi sat at the bow. Q. Rook didn't write the island's name. Kai turned the chart. Maybe he'd missed something. No. There was only a small island symbol. A freshwater marker. A safe anchorage symbol. And, warning, monkeys. Kai stared. This is extremely unhelpful. Terra wandered toward the side. Kai immediately pointed. Center. The baby Earth Dragon stopped. RRR. Center. Terra shuffled. Back toward the middle of the boat. Its orange and blue ribbons fluttered in the wind. The shell necklace around its neck clicked softly against its scales. Kai nodded. Good. He had discovered that sailing with Terra required constant awareness of dragon weight distribution. A phrase Kai had never expected to become relevant to his life. Terra suddenly ran toward the left side once yesterday after seeing a flying fish. The wayfarer had tilted. Kai had screamed. Flan had bounced. Lumi had looked disappointed in everyone. Terra had learned. Mostly. Kai checked the island again. Green. Very green. Dense tropical forest covered almost everything. A pale strip of beach curved around the northern side. Rocky cliffs rose farther east. Kai could see no village. No docks. No buildings. Maybe it's uninhabited. That immediately made the warning more concerning. Kai lowered the sail slightly. The wayfarer approached carefully. Water became clearer. Turquoise. Then almost transparent. Kai could see pale sand beneath them. Schools of tiny silver fish scattered around the hull. Lumi's nose twitched. Q. Kai smiled. Smell something. Her ears pointed toward the island. Kai inhaled. Salt. Vegetation. Flowers. And something sweet. Fruit. A lot of fruit. Terra smelled it too. RRR. Kai looked at him. Do not jump. Terra froze. Kai narrowed his eyes. You were thinking about it. Terra looked away. They found the safe anchorage marked by Rook. No dock. Just a calm crescent-shaped bay protected by 2 rocky arms. Kai lowered the sail. Then dropped the small anchor exactly as Rook had taught him. He checked the depth. Checked the line. Checked again. The wayfarer settled gently. Kai smiled. That went well. A coconut fell from a nearby tree. Thunk. Kai jumped. Lumi jumped. Terra growled. Flan bounced. Kai stared toward shore. Right. The wayfarer carried a tiny collapsible dinghy. Rook had insisted on it. Kai had complained about the price. Rook had replied. Swimming with supplies is cheaper. Kai had bought the dinghy. Getting Terra into it was an adventure. Slowly. Terra placed one paw inside. The dinghy tilted. Kai grabbed the side. Slowly. RRR. Second paw. Tilt. Center. Third. Kai held his breath. Fourth. The dinghy stabilized. Kai exhaled. Lumi jumped in gracefully. Flan bounced directly onto Kai's lap. Pooh. Of course. Kai rowed toward shore. He had learned enough during his week with Rook to manage a dinghy. Mostly. The first stroke turned them sideways. Kai frowned. Second. Opposite direction. Third. Better. Terra watched. RRR. You want to row? Terra looked at the oars. Kai imagined it. No. They reached the beach. Kai stepped into ankle-deep water and pulled the dinghy ashore. Terra immediately jumped out. Splash. Kai was soaked. He closed his eyes. Thank you. Terra shook itself. More water. Kai stared. Wonderful. Flan bounced onto the sand. Pooh. Lumi followed. Kai secured the dinghy. Then stood. The island was beautiful. White sand. Clear water. Tall palms. Dense green forest. Bright flowers grew between exposed roots. Colorful birds moved through the canopy. Somewhere deeper inside, water rushed. A stream. Maybe a waterfall. Kai smiled. Not bad. Then something hit him in the head. Bonk. Kai froze. A small yellow fruit rolled onto the sand. He looked down. Then upward. Nothing. Lumi's ears rose. Q. Kai rubbed his head. Did that fall? Another fruit flew from the trees. Bonk. Direct hit. Kai stared. No. A sound came from the canopy. Kiki. Kai slowly looked up. Two bright golden eyes stared back. Then, a monkey leaned from a branch. Small. Brown fur. Long tail. Bright orange face. It held another fruit. Kai narrowed his eyes. Don't. The monkey threw it. Kai ducked. Whoosh. Terra growled. RRR. The monkey screamed happily. Kiki. Then vanished into the leaves. Kai stood. Slowly. He looked toward the chart still tucked inside his coat. Master Rook. 2 words. Warning. Monkeys. Kai closed his eyes. I understand now. They entered the forest. Kai had intended to collect freshwater. Explore briefly. Maybe find fruit. Then continue south. Simple. 5 minutes later, Kai realized the monkeys were following them. Leaves moved overhead. Branches shook. Occasional sounds came from above. Kick. Kiki. Kai stopped. The sounds stopped. He walked. They resumed. Lumi looked upward. Q. How many? Lumi sniffed. Her ears rotated. Then she looked at Kai. Kai frowned. That many. Lumi continued staring. Great. Terra growled at the trees. A monkey appeared. Then another. Then 3. 5. 8. Kai stopped counting. They were small. None looked particularly dangerous. Mostly curious. One hung upside down. Another carried a coconut. A third wore. Kai stared. Is that a spoon? The monkey held a wooden spoon. Kai looked at his backpack. Then back at the monkey. His eyes narrowed. No. He checked the utensils attached outside his pack. One spoon missing. Kai pointed. Thief. The monkey screamed. Kiki. Then fled. Hey. Kai ran. Lumi immediately followed. Terra charged after them. Flan bounced. The entire troop exploded through the canopy. My spoon. Kai ran between trees. The monkey leapt overhead. Branch. Vine. Branch. Kai stumbled over a root. Recovered. Come back. The monkey stopped. Turned. Held up the spoon. Then licked it. Kai froze. You can keep it. The monkey screamed triumphantly. Kai sighed. Wonderful. He turned around. Flan was gone. Kai froze. Flan. Lumi looked around. Terra stopped. Kai's heart sank. Flan. A noise came from above. Puuu. Kai slowly looked up. Flan sat on a branch. Surrounded by monkeys. Still wearing the sailor hat. Still wearing the red scarf. The monkeys stared. Flan bounced. Pooh. One monkey bounced. Another bounced. Then all of them began jumping on the branch. Kai stared. No. Flan bounced again. The monkeys copied. Pooh. Kiki. Pooh. Kiki. Kai covered his face. He's their king. One monkey reached toward Flan's sailor hat. Kai's eyes widened. Don't. The monkey grabbed it. Flan froze. Silence. Kai whispered. Oh no. Pooh. The monkey put the hat on its own head. Flan stared. Pooh. The monkey grinned. Kai stepped backward. Lumi. Lumi looked at him. Prepare for disaster. Flan launched. Pooh. The monkey screamed. Kiki. It jumped. Flan bounced after it. branch to branch, monkey, slime, hat, chaos. Kai ran beneath them. Flan, Terra chased. Lumi sprinted ahead. The monkey jumped across a gap. Flan attempted the same. Flan was a slime. Gravity remembered. Poo. Flan fell. Kai dove. Splat. Flan landed directly on his face. Kai collapsed. Silence. Kai lay on the forest floor. Flan covered his head. Poo. Kai's muffled voice came from beneath it. Get. Poo. Off. Flan bounced aside. Kai sat up. Leaves covered his hair. Terra sniffed him. Lumi sat nearby. The monkey watched from a branch. Still wearing Flan's hat. Kai looked at Flan. Flan looked at the hat. Poo. Kai sighed. I know. Then another monkey appeared. It carried something. A bright red fruit. It approached the hat thief. The two monkeys exchanged items. Fruit for hat. Kai stared. Did they just trade? The second monkey put the sailor hat on. Then ran. Flan screamed. Poo. Kai grabbed Flan. No. The slime struggled. You're not chasing the entire island. Puu. Kai thought. Then smiled. Wait. He opened his backpack. Food. Monkeys liked food. Probably. He had fruit. Bread. Dried fish. Coconut buns from Miloa. No. Those were his. Kai looked at the slime. Flan stared. Desperately. Poo. Kai sighed. Fine. He took out half a coconut bun. The smell spread. Monkeys appeared. Immediately. From everywhere. Kai became very still. That worked too well. Dozens of golden eyes stared at the bun. Kai held it up. Hat. The monkeys stared. Kai pointed toward Flan's sailor hat. Then the bun. Trade. Silence. The monkey wearing the hat tilted its head. Kai held the bun higher. Food. The monkey's eyes widened. It jumped down. Slowly approached. Kai crouched. The monkey stopped 3 meters away. Kai placed the bun on a rock. Then pointed at the hat. Trade. The monkey touched the hat. Kai nodded. Yes. The monkey removed it. Placed it beside the bun. Then grabbed the food. Kai blinked. That actually worked. Flan launched from his arms. Grabbed the hat. Put it on. Poo. The monkeys screamed. Kiki. Kai laughed. Congratulations. The monkey ate the bun. Its eyes widened. Then it stared at Kai. Kai knew that expression. He had seen it on Lumi. Terra. Flan. Every companion he'd ever fed. No. The monkey approached. Held out one hand. Kai stared. No. The monkey made a tiny sound. Kick. No. Another monkey joined. Then another. Then 5. Hands extended. Kai backed away. I have made a terrible mistake. 10 minutes later. Kai was sitting beneath a tree. Cooking. Of course. He hadn't intended to. But the monkeys had followed him. And followed him. And followed him. Eventually Kai surrendered. He had gathered several of the yellow fruits they'd thrown earlier. After confirming through a tiny cautious taste that they were edible. Sweet. Slightly tart. Almost like mango mixed with citrus. Kai sliced them. Added coconut. A little honey. Then toasted pieces of bread over a small fire. The monkeys sat in a semicircle. Watching. Kai stared. This is absurd. Lumi sat among them. You're not helping. Terra sat beside Kai. The monkeys kept a respectful distance from the dragon. Except one. A particularly tiny monkey had climbed onto Terra's back. Terra froze. RRR. Kai covered his mouth. Don't move. The monkey sat between Terra's horns. Terra looked cross-eyed trying to see it. Kai laughed. Flan bounced among the monkeys. Hat recovered. Honor restored. Kai spread the fruit mixture over toasted bread. Then cut it into small pieces. One each. The monkeys didn't understand. He distributed carefully. They ate. Silence. Then, kiki. Chaos. Monkeys jumped. Spun. Screamed. Kai stared. Good. One immediately held out its hand. Kai sighed. Of course. He made another batch. While cooking, Kai noticed something strange. Some monkeys carried objects. Shells. Stones. Fruit. Wooden pieces. Even coins. They exchanged them. Not randomly. Intentionally. Kai watched one monkey give another a blue shell in exchange for 2 red fruits. Another traded a shiny stone for a coconut. Kai stopped cutting. They have an economy. Lumi looked at him. Do you see this? Kai took out a small copper coin. Held it up. Several monkeys noticed. One approached. It offered him a fruit. Kai stared. Then exchanged the copper. The monkey inspected it. bit it, then ran away. Kai laughed. I just bought fruit from a monkey. The fruit was purple, round, covered in tiny silver spots. Kai sniffed. Sweet. He cautiously tasted. His eyes widened. Oh, very sweet. Juicy. Almost floral. He looked toward the monkey. Where did you get this? The monkey obviously didn't answer. Kai showed the fruit. More. Several monkeys reacted, then ran deeper into the forest. Kai blinked. Did I just place an order? 15 minutes later, they returned, carrying purple fruit. Lots of it. Kai stared. Oh no. The monkeys placed the fruit around him, then held out their hands. Kai checked his coin pouch. No. The monkeys stared. I am not spending my travel budget on monkey fruit. One monkey pointed toward his backpack. Kai frowned. What? It pointed again. Food. Kai understood. Trade. Kick. Kai smiled. Now we're negotiating. He traded dried crackers, small pieces of bread, a little coconut, nothing essential. In return, the monkeys brought fruit, herbs, nuts, even several strange red seeds. Kai inspected everything carefully. This wasn't a market, not exactly, but it felt like one. A ridiculous forest market run by monkeys. Eventually one older monkey appeared, larger than the others, gray fur around its face, long tail, a scar above one eye. The troop became quiet. Kai watched. Boss. The old monkey approached. It carried something, a small carved wooden object. Kai frowned. The monkey placed it in front of him. A little wooden boat, crude, weathered, clearly made by human hands. Kai picked it up. Where did you get this? The monkey pointed deeper into the island. Kai looked, then at the carving, then back. Something's there. The monkey turned, walked several steps, stopped, looked back. Kai sighed. This is how people get lost. Lumi stood. Terra stood. Flan bounced. Kai looked at them. Nobody is going to stop me. Nothing. Wonderful. They followed. The old monkey led them through thick forest. The path wasn't obvious, but the monkeys knew it. They moved between trees, over rocks, across a shallow stream. Kai heard water growing louder. Then, the forest opened. A waterfall descended from a tall cliff. Clear water fell into a wide emerald pool. Sunlight reflected through the mist. Kai stopped. Beautiful. But that wasn't what the monkey wanted to show him. It pointed toward the cliff. Kai followed its gesture. There, half hidden behind vines, stone steps. Kai frowned. Those aren't natural. They climbed. The steps led behind the waterfall. Kai passed through the spray. Cold water hit his shoulders. Flan bounced happily. Terra sneezed. Lumi shook her fur. Behind the waterfall, a small cave opened. Inside, Kai raised his lantern. His eyes widened. An old shelter. Not ancient, but abandoned. Wooden shelves. Broken crates. Rusty hooks. A collapsed cot. Several clay jars. Someone had lived here once. Kai moved carefully. Traveler. Maybe. Fisherman. Castaway. On one wall, names had been carved into the stone. Dozens. Some faded. Some newer. Kai touched them. Travelers. Sailors. People who had stopped here over many years. A message had been carved beneath them. If the monkeys stole something, trade. Do not chase them. You will lose. Kai stared, then laughed. Rook could have written that. Below it, leave something. Take nothing but what you need. Kai became quiet. He looked around. Small objects rested on the shelves. A shell. A broken compass. A carved fish. A spoon. Kai froze. A spoon. The old monkey beside him made a sound. Kick. Kai looked at it, then laughed. So you've been doing this for generations. Kai took out his travel knife. Then hesitated. He found a piece of charcoal instead. No need to damage the stone. On a blank wooden board near the entrance, he wrote. Kai, Lumi, Terra, Flan, Wayfarer. Then beneath, the monkeys stole a spoon and a hat. The hat was recovered. The spoon was not worth saving. Kai smiled. He looked through his bag. What should he leave? Something small. Something that represented them. His eyes landed on a little wooden spoon. Another spoon. Kai stared. No. Flan bounced. Poo. No. Instead, Kai took a small strip of blue cloth left over from repairing Terra's ribbon. He tied it around a tiny piece of driftwood. A little flag. He placed it on the shelf. Fair. The old monkey watched. Then nodded. Actually nodded. Kai blinked. You're unsettlingly intelligent. Kick. They left the cave. At the waterfall pool, Kai refilled his freshwater containers. This alone made the stop worthwhile. Fresh clean water. He checked it carefully. Then filled everything. Terra entered the shallow edge. Splashed. Flan joined. Lumi remained on a rock. Kai sat. He opened one of the purple fruits. Shared it. Even Lumi liked it. Kai smiled. Monkey fruit. Lumi stared. Q. Temporary name. By late afternoon, they returned toward the beach. The monkeys escorted them. All of them. Dozens. Kai carried a bag of traded fruit. Some nuts. Several herbs he planned to identify later. Nothing excessive. When the beach appeared, Kai stopped. The dinghy was exactly where he'd left it. Good. The Wayfarer floated safely offshore. Also good. Then Kai noticed something. The Wayfarer's mast. Something hung from it. Kai squinted. What is that? A monkey sat on the Wayfarer. Kai froze. No. Another appeared. Then another. Then 5 heads popped up. Kai dropped his bag. How did you get there? The monkeys had apparently swum. Or climbed the anchor rope. Or perhaps teleported through pure malice. Kai didn't know. He launched the dinghy. Rowed furiously. Get off my boat. The monkeys screamed happily. One swung from a rope. Another sat on Flan's barrel. A third had opened. Kai's eyes widened. My storage compartment. He rowed faster. No. By the time Kai reached the Wayfarer, the monkeys had stolen 2 crackers, 1 onion, a piece of rope, a wooden cup, and somehow, 1 sock. Kai stared. Why the sock? The monkey holding it sniffed. Immediately recoiled. Kai looked offended. Excuse me. The monkey threw it into the sea. Hey. Lumi sat in the dinghy. Her expression looked suspiciously judgmental. Kai pointed. We've been traveling. Kai traded more fruit to recover the cup. The rope. The onion. He did not recover the crackers. Those were already gone. Eventually, the monkeys returned to shore. They gathered along the beach. Kai raised the anchor. He stood at the tiller. Hair messy. 1 sock wet. Patience damaged. Flan's hat secured. Supplies mostly intact. The old gray monkey stood at the water's edge. It raised 1 hand. Kai stared. Then slowly raised his own. Goodbye. Kick. The other monkeys began screaming. Kiki. Kai laughed. The Wayfarer sailed away. As the island shrank behind them, Kai opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 50. Master Rook wrote, Warning, monkeys. Kai paused. He was correct. Today Flan lost his hat. Temporarily. I lost a spoon. Permanently. A monkey insulted my sock. Kai underlined that. Unnecessarily. He smiled. But we also found fresh water. A waterfall. Fruit I've never tasted before. And an old shelter where travelers have been leaving pieces of themselves for years. Kai looked at the bag of purple fruit. The monkeys trade. I don't know who taught them. Maybe nobody did. Maybe they learned by watching travelers. He continued. Places remember people in strange ways. Sometimes through buildings. Sometimes through recipes. Sometimes through names carved into stone. Kai looked back toward the island. Tiny now. And apparently sometimes through generations of thieves who know the value of a good spoon. He closed the journal. The sun began lowering. Kai checked Master Rook's chart. The next safe anchorage was several hours away. Too far to reach before dark. He frowned. Rook had been extremely clear. Do not enter unfamiliar reefs at night. So, they would spend their first night anchored at sea. Kai looked around the Wayfarer. Then toward the tiny shelter. Lumi was already inside. Kai stared. You remembered. Her tail moved. Terra curled in the center of the deck. Flan occupied Kai's pillow. Kai looked at the sky. Then at his companions. Then at the tiny amount of sleeping space. Wonderful. He anchored in a calm-protected stretch near a small uninhabited rock formation. Cooked a simple dinner. Grilled fish. Monkey fruit. Rice. The sea became dark. Stars appeared. No city lights. No village lanterns. No harbor bells. Just water. Kai lay on the deck beneath a blanket. Lumi curled beside him. Terra slept near his feet. Flan rested on his chest. Kai stared upward. The stars seemed brighter here. Thousands. Reflected in the black water. For once, nobody made noise. Even Flan stayed still. Kai smiled. This isn't bad. The Wayfarer rocked gently. Then something bumped the hull. Thunk. Kai froze. Terra's head rose. Lumi's ears lifted. Flan bounced upright. Kai slowly sat. What was that? Thunk. Again. Kai grabbed the lantern. Looked over the side. Dark water. Nothing. Then, a soft blue light appeared beneath the boat. Kai's eyes widened. Another. Then another. Dozens. Tiny glowing shapes moved through the water. Kai leaned closer. Fish. Hundreds of tiny luminous fish surrounded the wayfarer. Blue. Green. Silver. They moved together like stars beneath the sea. Kai became silent. Lumi stood beside him. Terra looked over carefully without leaving the center. Flan stretched upward. The glowing school circled the boat. Again. Again. Then slowly moved south. A river of light beneath black water. Kai watched. His smile returned. Okay. He lay back down. Definitely worth losing the spoon. Far ahead, beyond the glowing fish, another island waited beneath the stars. And tomorrow, the wayfarer would continue south. One small stop at a time. Chapter 51, The Island That Moves. Kai woke because the ocean was breathing. At least, that was what it sounded like. Whoosh. The wayfarer rose gently. Then lowered. Kai remained beneath his blanket, staring at the dark sky. Wave. His eyes closed again. Whoosh. The boat rose. Higher this time. Kai's eyes opened. Large wave. Lumi's head lifted beside him. Q. Terra stirred near the center of the deck. Flan remained asleep on Kai's chest. Its tiny sailor hat had somehow stayed perfectly positioned throughout the night. Kai slowly sat up. The sea was calm. Completely calm. Stars reflected across the black water. There wasn't enough wind to make waves like that. Kai frowned. Then what? Whoosh. The wayfarer rose again. Kai grabbed the side. Terra's claws scraped against the deck. RRR. Flan rolled off Kai. Pooh. Lumi jumped to her feet. Kai looked over the side. Dark water. Nothing. Then, a pale blue glow appeared beneath them. Kai froze. Not the fish again. The luminous fish from earlier had already disappeared south. This light was different. Much larger. Much deeper. Something enormous moved beneath the wayfarer. Kai's face went pale. No. Rook's lessons immediately returned to him. Reefs. Currents. Storms. Hull damage. Emergency sails. Man overboard. Rook had covered many dangers. He had never covered. Something enormous is underneath your boat. Kai grabbed the tiller. Everyone stay still. Terra froze. Lumi lowered herself. Flan bounced onto Kai's shoulder. Pooh. Especially you. The blue glow expanded. It stretched beyond the wayfarer. Far beyond. Kai couldn't see its edges. His mouth slowly opened. That's not a fish. The water bulged. Kai's heart stopped. Hold on. Whoosh. The ocean erupted. The wayfarer shot upward. Kai fell backward. Ah. Terra rolled. RRR. Lumi dug her claws into the deck. Flan flew through the air. Puuuuuuu. Kai caught the slime against his chest. Water poured from the hull. The wayfarer tilted. Kai desperately grabbed a rope. Then, stopped. Because they weren't floating anymore. The boat rested. On something. Kai stared. Water rushed away around them. Moonlight revealed a vast dark surface beneath the wayfarer. Smooth. Wet. Covered in patches of coral. Seaweed. Barnacles. Small pools. Kai slowly stood. What? The surface continued rising. Higher. Higher. Until the wayfarer sat several meters above the surrounding ocean. Kai's hands remained wrapped around the rope. His brain refused to cooperate. Terra cautiously sniffed the surface. RRR. Don't lick it. Terra looked at Kai. Whatever this is, don't lick it. Then something appeared far ahead. A ridge. No. A shell. Kai squinted. Moonlight revealed enormous overlapping plates rising like hills. Each one was covered with moss and coral. Small trees grew between them. Kai stared. No. Lumi walked to the edge of the boat. Q. Kai whispered. This isn't an island. Something exhaled. Whoosh. Far ahead, a column of mist erupted into the night. Kai's jaw dropped. Flan bounced. Pooh. Kai pointed. No excitement. Two enormous golden lights opened near the front of the creature. Eyes. Kai became very still. One eye turned, slowly, toward the wayfarer. Kai stopped breathing. Hello. The eye blinked. A wave rolled outward. Kai nearly fell again. Then the creature began moving. South. The entire enormous body shifted beneath the wayfarer. Kai stared at the ocean sliding past. We're moving, He checked the anchor line. His face changed. The anchor had caught between two ridges on the creature's shell. Kai covered his face. We anchored to it. Lumi looked at him. I didn't know. Terra sniffed the shell. Flan bounced onto it. Kai immediately grabbed the slime. No. Poo. No exploring giant sea creatures in the middle of the night. Flan stretched toward the shell. Poo. Kai pulled it back. Absolutely not. The creature continued swimming. Slowly. Very slowly. But because of its enormous size, the wayfarer was being carried with it. Kai looked toward the horizon. Then at the anchor. Then at the creature. He considered cutting the rope. But the sea around them remained dark. And they were currently several meters above it. Maybe wait. He carefully lit a lantern. The warm light revealed more of the creature's back. Coral gardens covered parts of its shell. Tiny crabs crawled between rocks. Seagrass grew in shallow pools. Kai blinked. There is an ecosystem on this thing. Terra stepped out of the boat. Kai's eyes widened. Terra. The baby dragon froze. RRR. Back. Terra looked down. Then at Kai. Back. Terra reluctantly climbed aboard. Kai exhaled. The creature's eye closed again. Apparently, it didn't care about them. That was reassuring. Slightly. Kai remained awake until dawn. There was no possibility of sleeping. Not while his boat was parked on the back of a creature large enough to be mistaken for geography. As the sky brightened, Kai finally saw it properly. And his mouth fell open again. The creature was enormous. Its shell stretched hundreds of meters. Maybe more. Kai couldn't judge accurately. The front resembled an ancient sea turtle, though its neck was shorter and broader. Dark blue-gray skin. Massive flippers. A shell covered in ridges resembling small hills. Coral. Plants. Even several tiny trees. Birds landed on its back. Kai stared. Birds. Lumi looked up. There are birds living on it. A flock nested near one of the shell ridges. Several white seabirds walked casually through the grass. One looked at Kai. Kai looked back. You knew this was here. The bird screamed. Kai sighed. Useful. The wayfarer remained wedged in a shallow depression on the shell. Thankfully upright. Thankfully undamaged. Kai checked everything. Hull. Mast. Sail. Ropes. Supplies. Nothing broken. He finally relaxed enough to make breakfast. Because apparently, being stranded on a giant, moving sea creature didn't cancel breakfast. Kai cooked rice porridge, added dried fish, a little sea herb paste from Miloa. He tasted it, paused, then added citrus. He could practically hear grandmother Sella complaining. Kai smiled. Sorry. Lumi received fish. Terra received a bowl. Flan absorbed several spoonfuls. Kai ate while sitting on the wayfarer's edge. The enormous creature moved steadily south. This is. Kai looked around. Actually peaceful. Lumi lay beside him. Terra watched the birds. Flan bounced quietly. Kai ate another spoonful. Then something landed beside him. A seabird. Kai stared. The bird stared at his breakfast. No. The bird stepped closer. No. It stepped closer. Kai covered his bowl. I've dealt with monkeys already. The bird screamed. Not happening. Another bird landed. Then another. Kai stood. Absolutely not. 5 minutes later, Kai was eating inside the tiny shelter. Lumi sat beside him. Kai glared through the opening. The birds waited outside. I have been defeated. After breakfast, Kai finally opened Master Rook's chart. There had to be something. He searched the region carefully. No island marked at their location. Obviously. Because the island moved. But beside the southern route, Rook had written something tiny. Kai squinted. Watch for SHELLBACKS. Kai stared, then slowly closed his eyes. Rook. He opened the chart again. Shellbacks. At least now he had a name. Kai searched his travel guide. Nothing. His creature guide. He had purchased several small regional books in Selka. One contained common maritime beasts. He flipped pages. Sea serpents. Tide gliders. Reef rays. Lanternfish. Storm gulls. Then, found it. Great shellback. Classification. Ancient maritime beast. Temperament. Docile. Habitat. Warm coastal seas. Size. Extremely large. Kai stared. Extremely large. He looked around. Excellent description. He continued. Great shellbacks spend much of their lives traveling established migration routes. Their shells often support small ecosystems, causing sleeping individuals to be mistaken for islands. Kai stopped, slowly looked at the creature. Then at the book. Sleeping individuals. He read further. Sailors are advised not to anchor to unidentified islands in deep water. Kai stared at the sentence. Then at his anchor line. Thank you. Lumi made a sound. Q. I know. Kai continued. Shellbacks are peaceful and less harmed. Some maritime cultures consider encountering one a sign of safe travels. Kai relaxed. Peaceful. Good. Very good. Then, never approach the head without invitation. Kai frowned. Invitation. He looked toward the creature's enormous head. How exactly does a turtle the size of a village invite someone? No answer. The shellback continued south. Kai checked the sun, then the chart. Something became obvious. We're going the right direction. The creature's migration route was nearly identical to theirs. At least for now. Kai stared. So we're hitchhiking. Terra tilted its head. RRR. Accidentally. Flan bounced. Pooh. No, this does not make you captain of the shellback. Flan bounced higher. Kai pointed. Wayfarer only. By mid-morning, Kai's curiosity won. Of course it did. He secured the Wayfarer carefully. Then packed a small bag. Water, food, rope, medicine, journal. He looked at his companions. We are only walking a little. Terra's tail wagged. Little. Flan bounced. Nobody disappears. Lumi stood. Kai sighed. Why do I feel like I'm taking children to a park? They stepped onto the shellback. The surface felt surprisingly stable. The creature's movements were slow enough that Kai barely noticed them. Small pools of seawater had collected between shell ridges. Fish lived inside some. Kai crouched. How did you get here? Tiny fish. Scattered. Sea herbs grew along damp areas. Several plants Kai recognized from Selka's markets. Others were unfamiliar. Kai wrote notes. Did not taste them. Lumi noticed. Kai looked at her. I'm learning. Terra discovered a crab. The crab discovered Terra. They stared. Terra sniffed. The crab raised its claws. RRR. Kai watched. Careful. Terra moved closer. The crab pinched Terra's nose. RRR. Terra jumped backward. Kai laughed so hard he had to sit down. The crab fled. Terra stared after it, deeply offended. Kai wiped his eyes. You fought a crab. RRR. And lost. Terra growled. Kai laughed again. Flan approached another crab. Kai stopped laughing. Don't. Flan extended a pseudopod. The crab pinched it. Flan stared. The claw sank harmlessly into slime. The crab stared. Flan lifted it. Pooh. Kai covered his face. Put it down. Lumi walked past all of them. Elegant. Unbothered. Kai looked at her. At least one of us has dignity. Lumi stepped directly into a hidden puddle. Splash. She froze. Kai froze. Terra froze. Flan froze. Lumi slowly looked at Kai. Kai pressed his lips together. Nothing. They continued. Near the center of the shellback's shell, Kai found something unexpected. Stone. Not natural stone. Carved stone. A small pillar stood between two shell ridges. Weathered smooth. Covered in moss. Kai approached. What? Symbols had been carved into it. Different languages. Different scripts. Some very old. Some newer. Kai recognized trade tongue. One line read, rest gently upon the old traveler. Another, take nothing that grows here. Another, leave no fire. And beneath, thank him before you go. Kai became quiet. People had been here before. Many people. For centuries, perhaps. Travelers had accidentally, or intentionally, rested upon this enormous creature. And someone had left rules. Kai smiled. Another traveler's marker. Like the cave on Monkey Island. Different place. Same idea. He touched the weathered stone. People really do leave notes everywhere. Lumi sat beside the pillar. Terra sniffed it. Flan bounced once. Kai took out his journal. He copied the inscriptions. Then wrote beneath them. Apparently even moving islands have travel etiquette. They didn't take anything. Not the herbs. Not the shells. Not even the strange blueberries Kai desperately wanted to taste. This wasn't an island. It was someone's back. That felt different. Instead, Kai picked up a piece of trash. A rusted metal hook wedged between coral. Probably left by a sailor years ago. Then another. A broken bottle. A length of old fishing line. Kai frowned. Let's clean. Terra helped carry small pieces. Lumi found more tangled line. Flan absorbed tiny fragments from places Kai couldn't reach. For the next hour, they collected what didn't belong. Kai returned everything natural to where it was. Only human-made debris went into a sack. When they finished, Kai looked at the bag. Better. The shellback suddenly made a deep sound. Not loud, but powerful enough that Kai felt it through his feet. Mm. Everyone froze. Terra crouched. Flan flattened. Lumi's ears lifted. Kai looked around. Was that you? The sound came again. Mm. Kai slowly smiled. I'll assume that's approval. They returned toward the Wayfarer. Halfway back, Kai stopped. Something moved overhead. A shadow. Huge. He looked up. A creature glided through the sky. Broad wings. Long tail. Silver blue body. Not a bird. Not a dragon. A massive sky ray rode the ocean winds. Kai stared. Oh. Another appeared. Then 3. They circled the shellback. Kai sat on a ridge. For several minutes, he simply watched. The shellback beneath them. Sky rays above. Ocean stretching everywhere. No dungeon. No monster battle. No quest. Just the world being enormous and strange. Kai smiled. This is better. Lumi lay beside him. Terra settled against his leg. Flan climbed onto his shoulder. Eventually, they returned to the boat. By afternoon, the shellback began slowing. Kai noticed immediately. Its direction changed. Slightly east. Away from their planned route. Kai checked the chart. They couldn't remain aboard forever. Time to separate. But there was one problem. The Wayfarer was still sitting several meters above sea level. Kai looked at the water. Then at the boat. Then at the anchor. How do we get down? The shellback answered. Apparently. Its enormous body slowly sank. Kai's eyes widened. Everyone aboard. They scrambled into the Wayfarer. Kai released the anchor from the shell ridge. Pulled it aboard. Secured everything. Water climbed around the shellback. First covering the lower shell. Then the coral ridges. Then the grassy areas. Kai watched from the Wayfarer. Eventually, the boat floated. Gently. Kai immediately raised a small portion of sail. Not enough to rush. Just enough to drift away safely. The shellback continued sinking. Its enormous head remained above water. Kai looked toward it, remembering the inscription. Thank him before you go. Kai stood at the stern. Thank you. His voice sounded tiny over the sea. The shellback's enormous golden eye opened. It looked toward him. Kai waved. Terra stood beside him. RRR. Lumi called. Q. Flan bounced. Poo. The shellback released one deep call. Mm. The sound rolled across the ocean. Then, it disappeared beneath the water. Slowly. Peacefully. Until only ripples remained. Kai stood quietly. Then looked down. The sea beneath the Wayfarer glowed faintly blue for several seconds. A huge shadow moved east. Then vanished into deeper water. Kai exhaled. Well, he looked at his companions. We slept on a sea beast. Lumi sat. Q. We sailed on a sea beast. Terra growled proudly. RRR. And Terra lost a fight to a crab. Terra froze. RRR. Kai laughed. They resumed their course south. The wind was gentle. Kai raised the sail. The Wayfarer moved steadily. That evening, they reached another small anchorage. This time, Kai checked very carefully. He lowered a weighted line. Rock, sand, normal seabed. He checked again. Kai nodded. Definitely not alive. He anchored. Then checked a third time. Lumi stared. Q. I've learned. Dinner was simple. Rice, grilled fish, a little monkey fruit. Kai refused to cook anything complicated after the previous night's surprise. Afterward, he opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 51. Last night I anchored to an island. Kai paused, then added, it was not an island. It was a great shellback. An enormous sea beast with enough plants, coral, birds, fish, and crabs living on its shell that people sometimes mistake it for land. He smiled. Master Rook warned me. Technically. His note said, watch for SHELLBACKS. I would like to formally request more detailed warnings. Kai continued. There was an old traveler's marker on its back. Rest gently. Take nothing. Leave no fire. Say thank you. He paused. I like that. Kai looked across the darkening sea. Travelers came before me. Travelers will come after me. Some places don't belong to us just because we can stand on them. He thought about the rubbish they'd collected. The old fishing line. The broken bottle. Sometimes being a traveler means leaving a place exactly as you found it. He considered. Then crossed out exactly. Or a little cleaner. Kai smiled. Also, Terra lost a fight to a crab. A growl came from behind him. RRR. Kai slowly looked over. Terra was awake. You can't read. Terra stared. Kai closed the journal. Good night. The next morning, Kai checked the chart. Their route continued south. Several small islands lay ahead. But beyond them, a larger shape had finally appeared on the horizon. Not one island. Several. Kai stood at the bow beside Lumi. He raised the spyglass Rook had given him. Through it, he saw distant sails, towers, bridges, structures rising from multiple islands. Kai lowered the spyglass. His heart beat faster. Terra approached. Flan bounced onto the barrel. Kai checked the chart, then the horizon, then smiled. The outer islands. The first territories connected to the ocean kingdom of Thalassia. Not the capital. Not yet. But the beginning. Kai returned to the tiller. The wayfarers' sail filled. Ahead, the sea routes grew busier. Fishing vessels. Merchant boats. Strange ships with colorful sails. And far above them, sky rays circled beneath the clouds. Kai grinned. Looks like we're finally getting close. The wayfarer sailed south, toward the outer islands, toward new people, new food, new roads made entirely of water. And the next stage of Kai's journey across the Azure Sea. Chapter 52, The Outer Islands of Thalassia. Kai had imagined entering the Ocean Kingdom would involve something dramatic. Perhaps enormous gates rising from the sea. Royal ships. Merfolk guards. A magical barrier. Maybe someone blowing a ceremonial horn. Instead, next, Kai flinched. Ah, yes. The harbor officer stared at him. Name, Kai. Family name, just Kai. Origin, Kai froze. That question remained inconvenient. Far away, the officer slowly looked up from his paperwork. Kai smiled. Very far away. The officer sighed. Occupation, traveler. Cargo, food. The officer glanced toward the wayfarer. Anything else? Cooking equipment. Anything alive? Kai looked behind him. Lumi sat elegantly at the bow. Terra sat in the center of the deck. Flan stood proudly atop its barrel wearing a sailor hat and red scarf. Kai turned back. Defined cargo. The officer closed his eyes. The morning had begun beautifully. After leaving the great shellback behind, Kai had anchored overnight in a quiet stretch of water. This time, he had checked the seabed 3 times. Sand. Rock. Definitely not alive. Probably. At sunrise, the outer islands appeared. Not one. Dozens. Some tiny. Some large enough to hold entire towns. Bridges connected several of them. Other settlements floated directly on the water. Boats moved everywhere. Fishing skiffs. Merchant vessels. Passenger ferries. Long narrow boats powered by magic crystals. Even several vessels shaped like enormous shells. Kai had stood at the tiller staring. He hadn't finished. He didn't need to. Lumi stood at the bow. Her white fur moved in the sea breeze. Terra's tail wagged. RRR. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai smiled. Yeah, the ocean kingdom of Thalassia. They had finally reached it. Or at least, the beginning of it. Kai checked Rook's chart. The first major settlement was marked. Port Nereva. Outer Thalassan customs. Safe harbor. Good soup. Kai stared. Good soup. He looked toward the horizon. That's the most useful note Rook has written. Port Nereva occupied 3 neighboring islands. The largest held most of the town. The second contained warehouses and shipyards. The third appeared almost entirely covered in gardens. Stone bridges arched between them. Floating docks filled the spaces below. The architecture immediately looked different from Selka. Buildings were pale blue and white. Roofs curved like waves. Shell mosaics decorated walls. Many structures had lower entrances directly at water level. Kai noticed why. A merfolk woman swam beneath the wayfarer. Kai leaned over. Oh, she surfaced beside another boat. A dock worker handed her a crate. She disappeared underwater carrying it. Kai blinked. Underwater delivery. Another figure walked along the dock. Humanoid. Tall. Skin pale turquoise. Small fins extended behind his ears. A tide elf. Then Kai saw Riverkin. Humans. Dwarves. Shellfolk. People with translucent fin-like wings. People whose lower bodies remained entirely aquatic and moved through canals instead of streets. Kai smiled. This is going to be interesting. Then they reached customs. And interesting became paperwork. The harbor officer looked at Terra. Species. Earth Dragon. The officer's pen stopped. He looked at Kai. Then Terra. Then Kai again. Dragon. Baby. Terra growled. RRR. The officer leaned away. Kai smiled awkwardly. Very baby. Registered companion. Kai hesitated. Registered where? The officer sighed. Fine. He wrote something. Moon Fox. Lumi. Q. Slime. Flan. Poo. The officer stared at the sailor hat. Kai nodded. Don't ask. Boat ownership papers. Kai brightened. I have those. Finally. Something he could answer confidently. He produced the document Master Rook had given him. The officer inspected it. Wayfarer. Kai nodded. Coastal cutter. Yes. Recently transferred. Yes. Registered in Selka. Yes. Owner has 7 days sailing experience. Kai froze. Is that written there? The officer looked up. Shipwright's note. Kai stared at the document. Rook. The officer's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Doc 12. Kai blinked. That's it. That's it. No entrance fee. 3 silver. Kai's happiness disappeared. Of course. Kai paid. The officer stamped the papers. Entry approved. Outer Thalassia. Kai stared at the mark. Then smiled. Official. They were inside. Next. Kai quickly moved the Wayfarer. Thank you. Docking went much better than it had on Miloa. Kai approached slowly. Adjusted sail. Turned. Reduced speed. Through the line. A dock worker caught it. Kai secured everything. Then checked twice. The dock worker nodded. Not bad. Kai smiled. I practiced. Then the Wayfarer drifted slightly. Kai quickly tightened the stern line. The worker raised an eyebrow. Kai sighed. Still practicing. The moment Kai stepped onto the dock, he smelled food. His head turned automatically. Lumi's head turned at exactly the same time. Kai stared at her. Don't. Lumi's tail moved. A row of food stalls lined the harbor. Steam. Grilled fish. Spices. Bread. Something sweet. Something fried. Kai checked the chart. Good soup. His stomach growled. First, he looked at the Wayfarer. Harbor office. Then food. Responsible. Very responsible. 20 minutes later, Kai was eating soup. The harbor office could wait. The stall had no name. Only a painted picture of a red fish inside a bowl. An elderly merfolk man worked behind the counter. His long dark green tail remained submerged in a narrow water channel built into the stall floor. Kai sat. The bowl arrived. Clear broth. Thin noodles. White fish. Sea vegetables. Tiny orange shells. A slice of citrus. Kai smelled it. His eyes widened. Rook was right. The vendor raised an eyebrow. You haven't tasted it. Kai took a spoonful. Paused. Then nodded. Rook was very right. The broth was light. Salty. Fresh. The citrus made everything brighter. A gentle warmth from some unfamiliar spice remained afterward. Lumi stared. Kai stared back. No. Q. Soup. Q. You'll burn yourself. Lumi placed one paw on Kai's leg. Kai sighed. He ordered a second bowl. Asked for less broth. More fish. The vendor didn't even look surprised. Terra received a bowl. Kai blew on it first. Wait. Terra leaned forward. Hot. RRR. Wait. Terra stared. Kai stared back. Wait. Flan bounced. Kai looked at the slime. You are not absorbing boiling soup. Poo. No. 5 minutes later. Flan had cooled soup. Kai still didn't know whether this was responsible. The vendor watched them. First time in Thalassia. Kai nodded. Obvious. You looked at the water streets for 5 minutes. Kai smiled. Fair. The old merfolk introduced himself as Vaso. Kai asked about the soup. Vaso immediately became more talkative. Broth starts with reef fish bones. Kai took out his notebook. Vaso noticed. Cook. Kai sighed. Everyone knows. Vaso laughed. He explained the spice. Blue ginger. Kai blinked. Ginger. Vaso placed a small root on the counter. It looked exactly like ginger. Except blue. Kai smelled it. Sharp. Citrusy. Slightly minty. His eyes brightened. Where can I buy this? Vaso pointed inland. Morning market. Kai wrote it down. Then Vaso added. Don't buy from the stalls near the North Bridge. Kai stopped writing. Why? Tourist price. Kai immediately underlined the warning. Thank you. After breakfast, actually second breakfast, Kai finally visited the harbor office. The harbor master was a Tide elf woman named Sarah. Short silver blue hair, sharp eyes, a pile of paperwork that looked capable of killing someone. She inspected Kai's documents, then looked toward the wayfarer. You're heading deeper into Thalassia. Eventually. Capital. Eventually. Sarah raised an eyebrow. Kai smiled. I stop a lot. I noticed. She pulled out a regional chart. Outer islands are easy. She pointed. Marked channels. Good. Buoys. Good. Harbor lights. Very good. Reefs. Kai stopped smiling. Less good. Sarah pointed to several red areas. Do not cross these. Kai nodded seriously. Shallow. Coral. Visible. Sometimes. Kai sighed. Of course. She continued. Thalassan waters use colored route markers. Blue for deep channels. Green for local routes. White for passenger lanes. Red means restricted. Kai wrote everything. In gold. Kai pointed at a symbol. Sarah paused. Royal route. Kai looked at her. Meaning. Don't sail there. Understood. She gave him a small booklet. A traveler's guide to Thalassan waterways. Kai smiled. Useful. Read it. I will. Before sailing. Kai looked offended. I read instructions. Sarah stared. Kai thought about the shellback. Usually. Outside. Terra had acquired another ribbon. Kai stopped. No. The baby dragon sat proudly beside a shellfolk merchant. A bright turquoise ribbon had been tied around one horn. Kai stared. Who? The merchant raised his hand. He liked it. Kai looked at Terra. RRR. You already have ribbons. Terra's tail wagged. Kai sighed. Fine. Flan had also acquired something. Kai narrowed his eyes. A tiny shell pin decorated its sailor hat. Pooh. Kai stared. How? A little merfolk girl waved. Kai understood. Of course. Lumi remained untouched. Elegant. Untarnished. Then she turned. Kai noticed a small blue flower tucked behind one ear. He closed his eyes. All of you. They explored Port Nereva. The first surprise was the roads. Some were normal stone streets. Others were canals. Several were both. A broad avenue might have a walkway on each side with a deep water channel through the middle. Merfolk traveled through the water. Land dwellers walked. Small ferries crossed between levels. Kai stopped at an intersection. There were signs. One arrow pointed toward a bridge. Another pointed directly into the water. Kai stared. That one isn't for me. A merfolk courier dove past. Kai laughed. Definitely not. The second surprise was the market. Port Nereva's morning tide market occupied an enormous floating platform between two islands. Unlike Selka's 100 Shores market, which focused on foods from distant regions, this market was overwhelmingly local. Kai became dangerous. Financially. Blue ginger. Pearl onions. Sea grapes. Coral mushrooms. Salt. Lemons. Silver rice. Water chestnuts. 3 types of seaweed he'd never seen. 5 types of shellfish he couldn't identify. Fruit that floated. Fruit that sank. Fruit that apparently screamed when cut. Kai put that one back. No. The vendor laughed. Scared. Experienced. Lumi sniffed dried fish. Terra sniffed vegetables. Flan bounced between stalls. Kai grabbed Flan. No disappearing. Pooh. Monkey Island taught me things. He purchased blue ginger. Reasonable. Salt lemons. Reasonable. Coral mushrooms. Reasonable. A small bag of silver rice. Reasonable. A jar of glowing fish eggs. Kai stared at his purchases. Less reasonable. Then he saw a cooking pan. Flat. Wide. Made from dark metal. Designed specifically for cooking over small boat stoves. Kai froze. No. The merchant smiled. Kai walked away. 3 steps. Stopped. Looked back. No. 5 minutes later. Kai owned the pan. Lumi stared. Don't. At noon. They found the garden island. The smallest of Port Nereva's 3 islands was almost entirely agricultural. Terraced gardens climbed its slopes. But instead of ordinary fields, many crops grew inside shallow saltwater pools. Kai crouched beside one. Rice. A farmer nodded. Silver rice. Kai touched the water. Saltwater. Brackish. Kai's eyes widened. He spent almost an hour talking with farmers. How they controlled salinity. How tides irrigated fields. How seaweed compost fertilized crops. How certain plants grew better when flooded twice daily. Kai filled 6 pages. Lumi fell asleep. Terra chased a tiny crab. Flan floated in an irrigation channel. Kai looked over. Flan. The slime drifted past. Poo. Kai stared. Are you pretending to be a boat? Poo. Kai sighed. One elderly farmer gave Kai a handful of silver rice seeds. For your garden. Kai became quiet. He remembered the small collection of seeds he'd accumulated throughout his travels. He didn't have a garden. Not anymore. Not while traveling. But perhaps someday. He accepted them. Thank you. By afternoon, Kai had walked most of the main island. His feet hurt. His notebook was fuller. His backpack was heavier. His coin pouch was lighter. Normal travel day. They rested near a public fountain. Except it wasn't exactly a fountain. Water flowed upward from a shell-shaped basin, suspended briefly in the air by magic, then fell in shimmering curtains. Children ran beneath it. Terra stared. Kai immediately knew. No. RRR. No. Terra looked at the children. Then Kai. RRR. Kai sighed. Fine. Terra ran into the water. Splash. Children laughed. The dragon shook itself. Everyone nearby got wet. Kai covered his face. I should have predicted that. Flan joined. Poo. It bounced through the falling water. Its body became slightly larger. Kai narrowed his eyes. You're absorbing it. Flan bounced. Stop drinking the fountain. Lumi remained beside Kai. Dry. Wise. Then one child splashed her. Lumi froze. Kai froze. The child froze. Lumi slowly looked down at her wet fur. Then at the child. The child whispered. Sorry. Lumi stepped into the fountain. Kai blinked. Then, splash. She kicked water toward the child. The children screamed happily. Kai stared. Traitor. Soon Lumi was playing too. Kai sat alone on the bench. Dry. Responsible. Adult. A wave of water hit him. He slowly looked over. Terra. RRR. Kai stood. Oh. Terra backed away. Kai smiled. You've chosen war. 5 minutes later. Kai was soaked. Everyone was soaked. Flan had somehow doubled in size. Kai laughed until his stomach hurt. They returned to the Wayfarer near sunset. Kai changed clothes. Hung wet ones to dry. Then used his new pan. Naturally. Dinner. Silver rice. Coral mushrooms. Fresh fish. Blue ginger. Salt lemon. A tiny amount of fermented shell sauce. Kai cooked. Slowly. The smell spread across the dock. A dock worker stopped. Then another. Kai noticed. No. A nearby sailor leaned over. That smells good. Kai stared. Don't. 10 minutes later. Kai was cooking 6 portions. He sighed. This keeps happening. Vaso arrived carrying extra fish. Use this. Kai stared. How did you know? Harbor gossip. Kai closed his eyes. Of course. Dinner became communal. Again. Dock workers. Sailors. Vaso. A shellfolk family from the neighboring boat. 2 merfolk couriers who ate from the water beside the dock. Kai served the silver rice with grilled fish and coral mushrooms. The blue ginger added freshness. The salt lemon cut through the rich sauce. Vaso tasted. Paused. Then nodded. Good. Kai smiled. Needs anything. Vaso thought. More blue ginger. Kai stared. Neris would say more lime. Who's Neris? Tide elf cook. Vaso nodded. She's probably wrong. Kai laughed. Grandmother Sella would like you. After dinner. Kai sat on the Wayfarer's deck. Port Nereva glowed around him. Blue lanterns reflected in the canals. Boats moved quietly. Music came from somewhere across the water. He opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 52. Today I officially entered Thalassia. There were no magical gates. No royal welcome. No ceremonial horns. There was paperwork. Kai underlined that. Terra is apparently a registered dragon now. Terra lifted its head. RRR. Kai looked over. You don't know what that means. Terra went back to sleep. Port Nereva is built for people who walk and people who swim. The streets are sometimes roads. Sometimes canals. Sometimes both. I ate Rook's recommended soup. For once, his note was perfectly detailed. Kai smiled. I learned about saltwater farming. Bought too many ingredients. Bought a pan I did not need. He looked toward the new pan. I regret nothing. We also started a water fight in a public fountain. He paused. Terra started it. A low growl came from nearby. RRR. Kai looked at Terra. Still can't read. He continued. This is only the outer edge of Thalassia. The kingdom stretches across hundreds of islands. Some towns float. Some cities are partially underwater. Some routes can only be traveled at certain tides. Kai looked toward his new waterway guide. So many routes. So many islands. I thought reaching Thalassia would feel like arriving somewhere. He paused, then smiled. Instead, it feels like I've reached another beginning. Kai closed the journal. The following morning, he woke early. Too early. Because something knocked against the wayfarer. Tap, tap, tap. Kai opened one eye. Monkey. He sat upright. No monkeys. Tap, tap. Kai looked over the side. A young merfolk boy floated beside the boat. Kai blinked. Hello. The boy held something. A waterproof message tube. For Kai of the Wayfarer. Kai stared. Me. The boy nodded. Kai accepted it. Who sent this? The courier pointed toward the harbor office. Harbor Master Sarah. Kai frowned. He opened the tube. Inside was a note. To Kai, Captain of the Wayfarer. Kai stopped. Captain. Flan immediately bounced. Pooh. Kai pointed. Not you. He continued reading. A TIDEGLIDER pod was sighted south of Nereva yesterday evening. Kai's eyes widened. Lumi's ears rose. Terra stood. One young TI-deglider separated from the pod near the southern channel. Kai became very still. It was reported wearing a blue cloth strip around one fin. Kai stared. Blue cloth. When they'd treated Ripple's injury. Kai had used cloth to clean and protect the wound. Before release, one small strip had remained loosely tied near the healthy base of the fin until the salve dried. Oris had joked that Ripple looked decorated. Kai stood. Ripple. Lumi jumped onto the bow. Q. Terra growled excitedly. RRR. Flan bounced. Pooh. Kai read the final line. The TI-deglider was last seen heading toward the southern Market Islands. Kai looked at the chart. Their planned route already went south. Through the Market Islands. Toward deeper Thalassan territory. He smiled. Well. He folded the note. We were going that way anyway. Kai checked the sky. Wind. Tide. Route markers. Then began preparing the Wayfarer. Water loaded. Supplies secured. New pan stored. Terra positioned near the center. Flan on its barrel. Lumi at the bow. Kai untied the lines. Vaso waved from his soup stall. Come back. Kai waved. I will. Harbor Master Sarah stood on the pier. Follow the green markers. Kai nodded. Green. Not white. Not white. And stay away from the gold. Kai laughed. I remember. The Wayfarer moved from the dock. Its sail filled. Port Nereva slowly receded. Ahead. Dozens of islands dotted the brilliant blue sea. Floating markets. Fishing villages. Coral reefs. Water roads. And somewhere among them, perhaps a familiar little tide glider. Kai adjusted the tiller. Southern Market Islands. Lumi's tail moved. Terra's ribbons fluttered. Flan's sailor hat tilted dramatically in the wind. Kai smiled. Let's see what we find. The Wayfarer sailed deeper into the Ocean Kingdom. Chapter 53, Coral Gate. The sea changed as they traveled deeper south. Kai noticed it first in the color. The water surrounding the Wayfarer had been blue since they left Selka. Deep blue. Bright blue. Turquoise near islands. Dark blue over deeper channels. But this morning, it was almost impossibly clear. Kai leaned over the side. He could see straight down. Schools of silver fish moved beneath the hull. Long strands of sea grass swayed far below. Patches of coral appeared in brilliant reds, oranges, purples, and blues. Kai stared. That's beautiful. Lumi joined him at the side. Q. Terra immediately attempted to join them. Kai turned. Center. Terra stopped. RRR. Rook said center. The baby Earth Dragon reluctantly shuffled back. Flan stood atop its usual barrel. Sailor hat. Red scarf. Tiny shell pin. Pooh. Kai looked at the slime. You've somehow become the best-dressed sailor aboard. Flan bounced proudly. Several days had passed since they began sailing through the outer Thalassan waters. Kai had learned something important during that time. Thalassia was enormous. Not enormous in the way a single kingdom on land might stretch from one mountain range to another. Thalassia was scattered. Island after island. Village after village. Waterway after waterway. Some islands held only a handful of homes. Others contained bustling ports. Some settlements floated entirely on the sea. Others had buildings descending beneath the water. Kai had stopped at several small islands along the route. Not for long. Sometimes only for lunch. Sometimes to refill water. Sometimes because Lumi smelled food. Usually because Lumi smelled food. But now, they were approaching something different. Kai knew because the traffic had increased. Merchant vessels traveled in both directions. Passenger boats passed them. Merfolk couriers swam along marked water routes. Fishing boats carried baskets of strange reef fish. A large vessel with bright yellow sails passed on their left. Kai waved. Several sailors waved back. Then one shouted, "Coral Gate before noon." Kai cupped his hands around his mouth. "Thank you." Kai looked at the maritime guide. He had already read the relevant section 3 times. The Coral Gate, the traditional maritime entrance into the central territories of the Ocean Kingdom of Thalassia. Not the kingdom's political border. Technically, Kai had already entered Thalassian territory farther north. But culturally, the Coral Gate marked something else. Beyond it lay the heart of the Ocean Kingdom. The great reef cities, the deepwater settlements, the major trade islands, and eventually, the royal capital. Kai looked toward the horizon. Almost there. Lumi's ears rose. Terra's tail began wagging. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai smiled. Then, Roo. Kai froze. Lumi immediately turned. Terra stood. Flan stopped bouncing. Another call rolled across the water. Roo. Kai's smile widened. Tide gliders. Shapes appeared between the waves. 1, 3, 7, more. A tide glider pod traveled several hundred meters east of the Wayfarer. They leapt through the water. Translucent fins opened. For brief moments, they glided above the sea. Kai searched automatically. Ripple. Lumi's nose lifted. Q. Kai laughed. You can identify him from here. Lumi suddenly barked. Kyuu. One of the smaller tide gliders separated from the pod. Kai's eyes widened. A familiar blue-gray body accelerated toward them. A strip of faded blue cloth remained tied loosely near one fin. No way. Splash. Ripple disappeared beneath the surface. Then, whoosh, he launched from the water beside the Wayfarer. His translucent fins spread. For one ridiculous second, Ripple flew directly past Kai. Ruuu. Kai burst out laughing. Ripple. The tide glider splashed down. Terra ran toward the side. Center. Too late. The Wayfarer tilted. Kai grabbed the tiller. Terra. Terra froze. RRR. Center. The dragon hurried back. Ripple surfaced. Roo. Lumi stood at the bow. Kyuu. Flan bounced wildly. Poo. Kai smiled. You found us again. Ripple splashed. The rest of the pod remained nearby. Several adults surfaced. One of them was the enormous tide glider Kai remembered from the coast near Selka. Ripple's parent. Probably. Kai raised a hand. Hello again. The adult released a low call. Roo. Kai grinned. I'll assume you remember me. For almost an hour, the tide gliders traveled beside the Wayfarer. Sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. Ripple repeatedly approached the boat. Once, he tried climbing aboard. Kai immediately stopped him. No, Roo. You are significantly bigger than when we met. Ripple placed both front fins against the hull. The Wayfarer tilted. Kai pointed. Exactly. Ripple splashed him. Kai wiped water from his face. You're spending too much time with Terra. Terra growled proudly. RRR. Eventually the tide gliders moved ahead. Not away. Ahead. Almost as though they knew where the Wayfarer was going. Kai watched them. Coral Gate. The adult tide glider called. Others answered. Then the entire pod accelerated south. Kai smiled. Apparently. He adjusted the sail. Let's follow. The water became shallower. Not dangerously shallow. But the seabed became increasingly visible. Coral formations stretched below like enormous underwater forests. Kai stared. Some coral looked like trees. Others resembled giant flowers. Some formed spiraling towers. Fish of every imaginable color moved between them. Kai had to force himself to watch the route markers. Don't stare at fish. He checked the green buoy ahead. Navigation. Then looked down again. A school of rainbow-colored fish passed beneath them. Oh. He stared. Then immediately looked forward. Navigation. Lumi watched him. Q. I know. The marked channel narrowed. 2 green markers ahead. Then another. Then, the vessels around them began slowing. Kai frowned. Why? A passenger boat passed. Its captain pointed ahead. First time. Kai nodded. The captain smiled. Then look up. Kai did. And forgot how to speak. Far ahead. Something enormous rose from the ocean. At first Kai thought they were islands. Two enormous pale structures stood on opposite sides of the channel. But as the wayfarer approached, details appeared. Branches, ridges, curves, color, coral. Two gigantic coral formations rose from the sea. Hundreds of feet high, they curved toward one another. Their upper branches intertwined above the channel. Together, they formed an enormous natural arch. Kai whispered, "Coral Gate." It was covered in life. Bright coral, sea flowers, hanging vines, shells, small waterfalls spilled from pools high above. Birds nested between branches. Merfolk swam through openings near the base. But that wasn't all. Structures had been built into it. Balconies, watch posts, small towers, bridges, lanterns, blue and silver banners hung from the upper arch. At their center, a golden seashell surrounded by 7 waves. The crest of Thalassia. Kai simply stared. Terra forgot its designated center position. It walked toward the bow. Kai didn't stop it this time. RRR. Flan became completely still. Puu. Lumi sat beside Kai. Her tail moved slowly. The tideglider pod swam toward the gate. Ripple leapt. His fins spread. He glided beneath the enormous arch. Kai laughed softly. Show off. The wayfarer continued forward. Boats from dozens of races surrounded them. Humans, tide elves, riverkin, shellfolk, merfolk, dwarves, people Kai couldn't identify. Some vessels were simple, others elaborate. One boat was pulled by 2 enormous seahorses. Kai stared. Actual seahorses, not tiny ones, horse-sized, with fins. Kai grabbed his notebook, then stopped. Later, another vessel had no sail. A glowing crystal beneath its hull propelled it forward. Another looked like a giant shell. Another was partially submerged so aquatic passengers could enter directly from the sea. Kai's smile grew. This place. He had visited strange towns, floating markets, coastal villages, moving islands. But this felt different. A bell rang from the coral gate. Dong. The sound rolled across the water. Then another. Dong. The ships around Kai slowed. He followed. A small patrol vessel approached. 3 guards stood aboard. Their uniforms were white and deep blue. Shell-shaped armor protected their shoulders. 1 guard was human, 1 tide elf, 1 merfolk who remained in a water-filled section of the vessel. The human guard called. Vessel name. Kai answered. Wayfarer. Port of registration. Selka. Destination. Kai hesitated. Travel. The guard stared. Kai realized. Sorry. Central Thalassia. The tide elf guard laughed. Traveler. Kai nodded. Very obviously. Entry papers. Kai immediately produced them. This time. Prepared. Organized. Waterproof pouch. Kai felt proud. The patrol pulled alongside. The guard inspected the documents. Outer entry approved. Yes. Companions registered. Kai nodded. The guard read. Moon Fox. Earth Dragon. Slime. He looked up. Terra stared back. RRR. Flan bounced. Puu. Lumi sat elegantly. Q. The guard slowly returned to the paper. Interesting crew. Kai sighed. Everyone says that. The guard returned the documents. You're clear. Kai smiled. Thank you. Then the guard pointed toward the arch. Stay between the blue markers once you're through. Kai looked. Blue buoys began on the other side. Not green. Central waterways use blue. Kai remembered Sarah's instructions. Deep channels. Correct. And don't follow tidegliders. Kai froze. The guard pointed. Ripple's pod had disappeared beyond the gate. Kai smiled awkwardly. Was I doing that? Yes. Is that bad? They don't use shipping lanes. Kai looked toward the coral reefs. Right. The guard smiled. Welcome to the inner waters. The patrol moved away. Kai remained still. Inner waters. He looked at the enormous arch. Then at the blue markers. Then at his companions. Ready. Q. RRR. Puu. Kai grinned. Let's go. The wayfarer moved forward. As they approached the coral gate, Kai began noticing carvings along its lower stone foundations. Names, symbols, ships, dates, travelers again. A stone platform extended from one side. Several people stood there. Some touched the coral before continuing. Others tossed flowers into the water. Kai slowed. What are they doing? A nearby sailor answered. First crossing. Kai nodded. Tradition. The sailor pointed toward the arch. Travelers touch the gate and make a wish for their journey. Kai blinked. A wish, or promise, which depends on the traveler. Kai looked at the platform, then at the wayfarer. He smiled. Why not? He guided the boat toward a small visitor dock, secured it, checked the lines, twice, then stepped onto the platform. Lumi followed. Terra followed. Flan bounced after them, up close. The coral was even more impressive. Some sections were white, others blue, pink, gold. It shimmered faintly beneath sunlight. A small sign stood nearby. The traveler's touch. Place one hand upon the gate. Ask not for a journey without hardship. Ask for a journey worth remembering. Kai read it twice, then smiled. I like that. He placed his hand against the coral. Warm, surprisingly warm. Around him, the harbor noise faded beneath the sound of waves. Kai thought, what should he wish for? Safety, food, money, good weather, no monkeys. That last one was tempting. But eventually, he closed his eyes. Let me keep seeing things I've never seen before. Simple. That was enough. He opened his eyes. Lumi placed one paw against the coral. Kai stared. You making a wish? Q. More food. Lumi looked offended. Kai laughed. Sorry. Terra pressed its forehead against the gate. Its ribbons fluttered. RRR. Kai smiled. More accessories. Terra's tail wagged. Kai sighed. Probably. Flan bounced directly against the coral. Splat. Poo. Kai stared. Elegant. Then something strange happened. A faint blue glow traveled through the coral beneath Flan. Kai froze. Flan froze. Poo. The light spread several centimeters. Then disappeared. Kai stared. A nearby caretaker laughed. Coral likes slimes. Kai turned. What? They clean algae. Kai looked at Flan. Flan bounced proudly. Kai nodded. Naturally. They returned to the wayfarer. Kai untied the lines, raised the sail, and finally, the little boat passed beneath the coral gate. For several seconds, the enormous arch blocked the sun. Blue light reflected from the water onto the underside of the coral. Fish swam beneath them. Tide gliders called somewhere ahead. Then, the wayfarer emerged on the other side. Kai's eyes widened. The world opened. Islands. Dozens visible at once. Some covered in cities. Others gardens. Others enormous towers. Bridges stretched across channels. Floating neighborhoods drifted between islands. Underwater structures glowed beneath the surface. Far away, a city seemed to rise directly from a reef. Tall pearl-white towers stood above the sea. Below them, more buildings were visible beneath the water. Kai whispered, wow, ships filled the waterways. Market boats, passenger ferries, fishing vessels, merchant ships, small personal craft, and everywhere, people. Merfolk swam beside ships. Tide elves stood on docks. Children rode enormous manta-like creatures through shallow canals. A shellfolk merchant shouted prices from a floating shop. Kai laughed, not because anything was funny. Because he couldn't think of another reaction. We made it. Lumi stood at the bow. Terra beside her. Flan atop the barrel. Kai corrected himself. We really made it. The Ocean Kingdom. Not merely its distant border. Not just its outer islands. They had entered its heart. A tide glider suddenly surfaced beside the wayfarer. Splash. Kai jumped. Roo. He stared. Ripple. Ripple swam alongside them. Then ahead. Then turned back. Kai laughed. What? Ripple called again. RUU. Then swam toward one of the larger islands. Kai checked the chart. The island ahead was marked with a symbol. A market. Several harbor districts. And beside it, Miralune. City of the Shallow Reefs. Kai looked toward Ripple. Then the island. Are you showing us somewhere? Ripple splashed. Kai smiled. Fine. He adjusted the tiller. But we're using the shipping lane. Ripple disappeared underwater. Several seconds later, he surfaced inside the blue markers. Kai stared. Did you understand me? Ripple chirped. Roo. Kai narrowed his eyes. You're getting suspicious. The wayfarer followed. By afternoon, they reached Miralune, Kai's first true city within the inner waters. The harbor itself was unlike anything he'd seen. Half the docks floated, the other half descended beneath the water. Some shops had two entrances. One above, one below. Kai docked. Carefully. Successfully. He secured the rope. Then stood proudly. No assistance. A harbor worker looked over. Your stern line is loose. Kai's shoulders dropped. Thank you. He fixed it. Ripple waited in the water. Kai looked down. Are you staying? Ru. Family. Ripple looked toward the open sea. Then back. Kai smiled. Go when you need to. Ripple bumped its nose against the dock. Lumi jumped onto land. Terra followed. Flan bounced onto Kai's shoulder. Kai stood, stretched, then smelled something. Spices. Grilled seafood. Bread. Something sweet. Something smoky. Something he couldn't identify. His head slowly turned. Across the harbor, a huge sign hung above a street. Miralune Night Reef Market. Kai stared. Lumi stared. Her tail began moving. Kai pointed at her. No. Q. We literally just arrived. Q. We need lodging. Q. We need to check the boat. Q. Kai hesitated. The smell of grilled seafood drifted toward him. Terra looked at Kai. RRR. Flan bounced. Poo. Ripple chirped from the water. Ru. Kai closed his eyes. Fine. They headed toward the market. That evening, Kai sat at a small waterside table. Naturally. A bowl of unfamiliar shellfish stew sat in front of him. Naturally. Lumi ate grilled fish. Terra had acquired yet another ribbon. Naturally. Flan wore a tiny glowing coral charm on its sailor hat. Kai had stopped asking. Ripple floated beside the table, receiving pieces of fish. Kai opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 53. Today we crossed the Coral Gate. He paused, then wrote, I don't think I'll forget it. I've seen large cities, floating markets, moving islands, sea beasts large enough to carry forests. But the Coral Gate felt different. Kai looked toward the distant horizon. From here, the top of the enormous coral arch remained faintly visible. People have crossed it for generations. Some came to trade, some came home, some were probably travelers like me. He smiled. There's a tradition. Touch the gate and make a wish. Kai didn't write his wish. Some things didn't need to be recorded. Instead, I don't need the journey to be easy. He looked around. At Lumi, Terra, Flan, Ripple, at the strange city surrounding them. At people walking and swimming through the same streets. At lanterns glowing beneath the water. I just hope I never stop wanting to see what comes next. Kai closed the journal. Across the harbor, Miralune's underwater lanterns began glowing one by one. Blue, green, gold, like stars beneath the sea. Kai leaned back. Tomorrow. Lumi looked up. Q. Kai smiled. We explore. Terra's tail wagged. Flan bounced. Ripple splashed. And beyond Miralune, the ocean kingdom stretched farther south. Deeper. Stranger. More beautiful than anything Kai had imagined. The Coral Gate was behind them now. And the heart of Thalassia was finally ahead. Chapter 54, Miralune, City of the Shallow Reefs. Kai woke to someone knocking on the bottom of his boat. Knock, knock, knock. His eyes opened. He stared at the ceiling of the wayfarer's tiny shelter. No, knock, knock. Kai pulled the blanket over his head. Whatever you are, come back after sunrise. A muffled voice answered from beneath him. It is after sunrise. Kai froze. Oh. He crawled outside. Morning sunlight flooded Miralune harbor. The city looked even stranger in daylight. Pearl-white buildings climbed the nearby islands. Bridges curved over turquoise canals. Floating shops drifted between docks. And beneath the crystal-clear water, entire streets were visible. Kai rubbed his eyes, then remembered the knocking. He looked over the side. A merfolk woman floated beneath the wayfarer. Only her head and shoulders were above water. She held a wooden clipboard sealed beneath a thin layer of magic. Good morning. Kai blinked. Good morning. Harbor inspection. Oh. She pointed downward. Your hull. Kai looked at the wayfarer. What about it? Barnacles. Kai became quiet. Are they illegal? The woman laughed. No. Kai relaxed. Good. But they're ugly. Kai stared. Her name was Tessa. She worked for Miralune's harbor maintenance office. Apparently boats staying longer than one night could request hull cleaning from underwater workers. Kai leaned over the railing. You clean boats while they're still floating. Of course. Kai looked at the water. Then at her tail. Right. Tessa disappeared beneath the surface. A moment later. SCRRRRK. Kai jumped. That's unsettling. Lumi emerged from the shelter. Q. Someone is scraping the bottom of our home. Lumi sniffed the deck, then went back inside. Kai stared. Thank you for your concern. Terra woke next. The baby Earth Dragon stretched. Its collection of ribbons fluttered. Blue, orange, turquoise. Kai had lost track of which island each came from. RRR. Morning. Terra sniffed the air, then immediately looked toward the harbor. Kai smelled it too. Breakfast. Flan bounced out last, still wearing its sailor hat, now decorated with the glowing coral charm acquired the previous evening. Pooh. Kai looked at everyone. No. 3 faces stared. We're checking the boat first. Lumi's ears lowered. Terra sat. Flan flattened slightly. Kai crossed his arms. Responsible boat owner. His stomach growled. Kai sighed. 10 minutes. 23 minutes later. Kai was eating breakfast. Miraloon's morning market was completely different from its night market. At night, lanterns illuminated seafood stalls, musicians performed along the canals, and restaurants opened floating terraces. In the morning, the harbor became a breakfast battlefield. Steam rose everywhere. Fish grilled over charcoal. Flatbreads cooked on stone plates. Vendors shouted. Boats delivered fresh ingredients directly to stalls. Merfolk customers ordered from water-level counters. Kai had chosen a stall selling something called reef cakes. He had expected cake. They were not cake. A round mixture of shredded root vegetables, minced shellfish, herbs, and rice flour was fried until crisp. Then topped with pickled seaweed and a creamy white sauce. Kai bit into one. Crunch. He stopped. Lumi stared. Q. Kai slowly looked at the vendor. Another. The vendor laughed. You haven't swallowed. Another. Terra received one. Kai cooled it first. Flan absorbed half of one. Lumi received grilled fish because Kai refused to let her pretend everything was fox food. Ripple floated beside the stall. The young tide glider had remained near Miraloon overnight. Kai tossed him a piece of plain fish. Ripple caught it. Rue. Kai smiled. Morning. An adult tide glider called from farther out. Ripple turned. Kai noticed. Your family. Ripple remained still. Another call. Rue. Ripple looked at Kai, then toward the harbor entrance. Kai smiled. Go. Ripple chirped quietly. Rue, you don't have to follow us. Ripple swam closer. Bumped the dock. Kai crouched and touched the top of his head. Maybe we'll meet again. Ripple remained for several seconds. Then turned. He accelerated through the water. Leapt once. Splash. Then again. His translucent fins opened. For a moment he glided above the harbor. Terra called after him. RRR. Lumi barked. Q. Flan bounced. Pooh. Kai waved. Safe travels. Ripple joined the distant pod. Their calls echoed across Miraloon. Then they disappeared beyond the reef. Kai remained crouched. A little sad. But mostly happy. That's how it should be. Lumi looked at him. Kai smiled. We meet. We travel together. Then sometimes we go different ways. Lumi pressed against his leg. Kai scratched behind her ears. You're staying, though. Q. Good. After breakfast, Kai officially began exploring Miraloon. He had one rule. No buying unnecessary things. He wrote it in his notebook. Underlined it. Twice. Within 30 minutes, Kai purchased a waterproof spice box. He stared at it. Necessary. Lumi stared. Kai put it into his bag. Extremely necessary. Miraloon was called the city of the shallow reefs because most of it had been built over a gigantic reef shelf. The water rarely became deeper than 10 or 15 meters. Because of that, land dwellers could see much of the underwater city from above. Kai stopped on a glass-bottom bridge and stared. Below him, merfolk walked. No, swam. Kai frowned. Travel. That worked. Merfolk traveled through streets beneath the water. Buildings had shell-shaped doors. Gardens of coral grew outside homes. Glowing plants lined pathways. Schools of fish moved between rooftops. A bakery stood underwater. Kai pressed his face closer to the glass. How? Lumi sat beside him. Q. How do you bake underwater? A voice behind him answered. Air chamber. Kai turned. A young tide elf man carrying baskets smiled. The ovens are dry. Kai immediately asked. Can land people visit? The man laughed. Of course. Kai's eyes widened. 5 minutes later, Kai stood outside a building shaped like a giant shell. A sign read, Shallow Reef Tours. Land friendly. No swimming required. Kai stared. This city understands me. The tour used something called a bubble carriage. Kai had expected a bubble. Instead, it resembled a small glass carriage. Round, transparent, enclosed. A magical crystal maintained air inside. Kai stared at the vehicle floating beside the dock. No. The attendant smiled. Perfectly safe. People always say that immediately before something becomes memorable. Terra climbed inside. Kai's eyes widened. Wait. Too late. Terra sat. Its tail wagged. Flan bounced in. Pooh. Lumi stepped inside calmly. Kai stared. Nobody is concerned. He sighed. Then entered. The hatch closed. Kai became very aware of the ocean. The carriage descended. Slowly. Water rose past the windows. Kai gripped the seat. Fine. Half submerged. Fine. Fully underwater. Fine. Then he looked outside. And forgot to be nervous. Sunlight passed through the surface above in shifting patterns. Fish surrounded them. Coral towers rose from the seabed. Merfolk traveled beside the carriage. Children waved. Kai waved back automatically. The bubble carriage descended onto a marked underwater route. Then began moving. Kai pressed close to the glass. Oh. Miraloon continued beneath the sea. Not ruins. Not hidden caves. A living city. Shops. Homes. Gardens. Public. Squares. Statues. Fountains. Kai stared. Why is there a fountain underwater? The guide laughed. Freshwater. Kai blinked. Oh. A magical barrier kept freshwater circulating inside a transparent sphere. Several merfolk children played around it. Kai immediately wrote that down. Then they passed the bakery. Kai sat upright. There. The guide laughed. Everyone reacts to the bakery. They stopped. Of course they stopped. A small air chamber connected the carriage to the building. Kai stepped through. Suddenly. Dry. He looked around. An ordinary bakery. Almost. Through the enormous windows. Fish swam past. Kai stood motionless. This may be the best bakery location I've ever seen. The baker was a merfolk woman named Alia. Her aquatic lower body remained inside a narrow water channel behind the counter while her upper body worked in the dry kitchen. Kai purchased a warm roll filled with a pale green paste. What's inside? Sweet reef bean. Kai bit. Soft. Sweet. Slightly nutty. A little salty. His eyes widened. Lumi stared. Kai sighed. You have your own. Terra ate one. Flan absorbed one. Kai bought 3 more for later. Then looked at his notebook. No buying unnecessary things. He crossed out things. Underneath he wrote. Food does not count. Lumi looked at him. Don't judge me. Alia noticed Kai asking about ingredients. Cook. Kai closed his eyes. How does everyone know? She pointed at his hands. Kai stared. Master Rook did that too. They talked. Again. Kai learned that reef beans grew inside floating cultivation baskets. The plants needed sunlight but preferred salt-rich water. The beans were dried, roasted, ground, then sweetened with sea flower syrup. Kai wrote everything. Alia gave him a tiny packet. Try cooking with it. Kai accepted. Thank you. The underwater tour continued. They passed a school, a temple, a market, a coral garden. Then, Kai saw something strange. A road descending deeper, much deeper, into dark blue water. Large lanterns marked the path. Where does that go? The guide looked. Deep Miraloon. Kai frowned. There's more. Of course. Kai stared. How deep? Several hundred meters. Kai became quiet. Can tourists visit? Some districts. Kai's eyes brightened. The guide immediately added. Not in this carriage. Kai looked at the tiny vehicle. Understandable. Deep Miraloon. Kai wrote it down. Another day. Maybe. They surfaced near noon. Kai stepped onto the dock. Then turned back toward the water. That was. He searched for the word. Ridiculous. The guide laughed. Good ridiculous. Very. Terra shook itself. Despite never getting wet. Kai stared. Why? Terra looked confused. RRR. Never mind. Their next destination was the reef walk. A series of paths built directly above shallow coral gardens. Some sections were stone, others wood, some transparent. Kai walked slowly. Very slowly. Because there was too much to see. Tiny reef rays glided beneath them. Bright fish, sea snakes, crabs, a creature resembling a blue rabbit with fins. Kai stopped. What? It swam past. Kai immediately opened his creature guide. Nothing. New mystery. Flan bounced along the railing. Kai grabbed it. No. Poo. You fall. I'm not diving. Flan stretched toward the water. Kai held tighter. They reached a small platform overlooking a coral nursery. Several workers carefully attached fragments of damaged coral to stone frames. Kai watched. A shellfolk woman explained. Storm damage. Kai nodded. You're rebuilding the reef. Helping it rebuild. Kai liked that distinction. He stayed longer than planned. Asked questions. Learned how coral was grown. How damaged sections were protected. How certain fish kept harmful algae under control. Then the woman pointed at Flan. That slime could help. Kai slowly looked at Flan. Flan bounced. Pooh. Apparently some slimes loved algae. Kai remembered the coral gate caretaker. Of course. Flan was placed carefully on one algae-covered stone. It paused. Then, slurp. Kai stared. A clean patch appeared. Flan bounced. Pooh. The workers laughed. For the next 20 minutes, Flan became a professional reef cleaner. Kai sat nearby. I've been feeding you this entire time. Flan bounced between stones. Pooh. You could have been employed. The shellfolk woman paid Flan 1 copper coin. She placed it on the platform. Flan stared. Kai stared. Flan absorbed the coin. Kai's eyes widened. No. He grabbed the slime. Spit it out. Pooh. Money is not food. Plink. The coin dropped out. Kai picked it up. Then looked at Flan. Your first wage. Flan bounced proudly. Kai smiled. I'll keep it safe. By late afternoon, Kai was hungry again. Travel was exhausting, even when most of the day involved eating and looking at fish. They visited a small restaurant built over the reef. The floor was transparent. Kai could watch fish while eating fish. He decided not to think too deeply about that. The restaurant specialized in reef pot, a communal clay pot filled with broth, fish, shellfish, coral mushrooms, sea vegetables, blue ginger, and thin slices of something called moonroot. Kai cooked ingredients at the table. Lumi received plain fish. Terra stared at the boiling pot. Hot. RRR. Remember Nereva. Terra waited. Growth. Kai tasted the broth. His eyes widened. Sweet. Salty. Spicy. Complex. He immediately began trying to identify ingredients. The owner noticed. Naturally. Cook. Kai placed his spoon down. I give up. Her name was Mara, a middle-aged Rivercan woman. Kai asked about the broth. She refused. Family recipe. Kai nodded immediately. Fair. Mara seemed surprised. You won't ask. No. Kai ate another spoonful. If you want to share, I'll listen. If not, I'll just enjoy it. Mara studied him, then smiled. Good answer. She disappeared into the kitchen. Returned with a tiny bowl. Try. Kai tasted. His eyebrows rose. What is that? Roasted shell paste. Kai stared. That's what's missing. Mara smiled. Part of it. Kai laughed. You're cruel. She showed him how shells from certain edible mollusks were cleaned, roasted, then ground with salt and herbs. Not the whole recipe. Just one technique. Kai wrote it down. Thank you. After dinner, Miraloon began changing. Sunset turned the sea orange. Then purple. Then darkness came. One by one, lights appeared beneath the water. Blue lanterns. Green coral lamps. Golden windows. Kai stood on a bridge. Silent. The underwater city glowed beneath him. Above, stars. Below, another field of stars. Lumi sat beside him. Terra lay at his feet. Flan rested on the railing. Kai smiled. I thought last night's view was impressive. A group of merfolk musicians began performing beneath the bridge. Kai couldn't hear ordinary instruments underwater. Instead, they used large shells. The vibrations traveled through the bridge. Low, soft, almost like the ocean humming. Kai closed his eyes. No monsters. No battles. No heroic quest. Just music, lights, warm evening air, and companions beside him. Exactly what he wanted. Later, they returned to the Wayfarer. Tessa had finished cleaning the hull. Kai inspected it. Wow. No barnacles. No algae. Even some stains were gone. How much? Tessa named the price. Kai froze. Put the barnacles back. Tessa laughed. Kai paid. Reluctantly. Before sleeping, he opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 54. Miraloon has streets underwater. This sounds obvious for a merfolk city. It did not feel obvious while I was traveling through one. Kai smiled. Today I rode inside a bubble carriage. I ate bread underwater. I learned how coral gardens are repaired. Flan got a job. He looked at the copper coin beside his journal. Flan earned 1 copper. Flan immediately ate 1 copper. Employment may need supervision. Pooh. Kai looked toward the slime. Flan was curled on his pillow. Again, that was factual. Kai continued. Ripple returned to his pod this morning. His pen paused. I'm glad. I used to think companions leaving would make traveling lonely. Maybe sometimes it does. Kai looked at Lumi, sleeping nearby, at Terra, at Flan, but meeting someone doesn't mean you have to keep them forever. Sometimes you just share the same road for a while. He smiled. Or the same ocean. Kai continued. Miraloon has another city beneath the shallow city. Deep Miraloon. He underlined it. I want to see it. Then another thought. But tomorrow we're visiting the floating district first. He closed the journal. The next morning, Kai woke early. Not because someone knocked on the hull. Not because a sea beast lifted the boat. Not because monkeys stole something. Because Terra was growling. RRR. Kai opened his eyes. What? Terra stood at the side of the Wayfarer, staring toward the harbor. Kai followed its gaze. Something enormous was arriving. A ship. No, not exactly. It was a floating structure. Several vessels connected together beneath a massive platform. Buildings stood on top. Shops, tents, flags, gardens, even trees. Kai slowly stood. What is that? Tessa surfaced beside the Wayfarer. You're lucky. Kai looked down. Why? She pointed toward the approaching structure. The wandering market. Kai froze. Wandering. It moves between Thalassia's islands. Kai stared. A market. That traveled. Lumi woke. Her nose twitched. Her head immediately turned toward it. Kai looked at her. No. Q. Absolutely not. The wind shifted. The smell reached him. Grilled meat. Spices. Bread. Something sweet. Kai became silent. Terra looked at him. Flan bounced. Lumi's tail moved. Kai sighed. Fine. He grabbed his coin pouch. Then stopped. He opened his notebook. Found yesterday's rule. No buying unnecessary things. Below it, food does not count. Kai considered. Then added. Markets are cultural research. He nodded. Perfect. Lumi stared. Q. Don't judge me. Across Miraloon Harbor, the enormous wandering market lowered its anchors. Bridges began extending toward the docks. Bells rang. Merchants raised their banners. Crowds gathered. Kai smiled. Looks like we're staying another day. Chapter 55, The Wandering Market. Kai had visited many markets since arriving in this world. Village markets, night markets, harbor markets, floating markets. The 100 Shores Market in Selka had occupied an entire district. Miraloon's Night Reef Market had extended across docks, bridges, canals, and underwater streets. Kai had believed he understood markets. Then the wandering market arrived, and brought its own streets. Kai stood at the end of the bridge connecting Miraloon Harbor to the enormous floating structure. He stared. That's not a market. Lumi sat beside him. Q. That's a town. Terra's tail wagged. RRR. Flan bounced excitedly on Kai's shoulder. Poo. Kai pointed at the slime. Remember the rule. Flan stopped. Poo. No disappearing. A bell rang. Ding. Dong. Then a cheerful voice amplified by magic rolled across the harbor. The wandering market is now open. The crowd surged forward. Kai's eyes widened. Wait. He was immediately carried with it. Stay together. KYUU. RRR. Poo. For the next 30 seconds, Kai saw nothing except backs, hats, baskets, a shellfolk shell, someone's enormous feathered wings. Then, the crowd spread. Kai stumbled forward, and froze. Oh, the wandering market consisted of 7 enormous floating platforms. Each platform was supported by interconnected ship hulls and enchanted pontoons. Broad bridges connected them. Buildings rose 2 or 3 stories high. Canvas awnings stretched across streets. Flags from dozens of kingdoms fluttered overhead. People everywhere. Humans. Tide elves. Merfolk traveling through water channels built between platforms. Dwarves. Beastfolk. Shellfolk. Riverkin. Winged people Kai didn't recognize. Traveling merchants. Sailors. Adventurers. Families. And food. So much food. Kai smelled grilled meat. Fish. Bread. Spices. Fruit. Coffee. Tea. Something smoky. Something sweet. Something extremely suspicious. Lumi's nose lifted. Kai immediately grabbed her. No. Q. We're making a plan first. He opened his notebook. Wandering market plan. 1. Explore. 2. Buy supplies. 3. Learn about local food. 4. Do not waste money. Kai paused. Then added. 5. Do not lose Flan. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai underlined it. A wooden directory stood nearby. The 7 decks of the Wandering Market. First deck, food and fresh goods. Second deck, crafts and household goods. Third deck, clothing and textiles. Fourth deck, tools, ships and travel supplies. Fifth deck, curiosities and foreign goods. Sixth deck, entertainment and performances. Seventh deck, travelers exchange. Kai stared. 7. Lumi's tail moved. Kai sighed. We're going to be here all day. They started with the first deck. Naturally. It was chaos. Wonderful chaos. A tide elf vendor sold skewers of grilled reef fish glazed with citrus. A dwarf sold enormous meat pies. A riverkin family sold chilled fruit soup. A beast folk baker offered bread shaped like animals. A merfolk stall operated directly from a canal, selling fresh shellfish. Kai stopped at the first stall. Then the second. Then the third. 20 minutes later, he held 1 fish skewer, half a meat pie, a cup of fruit soup, 2 animal-shaped breads, and something wrapped in a leaf that he had purchased without understanding what it was. Kai stared at his hands. This happened quickly. Lumi stared at the fish. Don't. Terra looked at the meat pie. RRR. No. Flan stretched toward the bread. Poo. Kai sighed. Fine. They sat at a communal table. Kai divided everything. The fish skewer was excellent. The meat pie was dangerously heavy. The fruit soup was surprisingly refreshing. The animal bread. Kai stared at the tiny bread turtle. This is too cute. Lumi leaned forward. No. Kai held it away. We can't eat him. Lumi stared. Kai looked at the bread turtle. Then at Lumi. 5 seconds later, Lumi ate the head. Kai gasped. Monster. The leaf-wrapped mystery item remained. Kai opened it. Steam escaped. Inside was sticky silver rice surrounding a bright orange filling. He tasted it. His eyebrows rose. Pumpkin. A nearby woman corrected him. Sun squash. Kai nodded. Sun squash. Sweet. Savory. Slightly spicy. He immediately wrote it down. A stall farther ahead caught his attention. Not because of the food. Because of the sign. Ingredients from the Surface Kingdoms. Kai stopped. Surface Kingdoms. The merchant was an elderly human woman with enormous glasses. Looking for something, Kai scanned the shelves. Dried herbs, spices, seeds, preserved fruit, tea. Then he froze. A small jar held brown powder. Kai stared. As that, he opened it carefully. Smelled. His eyes widened. Cinnamon. The merchant laughed. Of course. Kai nearly hugged the jar. He hadn't realized how much he missed familiar flavors until that moment. Not because cinnamon didn't exist in this world. Apparently it did, but Kai had rarely encountered it during his travels. How much? The merchant named the price. Kai's happiness died. Why? Imported. Kai looked at the tiny jar, then his coin pouch, then the jar. Lumi watched. Don't pressure me. Kai bought it, obviously. He also bought dried vanilla pods. Then regretted looking at the stall. We're leaving. The merchant smiled. Come again. No. Second deck. Crafts. Safer. Probably. Kai was wrong. Ceramic bowls. Hand-carved spoons. Travel mugs. Cooking knives. Wooden plates. Portable spice racks. Kai's pace slowed. No. A beautiful folding cutting board sat on one stall. Kai stopped. No. The merchant smiled. Kai walked. No. He looked back. No. 10 minutes later, the cutting board was attached to his backpack. Lumi stared. Kai pointed. Useful. Terra discovered accessories. Disaster. A stall sold decorative shell charms. Terra stopped. Kai kept walking. Terra didn't. Kai stopped. Looked back. The dragon stared at a collection of tiny charms. No. RRR. You have enough. Terra looked down at its ribbons. Then at the charms. RRR. Kai crossed his arms. No. The vendor smiled. First one free for young dragons. Kai stared. Don't. 5 minutes later, a tiny silver shell hung from Terra's necklace. Terra walked proudly. Kai sighed. I have lost control. Flan received nothing. Kai was determined. Then a stall sold miniature sailor accessories. Kai froze. Flan froze. Tiny hats. Tiny scarves. Tiny anchors. Tiny captain badges. Kai grabbed Flan. No. Flan stretched toward the stall. Poo. No. The vendor held up a tiny brass badge. Captain. Flan became perfectly still. Kai looked at the badge. Then Flan. No. Flan slowly looked at Kai. Its entire body drooped. Poo. Kai closed his eyes. That's manipulation. Poo. You're a slime. Poo. You don't understand maritime rank. Poo. Kai bought the badge. Flan wore it proudly beneath the sailor hat. Poo. Kai pointed. You are still not captain. Flan bounced. Kai sighed. Third deck. Clothing. Kai intended to walk straight through. Then Lumi stopped. Kai blinked. Lumi. The Moon Fox stared at a stall. Scarves. Kai smiled. Oh. Lumi looked away. Kai approached the stall. You want one? Q. Her tail moved. The vendor showed several. Red, green, gold, blue, white. Kai chose a soft deep blue scarf embroidered with tiny silver stars. He held it beside Lumi. Too much. Lumi sniffed. Then sat. Kai tied it loosely around her neck. The silver stars matched her pale fur. Kai smiled. Looks good. Lumi lifted her head proudly. Terra stared. Kai immediately pointed. No. RRR. You already got something. Fourth deck. Tools and travel supplies. This time, Kai actually needed things. Replacement rope. Sail repair cloth. Lantern oil. Waterproof matches. Hull sealant. Emergency food. A new bucket because Terra had stepped on the old one. Kai bought everything responsibly. He felt proud. Then he saw a portable stove. Smaller than his current one. More efficient. Designed specifically for small boats. Kai stared. No. He walked away. He returned. Read the description. No. He walked away again. Lumi sat nearby. Watching. Q. Stop. Kai bought the stove. I'll sell the old one. Lumi stared. I will. The fifth deck was dangerous. Curiosities and foreign goods. Kai knew this before entering. He went anyway. Magic crystals. Ancient coins. Maps. Books. Foreign utensils. Musical instruments. Fossils. Shells. Strange plants. Creature feathers. Kai stopped at a map stall. This was inevitable. Maps covered every wall. Kingdom maps. Sea charts. Mountain routes. Desert roads. Forest trails. Old maps. New maps. Terrible maps. Beautiful maps. Kai forgot everything else. The merchant, a middle-aged avian beast folk with gray feathers, watched him. Traveler. Kai nodded. That obvious. You've been smiling at maps for 10 minutes. Kai looked embarrassed. The merchant introduced himself as Oren. Kai explained his journey. Not all of it. Just enough. Traveling without a fixed destination. Seeing places. Eating food. Writing everything down. Oren listened. Then pulled something from beneath the counter. Maybe this. He unfolded a map. Kai leaned closer. It wasn't a normal map. The parchment showed Thalassia, but hundreds of tiny lines crossed the sea. Some bright, some faded, some dotted. What are these? Traveler routes. Kai looked up. Oren explained. For generations, travelers visiting the wandering market had marked routes they enjoyed. Not fastest routes. Not safest routes. Interesting routes. Small notes appeared beside islands. Good sunset. Old woman sells amazing soup. Avoid during storm season. Friendly giant crabs. Kai paused. Friendly. Oren shrugged. According to someone. Another. No inn. Kind people. Kai smiled. Miloa. Another island. Monkeys. Trade. Don't chase. Kai burst out laughing. Yes. Oren raised an eyebrow. You've been. I lost a spoon. Oren nodded solemnly. Common. Kai stared at the map. This is incredible. Not for sale. Kai's expression fell. Oh. Oren pointed toward a table. But you can copy routes. Kai immediately sat. For almost an hour. Kai studied. He didn't copy everything. That would defeat the point. But he marked several places. A village built inside giant shells. An island where glowing flowers bloomed once each month. A floating library. A hot spring island. A coastal settlement famous for cooking with volcanic stones. Kai's travel route changed. Again. Naturally. Before leaving, Oren handed him a small blank card. Add something. Kai blinked. To the map. Your route. Kai thought. Then wrote. Milo A. Glowing Tide Caves. Stay for dinner if they invite you. He corrected the spacing. Miloa. Glowing Tide Caves. Stay for dinner if they invite you. Then. Monkey Island. Bring extra spoons. Oren laughed. Kai added one more. If you see a great shellback, say thank you. Oren pinned the card beside the map. Kai stared at it, a tiny piece of his journey. Left for someone else. He smiled. The 6th deck was loud. Very loud. Music, street performances, games, magic shows, food competitions, storytellers. Flan loved it, of course. A performer balanced 6 spinning plates. Flan watched, then attempted to balance a shell on its head. The shell fell. Flan tried again. Terra watched dancers. Lumi watched a fish-catching game. Kai immediately pulled her away. No. Then they reached a small stage. A sign read, Companion Talent Show. Entry free. Prize, 5 silver. Kai stopped. No. Flan bounced. Poo. No. Terra growled excitedly. RRR. No. Lumi looked away. Kai nodded. Thank you. Flan bounced toward registration. Kai grabbed it. Absolutely not. A woman at the desk smiled. Your slime seems interested. It isn't. Poo. Kai stared at Flan. Betrayal. 5 minutes later. Flan was registered. Kai didn't know how. Contestant 12. The announcer shouted. Captain Flan. Kai covered his face. No. Flan bounced onto the stage. Sailor hat. Red scarf. Shell pin. Captain badge. The crowd immediately reacted. Ah. Kai groaned. He's weaponizing cuteness. What can Captain Flan do? The announcer asked. Flan bounced. Poo. Silence. Kai stared. Excellent. Then Flan produced a bubble. Pop. Citrus scent. The crowd murmured. Another bubble. Pop. Coconut. Another. Pop. Fresh bread. Kai blinked. Oh. Flan bounced faster. Bubbles filled the stage. Fish. Flowers. Sea salt. Sweet fruit. Soap. One smelled suspiciously like Kai's stew. Children laughed. Adults applauded. Flan bounced proudly. Then, one enormous bubble formed. Kai's eyes widened. Flan. The bubble floated above the crowd. Shimmered. Then, pop. Everyone was showered in tiny harmless sparkles of scented slime mist. Silence. Kai froze. Then the crowd erupted. Cheers. Kai stared. What? Flan bowed. Somehow. Captain Flan won 2nd place. The winner was a parrot that could sing opera. Kai accepted this. Flan received 3 silver coins. Kai held them. You have more income than me today. Poo. Don't get arrogant. The 7th deck was quieter. Much quieter. The travelers exchange. No loud vendors. No performances. Just tables. Notice boards. Maps. Letters. People talking. Travelers exchanged information. Road conditions. Weather. Safe harbors. Cheap lodging. Interesting places. Warnings. Kai immediately loved it. One board read. Going south. Below were notes. Moonkarent Festival, 12 days. Sea lantern migration expected soon. West reefs closed after storm damage. Hot Spring Island crowded this season. Kai copied several notes. Then he noticed another board. Travelers looking for company. Kai smiled. People seeking companions. Caravans. Sailing partners. Guides. He didn't need anyone. Not now. He already had Lumi, Terra, Flan, and the Wayfarer. But he liked reading the notes. Then one caught his attention. To anyone traveling toward the Moonkarent Islands. Do not miss the festival. The sea glows like the sky. Kai stared. Below it, someone had drawn thousands of tiny lights across water. Kai looked at the calendar. 12 days. He checked his route. Possible. Not rushed. Several stops along the way. Perfect. He smiled. New destination. Lumi looked up. Q. Moonkarent Islands. Terra growled. RRR. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai added it to his map. Not as a destination they had to reach. Just a direction. By sunset, Kai returned to the Wayfarer. Loaded with bags. Too many bags. Tessa stood beside the dock. She stared. Then at Kai. What happened? Kai looked at everything. Culture. Tessa raised an eyebrow. Culture. Research. Lumi walked past wearing her new scarf. Terra's new shell charm jingled. Flan wore its captain badge. Kai carried a new stove. A cutting board. Spices. Food. Maps. Supplies. Tessa smiled. Research. Kai sighed. Don't. They loaded everything. Carefully. Kai reorganized the storage compartment 3 times. Then cooked dinner using his new stove. It was significantly better than the old one. Kai felt vindicated. Dinner was simple. Silver rice. grilled fish, sun squash, a tiny pinch of cinnamon in roasted fruit for dessert. Kai tasted it, stopped. For a moment, the flavor reminded him of home. Not exactly, but enough. He became quiet. Lumi nudged his hand. Kai smiled. I'm okay. He gave her a piece of roasted fruit. After dinner, Kai opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 55. Today I visited a market that travels. It has 7 decks. This is excessive. I bought cinnamon. Kai paused. I didn't realize I missed cinnamon. He looked at the small jar. Sometimes home isn't a place. Sometimes it's a smell, or a taste, or something you haven't thought about until you suddenly find it on a shelf thousands of miles away. Kai smiled softly, then continued. Flan entered a talent show. Without my permission. Pooh. Kai looked over. True. Flan won 3 silver. I am apparently traveling with a professional entertainer. Flan bounced proudly. Kai continued. I found a map made by travelers. Not routes people should take. Routes people enjoyed taking. He liked that. A lot. I added Miloa, Monkey Island, the Shellback. Maybe someday someone will read those notes and stop somewhere they would have sailed past. Kai looked toward the enormous wandering market. Its lanterns glowed across Miraloon Harbor. Tomorrow, it would leave, travel somewhere else. Just like him. He wrote one final line. We're heading toward the Moonkurrent Islands. There's a festival in 12 days. Apparently the sea glows like the sky. Kai closed the journal. The next morning, the wandering market prepared to depart. Huge sails unfolded along its outer platforms. Anchor chains rose. Bridges retracted. Bells rang. Kai stood aboard the Wayfarer. Watching. Slowly, the entire floating market began moving. 7 enormous decks. Buildings. Shops. Gardens. Thousands of people. All traveling together. Kai laughed. That's ridiculous. Cute. And amazing. The wandering market sailed east. Kai raised the Wayfarer's sail. Their route led south. For several minutes, the 2 traveling vessels moved beside each other. One enormous, one tiny. Then their paths separated. Kai stood at the tiller. Lumi at the bow in her new starry scarf. Terra sat near the center, shell charm jingling beside its ribbons. Captain Flan stood proudly on its barrel. Kai stared at the badge. Still not Captain. Pooh. Miraloon slowly disappeared behind them. Ahead, more islands, more water roads, more places Kai had never seen. He checked his map. Several stops lay between here and the Moonkurrent Islands. No need to hurry. 12 days was plenty. Kai smiled. Next stop. He traced the route, then paused. The traveler's map had a handwritten note beside the nearest island. Come hungry. Kai stared. Lumi's ears rose. Terra's tail began wagging. Flan bounced. Kai slowly grinned. Well, he adjusted the tiller. We should respect local advice. The Wayfarer's sail filled with the morning wind. And together, they continued south. Chapter 56, Come Hungry. The handwritten note on Kai's traveler map contained only 2 words. Come hungry. No explanation, no warning, no recommendation, not even the island's name. Kai stared at it, then at the island ahead, then back at the note. This feels dangerous. Lumi stood at the bow of the Wayfarer. Her new deep blue scarf fluttered in the sea breeze. Q. Not dangerous like monsters. Kai folded the map. Financially dangerous. Terra's shell charm jingled as its tail wagged. RRR. Captain Flan stood proudly atop its barrel. Sailor hat. Red scarf. Shell pin. Captain badge. Kai looked at the slime. You're still not captain. Pooh. The island ahead was small. Much smaller than Miraloon. A green hill rose from its center, surrounded by white beaches and a shallow turquoise lagoon. Several wooden piers extended into the water. Colorful houses clustered along the coast. Nothing particularly unusual. Except, Kai sniffed. Oh. Lumi's ears shot upright. Terra stood. Flan bounced. The wind carried smoke. Charcoal. Roasted meat. Fish. Spices. Bread. Something sweet. Kai slowly smiled. I understand the note. As the Wayfarer approached the harbor, a wooden sign became visible. Welcome to Tavira. Underneath. Are you hungry? Kai laughed. Apparently that's the local greeting. A fisherman standing on the pier shouted. First visit. Kai called back. Yes. The fisherman cupped his hands around his mouth. Skip breakfast. Kai looked at the half-eaten bread in his hand. Too late. The fisherman shook his head solemnly. Rookie mistake. Kai stared, then laughed. I like this island already. Docking went smoothly. Almost. Kai approached slowly, reduced sail, turned into the harbor, prepared his rope. Perfect. Then Flan bounced from its barrel onto the dock. Pooh. Kai stared. Flan. The slime bounced toward the town. Flan. Kai abandoned his perfect docking posture and grabbed the slime before it escaped. A dock worker laughed. Food smell gets them. Kai held Flan beneath one arm. It's getting worse. Pooh. After securing the wayfarer, Kai stepped onto Tavira. Immediately, a woman approached. She carried a basket. Kai became suspicious. Welcome. Thank you. First time. Yes. She smiled. Open your hand. Kai hesitated. Why? Trust me. Kai looked at Lumi. Lumi looked at the basket. Terra sniffed. Flan stretched toward it. Kai sighed. Fine. The woman placed something small in his palm. A golden fried ball. Still warm. Kai stared. What is it? Eat. That's not an answer. She smiled. Kai bit into it. Crunch. His eyes widened. Crispy outside. Soft inside. Fish. Potato. Or something similar. Herbs. A little spice. A bright citrus flavor. Kai slowly looked at her. What is this? Harbor Bite. Actual name. Harbor Bite. Kai stared. How much? Free. Kai became even more suspicious. Why? Welcome to Tavira. She handed one to Terra. One to Lumi. One to Flan. Then walked toward another newly arrived boat. Kai watched her go. They give you food when you arrive. A nearby sailor laughed. That's how they trap you. Kai looked over. The sailor patted his stomach. Came for 1 day. How long have you been here? 6. Kai froze. He looked at his companions. 1 day. Q. 1. RRR. Day. Pooh. Kai narrowed his eyes. I mean it. Tavira's main road began directly at the harbor. And immediately divided into 5 streets. Each had a sign. Grill Street. Soup Lane. Baker's Hill. Sweetwater Road. The Long Table. Kai stared. No. Lumi walked toward Grill Street. Kai grabbed her scarf gently. Wait. Terra started toward Baker's Hill. Kai caught its ribbon. Wait. Flan bounced toward Sweetwater Road. Kai caught the slime. Everybody stop. He opened his notebook. Tavira Plan. 1. Explore the island. 2. Learn local culture. 3. Eat responsibly. Kai stared at number 3. Then crossed it out. 3. Survive. Their first destination was Grill Street. Because Lumi refused to move in any other direction. Smoke drifted above the narrow road. Almost every building had an outdoor grill. Fish, meat, vegetables, shellfish, fruit. Kai stopped. They're grilling fruit. A vendor held out a skewer. Try. Kai backed away. No. Free sample. Kai stopped. That's evil. He accepted it. Pineapple-like fruit. Caramelized edges. A dusting of salt. Something spicy. Kai tasted. His shoulders dropped. Oh. The vendor grinned. Good. Kai sighed. Very. 10 steps later. Another vendor offered grilled squid brushed with blue ginger. Kai accepted. Then grilled shellfish. Then smoked sea eel. Then a tiny piece of roasted root vegetable. Kai stopped walking. He looked back. The harbor remained visible. We've traveled approximately 40 meters. Lumi licked her lips. I've already eaten 5 things. A large man behind a grill laughed. First timer. Kai looked at him. Is it that obvious? You're counting. Kai frowned. What does that mean? People stop counting after lunch. Kai stared. The man's name was Boro. He operated a stall called the Smoking Anchor. His specialty was whole reef fish cooked over charcoal. Kai watched. The fish was wrapped in large aromatic leaves. Placed directly over glowing coals. Turned slowly. Kai's cooking instincts activated. What leaves? Boro smiled. Salt leaf. Marinade. Yes. Kai waited. Boro waited. Kai narrowed his eyes. You're not telling me. No. Kai laughed. Fair. Boro opened one cooked fish. Steam escaped. The aroma made Lumi sit instantly. Kai stared at her. You have no shame. Boro offered Kai a small piece. Kai tasted. Smoky. Juicy. Citrusy. Herbal. Then something sweet. Kai frowned. Honey. Boro's eyebrow rose. Close. Sea flower syrup. Boro stared. Kai smiled. Miraloon. Boro laughed loudly. Cook. Kai sighed. Apparently. Instead of giving away the recipe, Boro showed Kai the grilling technique. Low heat, leaf wrapping, resting the fish after cooking. Kai took notes. Then Boro handed him an entire fish. Kai stared. I didn't order this. Traveler's portion. How much? Nothing. Kai frowned. Why does everyone keep feeding me? Boro looked genuinely confused. You're visiting Tavira. As though that explained everything. Apparently, it did. Kai shared the fish with his companions. Then they found Soup Lane. Kai considered turning around. Lumi continued. Traitor. Soup Lane smelled completely different. Less smoke. More herbs. Broth. Spices. Steam drifted from enormous pots outside restaurants. Each shop had bowls displayed near the entrance. Tiny bowls. Samples. Kai stopped. No. A grandmotherly woman held one out. Try. No. It's free. Kai closed his eyes. He took it. Rich broth. Tomato-like fruit. Shellfish. Garlic. Something smoky. Kai opened his eyes. Why is everything good here? The woman laughed. Because bad cooks leave. Kai nearly choked. Her name was Grandmother Pella. Not actually everyone's grandmother. Apparently everyone called her that anyway. Kai understood immediately. Her restaurant had one communal table. No separate seating. Travelers. Fishermen. Children. Merchants. Everyone ate together. Kai sat. Not because he intended to order. He was simply asking questions. Then a bowl appeared. Kai stared. I didn't eat. Kai looked at Grandmother Pella. She pointed at the bowl. Kai obeyed. The soup contained tiny dumplings filled with fish and herbs. Kai tasted one, then another, then stared at the bowl. Can I learn this? Pella smiled. No. Kai laughed. Fair. Then she placed a bowl of filling in front of him. Make one. Kai blinked. What? You want to learn? Yes. So make. Kai washed his hands. Then attempted. His first dumpling was ugly. Pella stared. Bad. Kai nodded. Yes. Second. Too thick. Third. Too much filling. Fourth. Pella poked it. Better. Kai smiled. Terra watched from beneath the table. Lumi sat beside Kai. Flan bounced on the bench. Kai made 10 dumplings. Pella inspected them, then tossed them into the pot. Kai's eyes widened. You're serving those. You made them. That doesn't answer my concern. Several minutes later, Kai ate his own dumplings. Not perfect, but good. He smiled. Pella pointed at him. Tomorrow morning. Come back. Kai froze. We're leaving tomorrow. Before leaving, Kai hesitated. What happens tomorrow morning? Breakfast. Kai stared. Of course. They escaped Soup Lane. Barely. Kai checked his notebook. Time on Tavira. 2 hours. He looked at his stomach. This island is trying to kill me. Terra burped. Kai looked down. RRR. Same. They decided to explore somewhere without food. The Central Hill. Surely safe. Baker's Hill. Kai stopped halfway up. He looked at the sign. Then at the buildings. Then at the universe. You tricked me. Bread. Everywhere. Round loaves. Flatbread. Sweet rolls. Stuffed bread. Crispy bread. Soft bread. Steamed bread. Fried bread. Flan trembled with excitement. Poo. Kai grabbed it. Control yourself. A bakery had an enormous line. Kai immediately became curious. Why? A woman in line answered. Cloud buns. Kai frowned. What are cloud buns? She looked horrified. You don't know. Traveler. Oh. She nodded sympathetically. Then wait. Kai waited. That was his mistake. 25 minutes later, he received a warm white bun. Light. Almost impossibly soft. He tore it open. Steam escaped. Inside was a creamy filling made from coconut milk and reef bean. Kai took one bite, then looked at the line behind him. I understand. Lumi received a tiny piece. Terra received one. Flan absorbed an entire bun. Kai stared. You didn't even chew. Poo. You don't have teeth. Fair. At the top of Baker's Hill, they finally found something that wasn't food. A viewing platform. Kai nearly cried. He sat. Below, Tavira, stretched around the green hill. Small houses. 5 food districts. Gardens. Harbor. Turquoise sea. Kai leaned back. Finally. No food. No samples. No vendors. Peace. An elderly man sat beside him. Kai smiled politely. Beautiful view. Yes. The man opened a basket. Kai's smile disappeared. Would you like a rice cake? Kai stared at the sky. Why? The man laughed. Kai accepted it. Of course. They talked. His name was Hano. A retired fisherman. Kai asked the obvious question. Why does this island feed everyone? Hano looked toward the sea. Old habit. Long ago, before Tavira became known for food, it had been a poor fishing island. Storms often isolated it. Ships sometimes arrived damaged, hungry, without supplies. Islanders didn't have much, but they shared what they had. A bowl of soup, half a fish, bread, rice, anything. Nobody leaves Tavira hungry. Hano said it simply, like a rule. Kai became quiet. Over generations, the island became wealthier. Trade increased. Travelers began deliberately stopping there. Recipes arrived from other places. Visitors taught locals new dishes. Locals changed them. New recipes formed. Eventually, feeding travelers became Tavira's identity. Kai looked down at the food streets. So all the free samples. Tradition. Harbor bites. Tradition. Random rice cake. Hano held up the basket. Tradition. Kai laughed. He liked Tavira more now. Not just because the food was good. Though, that helped. What about the long table? Kai asked. Hano smiled. You haven't seen it. No. Go before sunset. Kai became suspicious. Is there food? Hano stared. This is Tavira. Kai sighed. Right. Before leaving the hill, Kai noticed several small plaques attached to the railing. Names, travelers, sailors, dates. One plaque read, "Thank you for feeding us after the storm." Another, "I came here with nothing. I left with a full stomach and a job." Another, "The soup was too salty. I still came back." Kai laughed. He didn't leave anything. Not every place needed his name. Sometimes reading was enough. They descended towards Sweetwater Road. Kai tried avoiding it. Terra smelled something. That ended the attempt. Desserts. Of course. Chilled fruit. Ice desserts. Sweet drinks. Cakes. Candied nuts. Honey pastries. Kai held his stomach. I can't. Lumi looked toward a stall. No. Q. No. Terra stared at shaved ice. No. Flan bounced toward jelly. Absolutely no. 5 minutes later, they shared one dessert. For cultural research. A bowl of shaved ice flavored with salt lemon syrup. Fresh fruit. Sweet reef beans. Coconut cream. Kai tasted. Cold. Sweet. Sour. Salty. He stared. Okay. Terra buried its face too close. SNFF. Ice flew everywhere. Kai laughed. Lumi received ice on her scarf. She stared at Terra. Terra froze. RRR. Kai immediately moved his bowl. Not near me. Flan absorbed melted ice. Then became cold. Kai touched it. You're refrigerated. Poo. Near sunset, they reached the long table. And Kai finally understood the name. A single wooden table ran through an entire plaza. Not literally one piece of wood. But connected sections created one enormous continuous table. Hundreds of seats. People arrived carrying food. Restaurants. Families. Visitors. Fishermen. Travelers. Everyone placed something on the table. Kai stopped. Is this every night? A woman nearby nodded. Every sunset. No menu. No assigned seats. No price. People brought what they could. Shared what they had. Kai looked at his companions. Then toward his backpack. We should contribute. He returned to the wayfarer. Grabbed ingredients. His new stove. His new folding cutting board. The cinnamon. Then stopped. No. He put the cinnamon back. Too expensive. Kai cooked. Silver rice. Fish. Coral. Mushrooms. Blue ginger. Salt lemon. A little roasted shell paste technique inspired by Mara. Then wrapped portions in salt leaf and grilled them using Boro's method. Not exactly any dish he'd learned. Something new. His. People noticed. Naturally. Traveler cooking. Kai sighed. Why does everyone announce it? Grandmother Pella appeared. Kai froze. How did you get here? She ignored him. Inspected his fish. Kai waited nervously. Not bad. Kai smiled. Thank you. Needs more salt. Kai's smile disappeared. Boro appeared next. Too much ginger. Kai stared. Pella says more salt. She oversalts everything. A voice shouted from behind. I heard that. Kai laughed. Dinner began. Kai sat between strangers. A tight elf sailor on one side. A Taviran child on the other. Lumi beneath the table. Terra surrounded by children admiring its ribbons. Flan displayed its captain badge to anyone willing to look. Food moved constantly. Try this. Pass that. Who made this? More rice. Take one. You haven't tried the eel. Kai stopped attempting to track what he ate. The grill vendor had been right. People eventually stopped counting. Someone played music. Children danced. Sailors told stories. A woman from a distant island sang. Kai listened, ate, shared, laughed. At some point, he realized nobody had asked where he came from. Nobody cared. He was at the table. That was enough. After sunset, lanterns lit the plaza. The meal continued. Grandmother Pella sat across from Kai. You leaving tomorrow? Kai nodded. Mooncarent Islands eventually. Pella grunted. Festival. You know it. Everyone knows it. She pointed south with her spoon. Don't rush. Kai smiled. I don't. Good. Boro added. Stop at Polera. Kai opened his notebook. What is there? Nothing. Kai paused. Nothing. Quiet island. Food. Boro shrugged. One inn. Kai wrote it down. Pella pointed farther east. Don't go that way. Why? Bad currents. Kai wrote that down too. Then a fisherman suggested another island. A merchant suggested another. A child suggested an island because it had really big frogs. Kai wrote that down. Obviously. By the time dinner ended, Kai's route had changed again. Back aboard the Wayfarer. Nobody moved. Kai lay flat on the deck. I can't eat anymore. Lumi lay beside him. Terra was sprawled near the center. RRR. Flan had become slightly larger. Pooh. Kai stared at the stars. The map warned us. He opened his journal with great effort. Traveler's Journal, Day 56. Come hungry. Kai paused. This was not a suggestion. He smiled. Tavira feeds everyone. Not because it's a tourist attraction. Not originally. Long ago, hungry sailors arrived here after storms. The islanders shared what little they had. They kept doing it. Kai looked toward the town. The long table's lanterns still glowed. Now people come from everywhere to eat. They bring recipes. They leave recipes. They change recipes. And every sunset, everyone sits at the same table. Kai paused. I think food tastes different when nobody is eating alone. Lumi's head rested against his leg. Kai scratched behind her ears. He continued. I learned saltleaf grilling, fish dumplings, cloud buns, salt lemon shaved ice. Grandmother Pella insulted my dumplings. Then invited me to breakfast. Kai smiled. We're leaving tomorrow. He looked toward the sleeping town. Then added. After breakfast, morning came. Kai returned to Soup Lane. Of course, Grandmother Pella was waiting. She handed him an apron. Kai stared. What? Breakfast? I thought we were eating. You were cooking. Kai looked horrified. For the next hour, Kai made dumplings. Again. First, too thick. Second, better. Third, ugly. Fourth, good. Kai froze. What? Pella pointed. Good. Kai smiled slowly. She immediately added. Next one. Kai laughed. Before he left, Pella gave him a small wooden dumpling tool. Worn. Simple. Used many times. Kai stared. I can't take this. I have 6. Oh. He accepted it. Thank you. Boro gave him saltleaf. The harbor woman gave everyone one final harbor bite. Hano waved from the hill. Kai untied the Wayfarer. A dock worker shouted. Come back hungry. Kai laughed. I will. The sail filled. Tavira slowly receded. Lumi stood at the bow. Terra sat in the center. Flan stood atop its barrel. Kai checked his traveler map. Next stop. Pelara. Beside it, Kai wrote. Apparently nothing there. He smiled. After Miraloon. The wandering market. Tavira. Maybe. Nothing sounded nice. Kai adjusted the tiller. The Wayfarer turned south. The Mooncarent festival was still several days away. Plenty of time. No need to hurry. Behind them, Tavira's harbor became smaller. Ahead, a quiet green island waited beyond the horizon. Kai smiled. Let's see what nothing looks like. Chapter 57, apparently nothing there. Polera looked exactly like an island with nothing on it. Kai stood at the tiller of the Wayfarer, staring toward the approaching shore. No towers. No enormous harbor. No floating markets. No coral gates. No streets packed with food stalls. Just a green island. Low hills. A crescent beach. A cluster of small houses around a wooden pier. Fishing boats rocked gently in the bay. Smoke curled from several chimneys. That was all. Kai checked his map. Pelara. Beneath it, in his own handwriting. Apparently nothing there. He smiled. Looks accurate. Lumi stood at the bow, her deep blue scarf fluttering in the breeze. Q. Terra sat obediently near the center. Its ribbons and tiny silver shell charm moved softly with the rocking boat. RRR. Captain Flan stood atop its barrel. Pooh. Kai looked at Flan. Still not captain. Flan's little badge gleamed in the morning sun. Pooh. Especially when you're using that expression. The journey from Tavira had been short. Only several hours. Which was fortunate because Kai was still full. Grandmother Pella's breakfast had consisted of fish dumplings, rice porridge, fried bread, pickled vegetables, grilled shellfish, and something she had called a small dessert. It had been the size of Kai's fist. Kai had learned something important. Never trust Tavirans when discussing portion sizes. The closer they came to Pelara, the quieter the sea became. Fewer merchant ships, no passenger ferries, no tideglider pods, only occasional fishing boats. Kai lowered the sail. The wayfarer entered the small harbor. One dock worker stood waiting. An elderly man. Kai prepared his rope, approached slowly, turned, threw the line. The man caught it. Kai secured the stern, checked the tension, adjusted once. Done. The old man looked at the boat. Then Kai. Good. Kai froze. Really? The man raised an eyebrow. Something wrong? No. Kai straightened. Nothing. Inside. He celebrated. Successful docking. No correction. No loose stern line. No near collision. Master Rook would have been. Probably mildly satisfied. Which from Rook was basically applause. Kai stepped onto the pier. The old man held out his hand. Dock fee. Kai's happiness disappeared. Of course. 1 copper. Kai blinked. That's it. The old man shrugged. Small harbor. Kai paid immediately. I like Pelara. The old man introduced himself as Morrow. Kai asked about lodging. 1 inn. Boro had been correct. Food. At the inn. Market. Tomorrow morning. Kai brightened. Morrow added. 4 stalls. Kai paused. 4. Sometimes 5. Kai laughed. Okay. Anything to see. Morrow thought. For a long time. Kai waited. Finally. No. Kai stared. Morrow shrugged. Told you. Kai laughed. Perfect. They left the harbor. And immediately discovered the first problem. Nobody cared that Terra was a dragon. A woman carrying laundry walked past. She looked at Terra. Morning. Terra blinked. RRR. She continued walking. Kai stared after her. 2 children ran past. One pointed. Dragon. The other said. Yeah. Then they continued chasing each other. Terra looked at Kai. Kai looked at Terra. Sorry. In every other town, Terra attracted attention. Questions. Excitement. Fear. Children. Accessories. Especially accessories. Here. Nothing. Terra walked slightly slower. Its tail drooped. Kai noticed. Oh no. He crouched. You miss being admired. Terra looked away. RRR. Kai laughed. You're spoiled. Lumi walked past. Elegant. Completely uninterested. Her scarf fluttered. Kai pointed at her. See. Lumi doesn't need attention. A fisherman passing nearby stopped. Beautiful fox. Lumi immediately lifted her head. Kai stared. Never mind. Flan bounced proudly. Captain badge forward. A Polaran man glanced at it. Nice hat. Flan froze. Then bounced wildly. Pooh. Kai sighed. All of you. The village consisted of maybe 40 houses. 1 inn. 1 general store. A small shrine. A bakery. A fish smoking shed. A school. A communal hall. That was nearly everything. No paved streets. Only packed dirt paths. No magical lanterns. No canals. No grand architecture. Kai walked slowly. There really wasn't much to see. And somehow, he didn't mind. They reached the inn. A simple wooden building overlooking the sea. The sign read, The Quiet Gull. Kai stopped. Appropriate. The innkeeper was a middle-aged woman named Noma. She looked at Kai. Then Lumi. Then Terra. Then Flan. 1 room. Kai nodded. Stable. Kai looked at Terra. Terra looked offended. Room. Noma shrugged. Fine. Kai paid. Cheap. Very cheap. He became suspicious. Is breakfast included? Yes. How much breakfast? Noma frowned. What? Kai relaxed. Good. You're not Taviran. The room was small. 1 bed. 1 window. A wooden table. A wash basin. Kai looked around. Perfect. Terra immediately climbed onto the rug. Lumi jumped onto the bed. Flan bounced onto the pillow. Kai stared. Where do I sleep? Nobody responded. After storing his bags, Kai returned outside. No plan. That felt strange. Usually he had places marked. Markets, ruins, food, scenery, something. Today, nothing. Kai opened his notebook. Pelara. Then stared at the blank page. What do I write? Lumi sat beside him. Q. Apparently nothing. He closed it. Let's walk. They followed a path beyond the village. No signs. No destination. Just a road. The path climbed gently through grass-covered hills. Wildflowers grew everywhere. Yellow, white, purple. The sea remained visible behind them. Terra ran ahead. Kai called. Not too far. RRR. Flan bounced beside Kai. Lumi moved through the grass. Kai walked. No hurry. No reason to check the time. After Tavira's noise, the silence felt enormous. Wind moved through grass. Waves broke below the cliffs. Birds called. That was all. Kai eventually found a tree. One enormous tree standing alone on a hill. Its branches spread wide. Shade covered the grass beneath it. Kai stopped. Good enough. He sat. Lumi curled beside him. Terra flopped onto the grass. Flan climbed onto Kai's stomach. Kai looked at the sky. Clouds moved slowly. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Then, Kai fell asleep. He woke because something was touching his face. His eyes opened. Terra. RRR. Kai blinked. What? Terra nudged him again. Kai sat up. The sun had moved significantly. How long? Lumi yawned. Flan remained asleep. Kai checked his pocket watch. His eyes widened. 2 hours. He stared. I slept outside for 2 hours. No one had bothered them. No emergency. No thief. No monster. No monkey. No shellback. No unexpected festival. Nothing. Kai smiled. That's incredible. Terra nudged him again. RRR. Kai understood. You're hungry. Of course. They returned to the village. The bakery was open. Kai entered. 4 types of bread. Only 4. Kai nearly laughed. What's best? The baker looked confused. Their bread. Kai liked Pelara more every minute. He bought 1 loaf. Warm. Brown crust. Nothing inside. No magical filling. No imported spices. Just bread. Outside, Kai tore off a piece. 8. He paused. Good. Not life-changing. Not the greatest bread he'd ever tasted. Just good. Fresh. Warm. Simple. He gave Lumi a small piece. Terra ate 1. Flan absorbed another. They walked toward the harbor. A fisherman sat repairing a net. Kai stopped. Need help. The man looked up. You know nets? No. Then no. Kai laughed. Fair. He sat nearby anyway. Watched. The fisherman worked slowly. Thread. Knot. Pull. Check. Repeat. Kai eventually asked. Can you teach me? The man shrugged. Sure. His name was Daro. For the next hour, Kai learned to repair fishing nets. His first knot was wrong. Second too loose. Third tangled. Fourth, acceptable. Daro looked. Ugly. Kai sighed. But, holds. Kai smiled. I'll take it. Terra sat beside them. Flan attempted to help. Flan became tangled in the net. Kai stared. How? Poo. Lumi watched from a crate. Kai freed Flan. No professional fishing career for you. Daro laughed. When they finished, Kai asked how much he owed. Daro frowned. For what? Teaching me. Nothing. Kai blinked. Daro handed him a small piece of spare net cord. Practice. Kai accepted. Thanks. Then Daro held up 2 fish. Want 1? Kai laughed. How much? Helped with the net. My knots were terrible. They held. Kai accepted 1 fish. Dinner solved. Except dinner became slightly more complicated when Kai discovered Pelara's communal cooking area. Several stone ovens and fire pits stood near the beach. Villagers cooked there in the evening. Not a festival. Not an event. Just normal life. Kai sat at an empty fire pit. Prepared Daro's fish. Salt. A little blue ginger. Nothing fancy. An elderly woman cooking nearby looked over. Too much ginger. Kai froze. Grandmother Pella. The woman frowned. Who? Kai laughed. Nobody. He reduced the ginger. The woman nodded. Better. Kai stared. Do all grandmothers have this ability? She ignored him. Kai grilled the fish. Cooked rice. Added some vegetables. Simple. The smell attracted exactly 3 people. Not 30. Kai almost became emotional. Daro joined them. Noma from the inn brought pickled vegetables. The elderly woman brought soup. They ate. Quietly. No huge long table. No music. No crowds. Just a few people sitting near the beach. Kai asked about Polera. Why don't more travelers come? Daro shrugged. Nothing here. Noma nodded. No ruins. The elderly woman added. No famous food. Daro continued. No rare monsters. Noma. No festivals. Kai looked around. Sunset. Quiet beach. Warm food. People talking. Sounds terrible. They stared. Kai smiled. Daro laughed first. After dinner, Kai washed dishes. Nobody stopped him. A miracle. Then he walked along the beach. The tide had gone out. Wet sand reflected the sky. Tiny crabs moved between pools. Terra immediately noticed. Kai pointed. Remember the shellback. Terra stopped. RRR. You lost. Terra growled. Kai laughed. Flan approached a crab. The crab fled. Flan bounced proudly. Poo. Don't encourage Terra. Lumi walked beside Kai. The sky darkened. Stars appeared. Kai expected glowing water. Magical fish. Something. Nothing happened. Just stars. Normal waves. Normal beach. He smiled. Still nice. Back at the inn, Kai opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 57. He stared at the blank page. Then wrote. Apparently nothing is here. Kai smiled. No famous market. No underwater city. No giant sea beast. No festival. No food street. I slept beneath a tree. Bought bread. Learned how to repair a fishing net badly. Cooked fish on the beach. Kai paused. That's everything. He looked through the window. Polera was already quiet. Most lights were out. It was a good day. His pen stopped. Then continued. Maybe travel doesn't always need something spectacular. If every place were extraordinary, eventually extraordinary would become ordinary. Kai smiled. Sometimes I think I keep moving because I'm afraid that stopping means the adventure is over. He looked toward Lumi. Sleeping on the bed. Terra on the rug. Flan occupying Kai's pillow. But today I stopped. Nothing happened. And somehow, I don't feel like I wasted the day. Kai closed the journal. The next morning, he woke naturally. No knocking. No dragon growling. No harbor announcement. No smell dragging Lumi from bed. Kai stretched. Morning. Q. RRR. Poo. Breakfast downstairs consisted of bread, eggs, fish, tea. That's all. Kai stared at the plate. Noma noticed. Something wrong. Kai smiled. No. He ate. Afterward, Kai visited Polera's market. All 4 stalls. Vegetables. Fish. Household goods. Fruit. That was everything. Kai bought apples. Actual apples. He stared at one. This island is strangely comforting. Before leaving, Daro came to the harbor. He handed Kai something. A small bundle of net cord. For the boat. Kai accepted. Thanks. Noma gave him bread. The baker shouted from farther up the road. He paid for that. Noma shouted back. I know. Kai laughed. Terra received no ribbon. No charm. No accessory. The baby dragon looked slightly disappointed. Kai crouched. You'll survive. RRR. Then one of the children from yesterday ran toward them. Wait. Terra's eyes brightened. The child tied something around Terra's neck. A tiny braided grass ring. Made it. Terra froze. Its tail began wagging violently. Kai covered his face. Of course. The child waved. Terra strutted toward the wayfarer. Kai sighed. You're impossible. Flan showed Daro its captain badge. Daro nodded seriously. Captain. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai pointed. Do not validate him. They boarded. Kai untied the lines. Raised the sail. The wayfarer drifted away from Polera. No crowd gathered. No bells rang. No grand farewell. Daro waved. Noma waved. The child waved. Kai waved back. The island slowly became smaller. Kai checked his map. The Mooncurrent festival remained several days away. Their next planned stop was farther south. Beside the route, someone had written another note. Best sunset in Thalassia? Question mark included. Kai smiled. That's a challenge. Lumi stood at the bow. Terra sat in the center wearing its grass ring among far more expensive accessories. Flan resumed its position atop the barrel. Kai adjusted the tiller. Behind them, Polera disappeared. A place with apparently nothing. Kai looked back once, and quietly added something to his map. Pelara, nothing there. Then underneath, stay anyway. He closed the map, the wind filled the sail, and the wayfarer continued south. Chapter 58, The Best Sunset in Thalassia. The question mark bothered Kai. He stood at the tiller of the wayfarer, traveler map open beside him. The note was written in faded blue ink. Best sunset in Thalassia. Question mark. Kai stared at it. Why the question mark? Lumi stood at the bow, her deep blue scarf fluttering. Either it's the best sunset or it isn't. Terra sat near the center of the boat. The little braided grass ring from Polera now rested among its increasingly ridiculous collection of ribbons and charms. RRR. Captain Flan stood atop the barrel. Sailor hat, red scarf, shell pin, captain badge. Poo. Kai looked at the slime. Don't say anything. Flan bounced. Poo. You look like someone who would use unnecessary punctuation. Flan stared. Kai sighed. I'm arguing with a slime. They had left Polera that morning. The quiet island disappeared behind them hours ago. Ahead lay their next stop. Solmera Island. A small island known for exactly one thing. Sunsets. Apparently. Maybe. Hence the question mark. Kai checked the route. The Moonkaret festival was still several days away. Plenty of time. No rushing. That was important. The sea was gentle. The wind steady. Kai had become noticeably more comfortable aboard the Wayfarer. He no longer gripped the tiller like it was trying to escape. He understood how the boat responded to wind. How much sail to use. How to approach waves at an angle. How to judge distance from reefs. He still checked everything twice. Sometimes 3 times. But now, it felt less like fear. More like habit. A merchant ship passed. Kai adjusted course correctly. The captain waved. Kai waved back. No shouting instructions. No correction. No warning. Kai smiled. Rook would be proud, he thought. Probably not. Master Rook would likely say, "You haven't sunk yet," which translated approximately to, "Excellent progress." By midday, Solmera appeared. Kai immediately frowned. That's it. The island was tiny. Smaller than Polera. A steep rocky hill rose from the sea. Most of the coastline consisted of cliffs. Only one narrow bay provided safe anchorage. A handful of buildings clustered around it. Kai checked the map again. Best sunset in Thalassia. He looked at the island. This better be a very good sunset. The harbor consisted of one pier. Kai approached. Slowly. Turned. Reduced sail. Threw the rope. A young dock worker caught it. Kai secured the Wayfarer. Checked the stern. Perfect. The dock worker looked at the lines. Then at Kai. First time. Kai nodded. Sunset. Yes. The worker sighed. Kai frowned. Why did you sigh? You'll see. Kai became suspicious. Dock fee. 2 copper. Kai paid. Where's the best place to watch? The worker pointed upward. Kai followed his finger. At the very top of the island. A cliff. A path zigzagged toward it. Kai stared. Up there. Sunset Point. How long? Hour. Kai looked at Terra. Terra's tail wagged. At Lumi. Perfectly calm. At Flan. Bouncing. Kai sighed. Of course. Before climbing. Food. Responsible hiking required food. That was Kai's excuse. Solmera had exactly one restaurant near the harbor. The Last Light. Kai liked the name. Inside. Only 6 tables. A human woman worked behind the counter. What are you serving? Kai asked. She pointed at a board. Today. Fish stew. Bread. Tea. That was all. Kai smiled. Polera prepared me for this. The woman's name was Yara. Kai ordered 4 portions. Then corrected himself. 3 portions and fish for Lumi. Yara looked at Flan. Kai followed her gaze. The slime eats. Poo. Yara nodded. 4 portions. The stew arrived. Simple. White fish. Potatoes. Tomatoes. Onions. Herbs. Broth. Kai tasted. Good. Not Tavira level complicated. Not Miraloon level exotic. Just warm and satisfying. Then he noticed something. A subtle sweetness. What is that? Yara looked over. Sunberry. Kai blinked. Berry. In fish stew. Yes. Kai tasted again. It worked. Somehow. Can I see one? Yara placed a small orange berry on the table. Kai examined it. Bright orange. Almost translucent. He bit carefully. Sweet. Very acidic. A little floral. Kai's eyes widened. Oh. He wrote it down. Yara noticed. Cook. Kai didn't even react anymore. Yes. After lunch, Kai purchased a small bag of sunberries. Necessary. Obviously. Then they began climbing. The trail started gently. Kai smiled. This isn't bad. 10 minutes later, the path became stairs. Kai stopped smiling. 20 minutes later, more stairs. Kai looked upward. Why? Terra ran ahead. RRR. You're cheating. You have 4 legs. Lumi moved effortlessly. Kai stared. You too. Q. Flan sat on Kai's backpack. Kai stopped. Slowly looked over his shoulder. Are you riding me? Poo. Walk. Flan flattened. Poo. No. 5 minutes later, Flan remained on the backpack. Kai had lost the argument. The path wound around the cliff. The higher they climbed, the more the view opened. Kai eventually stopped. Not because he was tired. Though he was. Because the view had become enormous. The sea stretched in every direction. Small islands dotted the horizon. White sails moved between them. Clouds cast shadows across the water. Kai breathed slowly. Okay. Maybe the sunset would be worth it. They continued. Halfway up, they reached a small rest platform. A wooden sign read, "You're halfway." Kai stared. Then another line. "Sorry." Kai laughed despite himself. At least they're honest. A bench sat beneath a tree. Kai collapsed onto it. Terra wasn't tired. Of course. It chased a butterfly. Lumi sat beside Kai. Flan bounced off the backpack. Fresh. Rested. Kai glared. You contributed nothing. Poo. Another traveler sat at the opposite end of the bench. An elderly tied elf man. Long silver hair. Travel cloak. Walking staff. He smiled at Kai. First time. Kai breathed heavily. Is it obvious? You still look hopeful. Kai stared. What does that mean? The man laughed. His name was Edrin. He had visited Solmera many times. Kai immediately asked, is it actually the best sunset in Thalassia? Edrin smiled. No. Kai froze. What? The old traveler laughed again. Kai pointed toward the mountain. I climbed all this way. Halfway. That doesn't help. Edrin leaned against his staff. There is no best sunset. Kai stared. Then why does everyone say that? They don't. Edrin smiled. They ask. Kai remembered the map. Best sunset in Thalassia. The question mark. Oh. Edrin explained. Travelers had argued for decades about which island had the best sunset. Solmera, West Pearl, Nauru Reef, the Golden Shoals, the Cliffs of Ashura. Everyone had an opinion. Eventually, Solmera began using the argument as its identity. Not the best sunset in Thalassia, but the best sunset in Thalassia. Kai laughed. That's clever. Very. So is it good? Edrin shrugged. Depends on the day. Kai stared. That's an extremely dangerous answer after all these stairs. They continued climbing together. Edrin had traveled for more than 40 years. Not as an adventurer. Not as a merchant. Just a traveler. Kai became immediately interested. 40 years. 43. Where have you been? Too many places. Favorite? Edrin smiled. Depends. Kai groaned. You answer everything like that. Age. They talked as they walked. Edrin had crossed deserts. Visited floating cities. Stayed with mountain clans. Traveled through forests where trees moved at night. Once spent 6 months living aboard a merchant ship. Kai listened. Then asked. Did you ever get tired? Edrin looked at him. Of traveling. Kai nodded. Yes. The answer surprised him. Kai had expected something poetic. Never. The road always calls. Something like that. Instead. Often. Edrin continued walking. Sometimes I stayed somewhere for months. Years once. Kai blinked. Then you started traveling again. Eventually. Why? Edrin thought. Because I wanted to. Simple. Kai smiled. He liked that answer. They reached the summit in late afternoon. Kai stepped onto Sunset Point. And stopped. The top of Solmera was mostly bare rock. A broad grassy plateau ended at a western cliff. Several benches faced the sea. Travelers had already gathered. Families. Couples. Sailors. Merchants. Children. Nobody shouted. Nobody sold souvenirs. No festival. Just people waiting. Kai found a place near the cliff. Not too near. He had survival instincts. Lumi sat beside him. Terra lay in the grass. Flan settled on Kai's lap. Edrin sat nearby. They waited. Kai looked at the sun. Still fairly high. How long? Edrin answered. An hour. Kai sighed. So they did. Nothing. Again. Kai ate bread. Shared sunberries. Watched ships. Talked with Edrin. Terra chased another butterfly. Flan made tiny bubbles. Lumi slept. Slowly. The light changed. The sky softened. Blue became gold. Cloud edges turned orange. The ocean began reflecting the light. Kai stopped talking. The sun lowered. Gold became deeper. Orange. Red. Pink. Purple. Clouds stretched across the horizon like painted brushstrokes. The sea beneath them became liquid fire. Every wave caught the light. The distant islands became dark silhouettes. Ships turned black against the glowing horizon. Kai stared. No words. Then something unexpected happened. The sun touched the horizon. And the sea birds began returning. Hundreds. Maybe thousands. They flew across the sunset. Dark shapes against gold. Terra sat up. RRR. Flan stopped bouncing. Poo. Lumi's ears lifted. Kai smiled. Okay. The sun sank farther. Half disappeared. Then more. Until only a thin line remained. And finally. Gone. For several seconds. Nobody moved. The sky remained brilliant. Red fading into violet. The first stars appearing overhead. Kai exhaled. That was. Edrin looked at him. The best. Kai paused. Then laughed. I don't know. Edrin smiled. Correct. Kai looked toward the horizon. Polera had a nice sunset too. Then perhaps Polara's was better. Maybe. Or tomorrow's. Kai nodded. Maybe. The question mark made sense now. They waited until twilight. Then began descending. Lanterns had been placed along the path. Kai was extremely grateful. Halfway down, Terra finally became tired. The baby dragon slowed. Kai smiled. Oh. RRR. 4 legs aren't helping anymore. Terra glared. Eventually, Kai carried Terra. Flan returned to his backpack. Kai stared at the sky. Why am I transporting everyone? Lumi walked gracefully beside him. Kai looked at her. Don't even think about it. Q. They returned to the harbor after dark. Kai's legs hurt. His shoulders hurt. His back hurt. Yara saw him enter the restaurant. Sunset. Kai collapsed into a chair. Good. She laughed. Dinner was fish stew again. Kai didn't complain. Edrin joined him. They ate quietly. Eventually Kai asked, where are you going next? North. Kai blinked. I'm going south. Then this is where our roads separate. Kai smiled. Looks like it. Edrin raised his tea. Good travels, Kai. Kai raised his cup. You too. No dramatic farewell. No promise to meet again. Just 2 travelers heading opposite directions. Kai liked that. Back aboard the Wayfarer. He opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 58. Is Solmera the best sunset in Thalassia? Kai paused. Then wrote. I don't know. He smiled. Apparently that's the correct answer. I met a traveler named Edrin today. He's been traveling for 43 years. I asked if he ever got tired of traveling. He said yes. Kai stared at that sentence. For some reason, I liked hearing that. Sometimes I worry that if I stop enjoying the road, it means I chose wrong. He looked toward the dark sea. But maybe traveling isn't something I have to prove. I can stop, rest, stay somewhere, move again, or not. Kai smiled. The important part is choosing it myself. He looked at Lumi, at Terra, at Flan, then continued. The sunset was beautiful. Was it the best? He drew a question mark. Question mark. Ask me after I've seen more. Kai closed the journal. The next morning, Edrin's boat sailed north. The Wayfarer sailed south. They passed each other outside the harbor. Edrin raised one hand. Kai waved. Then the 2 vessels separated. Kai checked his map. The Moonkaret Islands were getting closer. But another stop lay along the route. A cluster of small islands called the Bellwater Isles. Beside them, someone had written, "Listen at high tide." Kai stared. Lumi looked back. Q. Kai smiled. Apparently we're listening to an island next. Terra tilted its head. Flan bounced. Kai adjusted the tiller. Behind them, Solmera's cliffs shrank into the distance. Ahead, the sea glittered beneath the morning sun. Kai glanced once more at the note. Listen at high tide. No explanation. He sighed. Travelers really need to write better notes. The Wayfarer continued south, toward the Bellwater Isles, toward the Moonkared Festival, toward whatever sound an island could possibly make. Chapter 59, Listen at High Tide. The note made absolutely no sense. Kai had spent most of the morning staring at it. Bellwater Isles. Listen at high tide. That was all. No explanation. No warning. No description of what exactly he was supposed to listen for. Kai lowered the traveler map. I've decided travelers are terrible at giving directions. Lumi stood at the bow of the Wayfarer, her deep blue scarf fluttering gently. Q. Seriously. Kai tapped the map. Come hungry. Stay anyway. Best sunset. Now listen at high tide. Terra sat near the center of the boat, its ribbons, shell charm, and treasured grass ring shifting in the breeze. RRR. Captain Flan stood proudly on its barrel. Pooh. Kai looked at the slime. Don't defend them. Flan bounced. Pooh. You're biased. The Bellwater Isles were already visible ahead. At first, Kai thought there were perhaps 5 islands. Then they sailed closer. 7. Then 10. Then more. Small rocky islands scattered across a wide stretch of shallow turquoise sea. Some were barely larger than houses. Others held patches of trees. A few had small settlements. Stone arches rose naturally from several shorelines. Kai counted. 17. Then another appeared behind a larger island. 18. He checked the maritime chart. 23 islands made up the Bellwater group. Only 6 were permanently inhabited. The rest were reefs, cliffs, caves, and tiny pieces of land. Nothing looked particularly unusual. Kai narrowed his eyes. Where are the bells? Lumi looked toward him. Q. They're called Bellwater. He pointed. I expected bells. A fishing boat passed nearby. Kai waved. The fisherman waved back. Kai called. Excuse me. The fisherman turned. First time. Kai had learned that apparently everyone could identify first-time travelers instantly. Yes. Heading to Bellwater. Yes. The fisherman grinned. High tides this afternoon. Kai stared. What happens? The fisherman laughed. Then sailed away. Kai's mouth dropped open. Hey. The fisherman shouted from farther away. Listen. Kai stared after him. I hate all of you. Lumi made a sound suspiciously close to amusement. Q. Kai pointed at her. You don't know either. The main settlement lay on the largest island. Bella Isle. Kai stared at the sign as they approached. Bellwater. Main island Bella. He sighed. Subtle. The harbor was small but busy. Fishing vessels occupied most of the docks. A few passenger boats waited nearby. Several travelers were clearly visiting for the same reason Kai was. He docked the Wayfarer. Slow approach. Correct angle. Reduce sail. Throw line. Secure bow. Secure. Stern. Check. Done. The harbor worker inspected the lines. Kai waited. The worker nodded. Good. Kai smiled. He was becoming dangerously proud of this. Dock fee. 2 copper. Kai paid. Then immediately asked. What happens at high tide? The worker smiled. Listen. Kai's eye twitched. Everyone keeps saying that. Because that's what you do. Listen to what? The worker pointed toward the village. Ask old Mara. Who? Old Mara. Where? You'll hear her. Kai stared. That answer is somehow worse. They entered the village. Bella was larger than Polera but much smaller than Miraloon. White stone houses lined narrow streets. Most roofs were painted blue. Shell decorations hung outside doors. Wind chimes moved in the sea breeze. Ting, ting ting. Kai stopped. Bells. A woman sweeping her doorstep shook her head. Wind chimes. Kai sighed. Of course. Then, fresh shell bread. A voice thundered down the street. Kai jumped. 3 copper. 2 if you're nice. The harbor worker had been correct. Kai had found old Mara. Or heard her. A tiny elderly woman stood outside a bakery. She couldn't have been much taller than Kai's shoulder. But her voice apparently had the power to cross oceans. You. Kai froze. Mara pointed directly at him. Traveler. Kai looked behind himself. Nobody. Me. You see another dragon, fox, and sailor slime. Kai looked at his companions. Fair. Flan bounced proudly at being recognized as a sailor. Kai sighed. Mara shoved bread into his hands. Eat. Kai stared. We just left Tavira. So. Kai had no answer. The bread was shaped like a spiral shell. Warm. Crisp outside. Soft inside. Kai tore it open. Steam escaped. He tasted. Butter. Salt. Something slightly sweet. Good. Mara nodded. I know. Kai smiled. Lumi stared. Kai tore off a piece. Terra received one. Flan absorbed one. Mara watched Flan. Captain. Kai immediately said. No. Flan bounced. Pooh. Mara nodded solemnly. Captain. Kai closed his eyes. Why does everyone encourage this? He remembered why he'd come. What's supposed to happen at high tide? Mara looked toward the sea. Bells. Kai's eyes widened. Finally. Where? Everywhere. What makes them ring? The water. Kai frowned. The water rings bells. Mara stared at him. You ask too many questions. I'm a traveler. Then travel. Kai laughed. She pointed toward the eastern side of the island. Go to the listening cliffs before high tide. Kai opened his notebook. Listening cliffs. Bring lunch. Kai paused. Is that necessary? No. Then why? You'll get hungry. Kai nodded. Reasonable. Before leaving, Kai purchased 4 shell breads. Mara charged him for 3. Kai noticed. You said 3 copper each. You were nice. I didn't do anything. You didn't complain about the bread. Kai laughed. They spent the morning exploring Bella. The island's economy seemed built around fishing. Nets hung everywhere. Boats were repaired near the harbor. Shellfish baskets lined the docks. Children carried buckets between tidal pools. Kai stopped at a fish market. Not enormous. Not famous. But fresh. One stall sold something that looked like a lobster crossed with a blue crab. Kai stared. What is that? The vendor answered. Bellclaw. Does it pinch? Yes. Kai stepped back. Terra stepped forward. Kai grabbed Terra. No. RRR. We've discussed crabs. Terra growled. The vendor laughed. Dragon lose to 1. Kai stared. How did you know? Expression. Terra looked deeply offended. Kai purchased 1 bellclaw. Cooked. Very cooked. No possibility of retaliation. Near noon, they headed toward the listening cliffs. The path crossed the island. Through low grass. Past small farms. Over a hill. Kai noticed strange holes in the rock. Small ones. Large ones. Some perfectly round. Others narrow cracks. He crouched beside one. Wind moved through it. Who? Kai tilted his head. The farther east they traveled, the more holes appeared. Some rocks resembled giant pieces of hollow coral. Others contained long tunnels carved naturally through stone. Kai began understanding. Sea caves. The listening cliffs appeared ahead. Kai stopped. Oh, the eastern coastline wasn't a normal cliff. It was riddled with openings. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Arches, caves, tunnels, holes, stone columns. The ocean moved through all of them. At low tide, most openings sat above the water. But the tide was rising. Slowly. Several wooden viewing platforms had been constructed at safe distances. Travelers already waited. Families spread blankets. Children played. Several people carried food. Kai smiled. Mara was right. They found an empty grassy spot. Kai placed his travel blanket down. Lumi immediately claimed one side. Terra flopped onto another. Flan bounced into the middle. Kai stared. Where am I supposed to sit? He squeezed between them. Lunch was simple. Shell bread, cooked bellclaw, fruit, cheese, a little leftover rice. Kai cracked the bellclaw shell. Terra watched intensely. Cooked. RRR. Safe. He gave Terra some meat. Terra ate. Paused. Its eyes widened. Kai smiled. Revenge tastes good. RRR. Lumi received fish instead. Flan absorbed bread. Then, they waited. Kai checked the sea. Nothing. 10 minutes. Nothing. 20. Still nothing. A child nearby asked his father. When? Soon. Kai sympathized deeply. He took out his journal. Started sketching the cliffs. He wasn't particularly good. The cliff became something resembling a potato. Kai stared. Good enough. Then Lumi's ears lifted. Kai stopped. What? Who? A low sound rolled across the cliffs. Kai looked toward the sea. A wave entered one of the lower caves. Air rushed through the rock tunnels. Who? Kai slowly stood. Another wave. Different cave. Womb. Then, dong. Kai's eyes widened. A deep bell-like note echoed from somewhere inside the cliffs. Another. Dong. Higher this time. Then another. The tide continued rising. Water entered more caves. And the island began to sing. Kai forgot his notebook. Dong. Woo. Hum. Ding. Hundreds of natural tunnels carried wind and water through the cliffs. Some produced deep notes. Others high. Some whistled. Some hummed. Some rang like enormous bells hidden inside the stone. Kai stared. That's. A large wave struck the cliffs. Whoosh. For a moment, dozens of notes sounded together. Dong, hum. Terra's head tilted left, then right. RRR. Flan bounced with each sound. Poo. Lumi sat completely still, listening. Kai smiled. Bellwater. Now he understood. There were no bells. The islands themselves were the bells. And the sea rang them. As the tide rose, the melody changed. Different caves submerged. Different tunnels opened. Air pressure shifted. The notes moved. Sometimes chaotic. Sometimes strangely harmonious. Kai sat again, and simply listened. Nobody talked loudly. Even the children became quiet. There was no performer. No conductor. No scheduled song. The ocean decided the rhythm. A small wave. Ding. Another. Whom. Then several together. Dong. Woo. Hum. Kai closed his eyes. He could smell salt, grass, bread, feel the wind, hear the waves, and beneath everything, the island singing. He thought about Solmera, the sunset, Polera, the silence, Tavira, the long table, Miraloon's underwater music. Every island seemed to have its own way of being remembered. Some through food, some through scenery, some through people, and Bellwater, through sound. The strongest part of high tide arrived. The water surged into the largest central cavern. For several seconds, nothing happened. Kai opened his eyes. Then, dong. The sound was enormous, deep, not painfully loud, but powerful enough that Kai felt it through the ground. Terra's eyes widened. Flan flattened from the vibration. Poo. Kai laughed. The note continued. Long, slow, gradually fading. Then a second cave answered. Higher. Then another. Dong. The entire coastline seemed to respond. Kai whispered. Wow. An elderly woman nearby smiled. First time. Kai nodded. Obvious. You said wow. Kai laughed softly. Fair. For almost an hour, they listened. Then the tide began falling. Slowly. The notes became fewer. One cave stopped. Then another. Then another. Until only the waves remained. Kai waited. One final small wave entered a narrow opening. Ting. Silence. Kai smiled. That's it. The elderly woman nodded. Until next tide. People began packing. No applause. Kai liked that. You didn't applaud the sea. On their way back, Kai kept stopping beside holes in the rocks. He blew into one. F. Nothing. He tried again. F. Terra stared. Lumi stared. Flan stared. Kai stood. The ocean has better lungs. A child passing nearby laughed. Kai accepted defeat. Back in Bella Village, old Mara saw them. Well, Kai covered one ear. You don't need to shout. I'm old. That doesn't explain it. Mara grinned. Did you hear? Kai smiled. Yeah, good. Very. Mara nodded. As though that settled everything. Kai purchased another shell bread. Entirely voluntarily. Then Mara handed him a small jar. What's this? Bell salt. Kai opened it. Gray salt crystals. Different from normal salt. No. Kai stared. Mara laughed so hard she started coughing. Kai closed the jar. You got me. She eventually explained. The salt was harvested from tidal pools around the singing cliffs. Chemically, probably ordinary sea salt. Culturally, bellwater salt. Kai bought it. That evening, Kai returned to the Wayfarer. He decided to cook aboard. Dinner. Rice. Grilled fish. Vegetables. Bellwater salt. Kai tasted. He paused dramatically. Lumi watched. Terra watched. Flan watched. Kai nodded. Definitely tastes like salt. Q. Very culturally significant salt. After dinner, Kai opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 59. Listen at high tide. Kai smiled. For once, the traveler's note gave exactly the right amount of information. He thought. Then crossed out for once. Maybe explaining it would have ruined it. He continued. The Bellwater Isles have hundreds of caves and tunnels along the cliffs. When high tide enters them, the water pushes air through the stone. The cliffs whistle, hum, ring, like bells. Kai paused. There are no musicians. No song is exactly the same. The sea decides what gets played. He looked toward the dark outline of the eastern cliffs. High tide had passed. Silent now. Yesterday I watched the sun. Today I listened to an island. Kai smiled. I wonder how many places have passed because I didn't know how to notice them. He tapped the pen against the page. Maybe traveling isn't only about seeing things. Sometimes you have to listen. From his pillow. Pooh. Kai looked over. Flan was wearing the captain badge. Again, that wasn't philosophical commentary. Pooh. Kai continued. The Moonkared festival is getting closer. We should reach the Moonkared Islands in a few days. He checked the traveler map. There were still possible stops along the way. One particular note caught his attention. It was written beside a tiny island southeast of Bellwater. Don't miss the morning mist. Kai stared, then slowly looked toward Lumi. No. Lumi opened one eye. We are not changing course for every mysterious handwritten note. Lumi closed her eye. Kai looked at the map again. Don't miss the morning mist. Kai stared for several seconds. Then picked up his navigation chart. It's barely a detour. Lumi's tail moved. Kai pointed. You didn't hear that. The next morning, Kai prepared the wayfarer. Water, supplies, sail, ropes, weather, tide, everything checked. Old Mara stood on the dock. She handed him a bag. Kai looked inside. Shell bread. How much? Free. Kai smiled. Why? Yesterday's bread. Kai froze. Yesterday. Mara laughed. Kai stared at the bag. You're terrifying. He took one out. Still perfectly good. Fine. Mara waved. Come back. Kai covered his ears. I can't hear you. The wayfarer left Bella Harbor. As they sailed between the smaller Bellwater Isles, Kai heard something. A distant note. Very faint. Dong. He looked toward the cliffs. The tide was low. Perhaps a single cave still held enough water. Kai smiled. Goodbye. Lumi stood at the bow. Terra sat in the center. Captain Flan occupied its barrel. Kai checked the map. Their next stop wasn't even large enough to have a proper harbor symbol. Just a tiny island named Valara, and beside it, don't miss the morning mist. Kai sighed. One night. He pointed at the map. We stop for one night, see the mist, then continue toward Moonkared. RRR. Pooh. That's the plan. The wind filled the sail. Bellwater slowly disappeared behind them. Ahead, a tiny island waited beneath the afternoon sky. Nothing about it looked mysterious. Yet, Kai glanced at the handwritten note one more time. Then smiled. Fine, let's see what the mist is hiding. The wayfarer sailed onward. Chapter 60, The Island Beneath the Morning Mist. Valara looked disappointing. Kai stood at the tiller of the wayfarer, staring at the tiny island ahead. That's it. Lumi stood at the bow, her deep blue scarf fluttering. Terra sat near the center, decorated with ribbons, a silver shell charm, and the little braided grass ring from Polara. RRR. Captain Flan stood proudly on its barrel. Pooh. Kai checked the traveler map again. Valara. Beneath it, written in faded green ink. Don't miss the morning mist. He looked back at the island. A rocky shoreline, a small forest, a few houses, one wooden pier. That was about it. Kai narrowed his eyes. Travelers have lied to us before. Lumi looked back. Well, Kai thought. Not exactly lied. Come Hungry had been accurate. Apparently nothing there had been accurate. Best sunset in Thalassia had technically been accurate because of the question mark. Listen at high tide had been extremely accurate. Kai sighed. Fine. He folded the map. We trust the mysterious note. The wayfarer approached Valara's pier. Kai reduced sail. Turned. Prepared the line. Threw. A woman on the dock caught it. Kai secured the stern. Checked both ropes. Perfect. The woman nodded. Good docking. Kai froze. Then slowly smiled. Thank you. He had officially reached the point where strangers complimenting his docking technique made him happier than finding treasure. Master Rook had ruined him. The woman introduced herself as Neri. She wore a broad straw hat and carried a basket filled with seaweed. Staying overnight. Kai nodded. Just one night. Neri looked toward the horizon. Here for the mist. Kai stared. How does everyone know? Nobody comes here for anything else. Fair. Where should we watch? Neri pointed inland. Anywhere. Kai blinked. Anywhere. Anywhere. Is there a special viewing point? No. Cliff. No. Tower. No. Secret cave. Neri stared. No. Kai slowly nodded. Anywhere. Anywhere. He paid the dock fee. 1 copper. Then asked the important question. Where can we stay? Guesthouse. Where? Neri pointed. Kai followed her finger. A small blue house stood 20 meters from the pier. Oh. Valara was tiny. Not Polara tiny. Smaller. The settlement contained maybe 15 buildings. A guest house. A general store. A smokehouse. Several homes. A tiny shrine. That was nearly everything. Kai checked his notebook. Veilara plan. He wrote. 1. Find lodging. 2. Explore. 3. Wake before sunrise. 4. See mysterious mist. He stared at the page. Then added. 5. Do not oversleep. He underlined it twice. The guesthouse belonged to an elderly couple named Seno and Mira. Mira looked at Terra. Oh. Kai prepared himself. Dragon questions. Warnings. Rules. Instead. Please wipe its feet. Kai blinked. That's all. Mira frowned. Should there be more? No. Kai smiled. Absolutely not. Terra carefully wiped all 4 feet on the mat. Kai stared. You never do that when I ask. RRR. The room overlooked the sea. 2 beds. 1 table. A window. Simple. Kai put his bag down. Lumi immediately chose 1 bed. Flan bounced onto the other. Terra claimed the rug. Kai looked around. Again. He put his bag on the floor. Apparently I'm sleeping there. They spent the afternoon exploring. It took 20 minutes. Kai stood at the far end of the settlement. That's everything. Lumi sat beside him. Q. We've explored the entire village. Terra sniffed some flowers. Flan bounced after a butterfly. Kai checked his pocket watch. 23 minutes. He laughed. Okay. So they walked into the forest. Valara's trees were unusual. Tall. Thin. Pale trunks. Leaves with faint silver undersides. When the wind moved through them, the forest seemed to shimmer. Kai stopped. Pretty. A narrow path led deeper. No signs. No destination. Just a trail used by locals. The ground gradually became damp. Ferns grew everywhere. Tiny streams crossed the path. Kai crouched beside one. Clear fresh water. Cold. Terra drank. Kai filled his hands and tasted. Good. Flan attempted to enter the stream. Kai grabbed it. No. Poo. I don't know what happens if you absorb fresh water. Flan stared. Kai paused. Actually, I genuinely don't know. He put Flan down away from the stream. Experiment another day. They continued. Eventually, the forest opened. Kai stopped. A small lake. Completely still. Surrounded by silver leaf trees. No buildings. No people. Kai looked at the map. The lake wasn't marked. Huh. They sat near the shore. Lumi drank. Terra chased something in the grass. Flan bounced stones. Kai watched. Plop. A stone entered the lake. Kai looked at Flan. Did you throw that? Poo. Flan stretched. Grabbed another tiny pebble. Plop. Kai stared. You learned throwing. Flan bounced proudly. Poo. Kai suddenly became concerned. Who taught you? Terra looked away. Kai narrowed his eyes. Terra. RRR. Kai sighed. Great. An orange slime. He opened his journal. Tried sketching the lake. It became another potato. Kai stared at it. I need drawing lessons. A voice behind him said. That's supposed to be the lake. Kai jumped. He turned. A girl around 12 stood on the path carrying a basket. Kai looked at his sketch. Then the lake. Yes. The girl stared. It looks like bread. Kai closed the journal. Thank you. Her name was Lenny. She lived in Valara. Her basket contained mushrooms. Kai immediately became interested. Edible. Some. Kai immediately became less interested. Which? Lenny pointed. Those. And the others. Don't eat them. Very useful. She sat nearby. Lumi sniffed her. Lenny gently scratched behind Lumi's ears. Lumi approved. Kai asked about the morning mist. What exactly happens? Lenny shrugged. Mist. Kai stared. That's it. Yes. Why does everyone act mysterious about it? Lenny looked confused. We don't. Kai paused. The travelers do. Oh. Kai laughed. Of course. Is it beautiful? Lenny shrugged again. I see it every morning. That answer fascinated Kai. Something travelers crossed oceans to see. Was ordinary to someone who lived here. Do you like it? Lenny thought. Yes. Then added. But sunrise after rain is better. Kai immediately opened his notebook. After rain. Lenny stared. Why are you writing that? Traveler. Oh. Apparently that explained everything. Before leaving, Lenny gave Kai 3 edible mushrooms. Kai inspected them carefully. You're absolutely sure? Yes. Completely. Yes. Nobody dies. Lenny stared. Kai put them away. Thank you. They returned to the village before sunset. Dinner at the guesthouse was simple. Rice, grilled fish, vegetable soup, pickled seaweed. Kai asked Mira if he could add the mushrooms. She inspected them. Lenny. Kai nodded. Fine. That was enough verification. Kai sliced them, pan-fried them with butter. Added a tiny pinch of bellwater salt. He tasted. Earthy. Slightly sweet. Good. Mira tried one. Too much butter. Kai stared. Everyone's a critic. Seno took another. Good. Mira looked at him. Seno immediately said, too much butter. Kai laughed. After dinner, Kai became serious. Tomorrow required waking early. Very early. He checked sunrise. Checked the tide. Asked Mira when the mist usually formed. Before dawn. How long? Depends. When should I wake up? 4. Kai's face fell. 4. Mira nodded. Kai looked toward the dark window. I've made a terrible mistake. He prepared everything before sleeping. Clothes, boots, cloak, journal, water, small breakfast. Then he set a small magical travel alarm. Checked it, twice. Placed it beside his pillow. Flan immediately sat on it. Kai stared. Move, Puu. That is responsible for tomorrow. Flan bounced away. Kai lay down, closed his eyes, then opened them. What if the alarm doesn't work? Lumi opened one eye. Q. You're right. He checked it again. Finally. Sleep. Ring 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 ring. Kai shot upright. Monkeys. Silence. He blinked. Dark room. Lumi stared. Terra lifted its head. Flan bounced. Kai looked around. No monkeys. He checked the time. 4 o'clock. Kai groaned. Why did I choose traveling? He got dressed. Barely. Put one boot on the wrong foot. Fixed it. Almost forgot his cloak. Returned. Forgot the journal. Returned again. Mira was already awake downstairs. Kai stared. Why? Breakfast. At 4 in the morning. Travelers get hungry. Kai nearly cried. Thank you. She handed him warm tea and bread. Kai drank. Slowly became human again. Outside. Velara was completely dark. No moon. Only stars. Kai walked toward the shoreline. Lumi beside him. Terra yawning. Flan riding on Kai's backpack because apparently everyone except Kai was allowed to be tired. He reached the beach. Nothing. Dark sea. Dark sky. Waves. Kai sat. Now what? Q. Anywhere, she said. They waited. 10 minutes. 20. 30. Kai's eyes started closing. His head dipped. Then, Lumi nudged him. Kai opened his eyes. What? Lumi looked toward the sea. Kai followed. At first, nothing. Then he noticed it. A thin white line. Far offshore. Mist. It moved slowly across the water. Not drifting randomly. Advancing. Like a quiet tide above the sea. Kai stood. The mist reached the outer rocks. Covered them. Then the harbor. Within minutes, the entire coastline disappeared. Kai could barely see the wayfarer. Then couldn't. The village vanished. The forest disappeared. White. Everywhere. Kai swallowed. Okay. Lumi remained beside him. Terra pressed against his leg. Flan stopped bouncing. The world became very small. Only a few meters existed. Everything beyond. Gone. Kai heard waves. Birds. Wind. But couldn't see where anything came from. Then, the sky began brightening. Not sunrise yet. Just the first gray light of morning. And the mist changed. Silver. Then pale blue. Kai stared. The silver leaf trees behind the village began appearing as faint shadows. Their shapes blurred by mist. Then the first sunlight reached the horizon. Gold entered the fog. Kai stopped breathing for a moment. The entire island transformed. Mist floated between trees. Across rooftops. Over the water. Golden light passed through it in long beams. Every droplet glittered. The sea disappeared beneath clouds. Velara seemed to float. Kai whispered. Oh, now he understood. From the beach, there was no visible horizon. Only mist. Sky. Island. It looked as though Velara had been lifted above the world. Terra stared. RRR. Flan slowly bounced. Puu. Lumi's blue scarf moved in the soft wind. Kai opened his journal. Then stopped. No. He didn't write. Not yet. He simply watched. Sunlight strengthened. The mist turned gold. Then pink. Then white. The roofs appeared. Then disappeared again. Trees became silhouettes. Boats looked like ghosts drifting through clouds. A fisherman passed offshore. Kai couldn't see the boat. Only hear the oars. Splash, splash, splash. Then a dark shape emerged. Boat. Fisherman. Gone again. Kai smiled. People began waking. Doors opened. Smoke rose from chimneys and mixed with mist. For the villagers, morning. Normal. For Kai, magic. Even though there was probably nothing magical about it. Lenny appeared carrying another basket. She spotted him. Morning. Kai stared. Morning. She looked around. What? Kai gestured wildly. This. Lenny looked at the mist. Oh. Kai laughed. You really are used to it. Yes. She started walking. Then stopped. Pretty today. Kai smiled. Very. The mist remained for nearly an hour. Then, slowly lifted. The sea returned. The harbor. The trees. The distant islands. Valara descended back to Earth. At least, that was how it felt. Kai sat on the beach. Silent. Eventually Lumi nudged him. Q. Kai smiled. Breakfast. Kyuu. Of course. Back at the guest house. Mira served breakfast. Eggs. Bread. Fish. Tea. Kai ate everything. Being awake since 4 apparently created hunger. Then he opened his journal. Traveler's Journal, Day 60. He stared at the page. Don't miss the morning mist. Kai smiled. I almost did. 4 in the morning is unreasonable. He continued. Valara isn't famous for anything else. There's no great city. No market. No special food. No ruins. Just mist. Kai paused. But this morning, the sea disappeared. The island looked like it was floating above the clouds. He looked through the window. Now, normal island. Blue sky. Clear sea. Nothing mysterious. Lenny lives here. She sees it all the time. To her, it's morning. Kai smiled. I think that's one of my favorite things about traveling. Someone else's ordinary can be extraordinary to you. He tapped the pen, then added, and maybe somewhere, something I think is ordinary would feel extraordinary to someone else. For a moment, he thought about his old world. Convenience stores, trains, streetlights, rain against apartment windows, hot drinks from vending machines. Things he'd barely noticed. Kai became quiet, not sad, just remembering. Then Flan bounced onto the table. Splat, right on the journal. Kai stared. Poo, you're sitting on my philosophy. Flan bounced off. Kai continued. We leave today. The Mooncaret Islands are close now. He checked the calendar. The festival was only a few days away. We should arrive with time to spare. Then Kai underlined. Should. He had learned not to challenge fate too confidently. Before leaving, Kai bought supplies from the tiny general store. Water, rice, fruit, a replacement soap bar because Flan had absorbed the previous one. Kai held the slime up. Stop eating soap. Poo, you smell like lavender for 3 hours. Flan bounced proudly. Kai sighed. That's not a benefit. Lenny came to the dock. She gave Terra a small silver leaf. Terra stared. Kai immediately said, no eating it. Terra carefully tucked it beneath one ribbon. Kai smiled. Good. Mira gave Kai bread. Seno gave him a small jar of pickled seaweed. Neri helped with the ropes. Kai boarded the Wayfarer. Checked everything. Raised sail. The little boat moved away from Valara. Kai looked back. In daylight, the island was ordinary again. He smiled. Then opened the traveler map. Beside Valara, beneath the old note. Don't miss the morning mist. Kai added. Yes. Wake up at 4. It's worth it. He paused. Then added. Unfortunately. Satisfied, he closed the map. The Mooncaret Islands lay south. Closer now. Their festival was approaching. Kai traced the route. No major stops remained. If the wind stayed good. 2 days. Maybe less. He looked toward his companions. Straight to Mooncaret. Lumi's ears rose. Q. No mysterious notes. Terra tilted its head. RRR. No detours. Flan bounced. Poo. Kai nodded firmly. Festival. A gust of wind caught the sail. The Wayfarer accelerated. Several hours later, Kai spotted something floating ahead. He narrowed his eyes. What is that? A wooden buoy. Old. Weathered. Something had been nailed to it. A sign. The Wayfarer passed close enough to read. Travelers. Kai's expression immediately became suspicious. Below it. If you have time. Kai closed his eyes. No. He refused to read the rest. Lumi walked toward the side. Kai pointed forward. Don't. Lumi looked at the sign. Kai covered her eyes. No. Terra moved toward the other side. Nobody read it. Flan stretched upward. Kai grabbed the slime. Absolutely not. The wayfarer sailed past. Kai stared straight ahead. Proud. Disciplined. Focused. 30 seconds. Kai's eye twitched. 1 minute. He looked back. The sign was getting smaller. What did it say? Lumi looked at him. Q. I didn't read it. Terra tilted its head. RRR. Did you? Nobody answered. Kai gripped the tiller. Mooncurrent. Straight south. No detours. He lasted another 20 seconds. Kai sighed. Turned the wayfarer. Fine. Lumi's tail wagged. Terra growled happily. Flan bounced. We're only reading it. They sailed back. Kai leaned toward the sign. Below. If you have time. And underneath. Follow the blue birds. Kai stared. Silence. A small blue bird landed on the sign. Chirped. Then flew east. Kai slowly looked toward his companions. No. Q. No. RRR. We have a festival. Poo. We are not following a random bird. Another blue bird flew overhead. Then another. All heading east. Kai stared after them. Then looked at the map. Mooncurrent south. Blue birds east. He closed his eyes. This is exactly why we never arrive anywhere on schedule. Lumi's tail wagged. Kai sighed. Then smiled despite himself. Fine. He adjusted the tiller. One small detour. The wayfarer turned east. Above them, the blue birds flew toward the horizon. And somewhere beyond the open sea, another place waited to be found. End of chapter 60. End of volume 3 Across the Azure Sea. Thank you for listening to II Fiction Stories. Please like, comment, share and subscribe. See you next time.